Hello, everybody. Welcome. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. We are live and we are early. Okay, we're not technically starting for another 25 minutes, but I thought I'd come on. We do a little pre-show party here and put on a video on what is the fourth dimension. So I'm going to play that for you guys. I don't think. Let's see. Is anybody in the Zoom in the webinar room right now? Let's see who we got. We got only 6 people because everybody's going to be joining us in about 20 minutes. So what I'm going to do is today, and I'll say it when everybody's on. We got hundreds of people that need to join in yet, and but today is going to be very informational, very educational. We've been having transmissions, energy downloads, connection to star beings, vulnerability, healing, and now we're going to go into some drop into some info. So what better way to drop into some info than go super info with quantum physics and fourth dimensional information here. What is the fourth dimension? So I'm going to play a video, and then about 22 minutes from now, we're going to officially start the event when all the other hosts join us. So let me grab this video here, and we shall begin.
UFO.
Using one chat and who are new to through Zoom and directly just coming on here. I'm going to be using StreamYard and doing what is the fourth dimension and how to transcend it. One of my really, I have a lot of favorite topics really, but one of the topics that I really love to speak about and philosophize about, communicate with people, have discussions with my friends about. And we're going to go into what some of these possibilities are, and I'll tell you why I'm going to do that in a moment. First of all, I want to welcome everybody, not only on the YouTube. I do encourage you to please chat and engage because just having that kind of interaction is just so exciting for me. So please do engage in this. Let me know your thoughts, what's coming up for you, what you might not agree with, what you agree with. And then also hello to everybody on the podcast, Portal to Ascension podcast. Portal to Ascension Radio on all podcasts, all the major ones at least, and some of the minor ones, platforms. You can go ahead and tune in there. For all of you who are new to Portal to Ascension or have not subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe, like, share, help us out, get this information out. Lately, YouTube actually, let me reword this just so that I don't get flagged here. The platform that we're currently on took down 2 videos that were on the truth about the food supply that I did a few years ago. Neil's clone here. I'm just going to forward this over to the beginning of the presentation so that you don't have to see and hear the intro. Just to get you some info, guys. This is an educational day we're going to be having together. Here we are. Go to portaltoascension.org and you can sign up and you get hundreds of hours of free presentations if you want to tune into that. And here is the website there, and you can watch the whole thing there. However, this is actually an extended version because I added some content to this so that we could go deeper into the fourth dimension. Deeper into the fourth dimension, pun intended. So dimensions, everybody. You can see here an image in front of you that we're going to get into in a little bit. One dimension, what one dimension looks like, 2 dimensions, and 3 dimensions. But on the second image, on the third image, because 1, 2, and 3, all the way to the right here on the 3 dimensions one, that is actually a symbol of the fourth dimension. And we're going to explain how that is in just a second. So first of all, when we speak about dimensions, it's important to note that the term lowest, right, this is my own belief, based on the Yuga cycle awareness, which is another broadcast I'll do later, which is going to be on the cycles of time, the Yuga cycles, the 4 ages, and how that connects to the shift in consciousness. The term lowest is a human construct. When we speak of hierarchy within dimensions as one being better than the other. So it's unfortunate. Now we look at 5th dimension, 6th dimension, 7 dimensions. When we look at that, we think of hierarchy. We think of better than. We think of more evolved, right? But in the grand scheme of the experiences that we all came to experience here, the hierarchy is only a construct of our human mentality. We see things as one above another. But when you're in these other dimensions and experiencing them, the question is, do you see other dimensional experiences lower than you as lower, as lesser than, or is that more of a human construct? So when we talk about dimensions higher and lower, I like to say harmonic and disharmonic experiences rather than the hierarchy. Also, higher frequency is not always a descriptive phrase when describing this. I prefer to call dimensions a dimension of experience because that's a neutral term. The third dimension is what? Length, width, and height. A dimension that adds solidity to a two-dimensional experience. And the fourth dimension, what could that be? Could it be time? Right? A lot of individuals, a lot of people believe it is time. And, that is kind of where I'm at too, but I think it's multiple realities converged into that, including time. So look down at the bottom here at this graph, and we're going to speak about how this is fourth dimensional right here. So as I said just a second ago, we have length, width, and height. And over here we have length, width, which says breadth here, and height, the three dimensions. But then within the three dimensions, there is also an object that is placed within that. The object placed within three dimensions equals the fourth dimension. So we're not just the three dimensions. The fourth dimension is almost unspoken because without an object placed within those three dimensions, there is no fourth dimensional experience. There's three dimensions, there's breadth, length, width, and height, but there is no actual experience of us moving through the three dimensions. So the fourth dimension is the placement of an object, of a physical being, of whatever that is moving through space and time, moving through this. A few theories out there about what the fourth dimension is. Time, it was the first one we just spoke about. So this was developed by Albert Einstein, and really it's got to be said that even though he came up with this, it's really a revival of ancient wisdom that we just now rediscovering, because the ancients had their own theories and beliefs around this as well. And in this theory, what is called spatial relativity, time is considered the fourth dimension. In this theory, space and time are unified into a four-dimensional space-time. In the mathematics, fourth dimension is often considered a spatial dimension. Here we go again. But it exists beyond our three-dimensional physical reality. Okay, so even within these two different physics and math, they're both specifically saying that it's a spatial dimension. And if we look back at this image here, that is a spatial dimension, an object in space. That is what that is. String theory, like string theory, proposed the existence of an extra spatial dimension beyond the three we're familiar with. These extra dimensions could explain certain phenomena, but they're often difficult to visualize or directly observe. So another one. So all three of these so far are all saying similar things, right? And then we have the parallel universe. In some interpretations of theoretical physics, the fourth dimension is associated with the idea of parallel universe or alternate realities. And I'm going to add to that and say maybe a gateway or a portal to parallel realities and alternative realities. And of course, the one that we care about the most, spiritual and philosophical dimensions. The fourth dimension can be viewed as a realm beyond the physical, where consciousness, spirituality, or higher states of existence reside. It is often considered a dimension of experience or perception that transcends our third-dimensional world. And time travel, which is also going to be its own broadcast, we'll do a whole 30-minute video specifically on time travel. An individual may move through time as if it was a spatial dimension, allowing them to visit the past or future. Let's go back to this image here. So if this is the fourth dimension, and we're able to move through fourth dimensions to other three-dimensional realities, could we be, in essence, jumping parallel realities, alternative realities, or even time traveling? Going deeper into the spiritual awareness here, a lot of people, the reason why, let me just take a pause, step back real quick and tell you why I'm doing this presentation. So I don't know if you guys have had this experience or these conversations, but a lot of you tuning in here probably are aware of the fifth dimension, right? We're ascending to the fifth dimension is what's been said by a lot of people, okay? I'm going to go back to the screen here and take a look what's going on. Says that a lot of people say that we're moving into the fifth dimension, yeah? And we're in the third dimension now. So we're moving into the fifth. And individuals along my journey of awakening to this information have said to me, well, what about the fourth dimension? Or have really been hesitant to even use the term fifth dimension, believing that it's limiting or that it was just some made up concept and we're not moving into the fifth, because why are we skipping the fourth? So the purpose of this broadcast is to show you that there is actually, that we're living in the fourth dimension, right? To show you my belief, I guess, that we are in the fourth dimension. So the reason why the fourth dimension is skipped, and again, we'll get to this on the slides, is because we're currently in the fourth dimension. You may have read the Law of One or heard about it. You may have heard about densities, right? A lot of different spiritualists talk about densities. The third density is where we're at. The third density is the fourth dimension. The fourth density is the fifth dimension. The fifth density is the sixth dimension. So the term dimension and density got interchanged, and we really are in the third density of experience, but that is actually a fourth dimensional reality. And Deirdre's saying here, are there 10 or 12 dimensions? Everyone says something different. It seems so confusing. We'll do a whole broadcast on the 13 dimensions. So there's just so much. There's dimensions within dimensions. There's parallel dimensions. There's alternative dimensions. There's the dimensions of spiritual experiences. There's all types of different ways, and those terms get interchanged, right? So for us to come up with a concise of how many dimensions there are may even still be a limitation. So with that being said, I feel that there are 13 dimensions of experience within our construct of this matrix that we're within. 13 different ones that is within this matrix. It's basically like in a very advanced computer program that has 13 levels to it, okay? But the whole time you transcend to those other levels, ETs, interdimensional, ghost realm, going to this planet, astral traveling, you're still within the same program. And then when you get to the 12th dimension, you go into the 13th dimension, which is the void. The void, the center of our black hole and the center of our galaxy. It's almost like, at the end of every single game, you meet the big boss and you have to conquer the boss, which is the shadow work. The shadow work. You need to conquer the shadow work or face the shadow work in order to transcend that reality and that dimension, so you can go ahead and go into the next level of experience. And so we go to 12 of those, right? Take our time to get there. And then ultimately we go into the 13th dimension, which is a dimension of no dimensions, which is the void. So it's like the central sun, the black hole, the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy is the prize. And what happens when we enter that and we transcend into the 13th dimensional void space, we break free from the construct of the matrix that was created here, and we go into another experience. We decide to come back again. We go to another reality, galaxy. We rejoin our oversoul self. You name it, what the possibilities are. Now, even though I'm saying that these 13 dimensions are matrix dimensions within the construct, right? Because the 13th dimension is the Christ consciousness dimension. So we transcend by going into the Christ consciousness dimension. It doesn't mean that they're limitation dimensions. It doesn't mean that we're in control, manipulation, and all this stuff. It's basically a construct in which right now we're in the age of forgetfulness. We don't remember who we are. We're in these lower frequencies. We're living disharmonically. But even within the same, let's just say, computer game that's been created, right, for our experience, there's levels of liberation that you can achieve and go to and transcend reality and have bigger experiences and go out into space, interact with different types of beings. But in each of those realities, there is still some sort of duality. Duality within these lower dimensional frequencies only has come to good and evil now. Good and evil was an ultimate beautiful polarity of the masculine feminine energies. It descended, became so split, became so divided, it eventually became into good and evil and this huge war that's been going on our planet. As we transcend, we still have duality. We still have challenges. They're not the same challenges as here, but we still have that boss at the end of the incarnational experience that we need to beat, right? For lack of a better term, so that we can get into this, into breaking free from this game that we created for ourselves, and then have another experience and clocking those experiences with the universe. All right, back to the presentation. So could it be an astral dimension? And things work out so synchronistically, guys. Like, we're doing an astral travel, remote viewing, and out-of-body experience conference right after this. And I didn't even realize that I set up this specific event, which is perfectly in alignment with that topic, 2 hours before we go live. And that, you can go to portaltoascension.org. You can sign up there. And for everybody who's watching this after those events, it's evergreen event. You can watch it forever. And you can sign up, even though the date is over. Could it be an astral travel? Could it be an astral dimension or an afterlife? Some people say it's an afterlife, the fourth dimension. Life between lives, where apparitions exist. Could it even be purgatory, in between heaven and earth? Physicists consider. Hello, Neil's clone here again. And I just want to let you guys know, if you're just joining, this is a replay that I'm playing. We just started a little earlier, so I'm just playing this there. And it's because today is going to be a lot of information, a lot of education. So this is kind of like the warm-up exercise for what we're going to experience today. So we're going to get started in about 8 minutes, guys. So I'll keep this playing for now. Consider it space-time, meaning a spatial dimension beyond the normal 3. And new studies have dedicated this dimension by studying black holes. So by the observation and the studying of black holes, we're able to perceive the fourth dimension. Well, why is that? Black holes have a huge level of mass, right? And what does it do to space-time around it? It bends space-time. So as space-time is bending, right, the fourth dimension is not just time, it's the combination of space and time together. It unifies space and time. So by having an infinite mass, having a sun, having a black hole, create this huge amount of mass in one area, we bend space-time, and we're able to see how the fourth dimension exists. This is an article from a news channel, because research is coming out about all of this these days. Scientists have confirmed the existence of a fourth dimension that Albert Einstein once predicted but could never prove. It is the biggest physics discovery in 50 years and changed the way we view the universe. Einstein got it right, said this guy, who has worked on research at RIT. Now we're going to get into some of the mathematics here and the geometry of the fourth dimension. So this is, I'm going to show you this, read a little bit from this, and then go into another article here that kind of explains it a little more. So there's something called a tesseract. And you might have heard from Pythagoras. Pythagoras was huge into the tesseract. And the reason why is because it's the fourth dimensional time traveling, other reality kind of geometry. And even if you've ever watched, what's it called? The Avengers, Loki. Actually, if you ever watched the show Loki, which is the brother of Thor, he has a show on Disney Plus, a show about him. And in that, he steals the Tesseract, which is a device that allows you to travel through time. And by doing that, he actually puts out a red flag into the universe, and the time traveling police, basically, the time traveling authorities, end up trying to disintegrate him and turn him into nothingness and, capture him, because he used the Tesseract to jump time. And it was a law of the universe that you're not able to do. So even mainstream shows like Loki on Disney and information about Pythagoras all connect to this cube. And why? Because it's a fourth dimensional cube, and it symbolizes space-time, but also can symbolize time travel. So if you look at this right here, we have these two cubes. So the third dimension is this cube. The fourth dimension is the tesseract, which is the joining of the two cubes together. The tesseract is bound by faces on 8 sides instead of 4. The faces are cubes of volume. We know that there are 8 of them, since the fourth dimensional axis must be capped on either end by faces. 2 cubical faces per axis. We cannot visualize all 4 of these cap dimensions. We can at best visualize 3 directions perpendicular to each other. We then somehow add the 4th. And if that doesn't make sense, we'll get a little deeper in a second here. And you can see here's an image of how these 2 cubes come together to create a 4th dimensional tesseract, also known as the hypercube. And this one right here is now a moving tesseract. This is the 4th dimensional geometry of a tesseract, also known as a hypercube. It's a cube within a cube. This right here, we are currently watching the engine of space-time, how space-time is operating. And we're looking at a 4th dimensional object through 3rd dimensional eyes. Realize that. So I'm going to jump over here to this article that explains the tesseract just a tad bit more. And let's check out the comments here. Deidre says, how do individuals know what's truly reality? Isn't source the all-knowing entity? Nothing more, nothing less. How do individuals know the true reality? Isn't source the only all-knowing entity? Nothing more, nothing less. Okay, that's an interesting question. I'm not going to go too deep into my beliefs around this, but I will say that I'm going to do a broadcast on, is the universe holographic and do we really exist? That's going to be a show in about a month from now on here. So if you're not a part of Portal Ascension. All right, so let's go ahead and pause that and take that off. For everybody joining in, that was just a replay action just to kind of do a warm-up exercise for the experiences we're going to have today. So let's take that off. And we're going to officially start in about a minute. So I'm going to go stand by in the green room. We're going to show you guys the Ultimate Lemuria trailer. We'll do the Ultimate Starbeings intro, and then we'll begin for today. So let's do this. Welcome everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. Thank you so much for being here again for day 4 of the epic experience that we've all signed up for to be together, the Ultimate Starbeings Conference. And I know that trailer is good because it still gives me goosebumps, and I watched it 100 times. And it's really like, I just wrote down the questions that we actually had in that trailer just to reiterate, you know, the questions of why we're doing these events, why we did how to prepare for ET contact on January 1st, why this whole year has been dedicated to galactic origins, and why we're going to even end the year with a cruise, 7-day cruise, literally about galactic origins. And I just want to say that when the questions again, who are these beings and why are they here, right? That's what we're discussing. Some of what we're discussing today, these questions a lot of them have been answered, right? A lot of these governmental officials, congressional members are asking these questions, but their answers are out there if they're just willing to go a little bit into what maybe they're not willing to go into, which is the spiritual realm, the realm of consciousness, and what they may think is too woo for them to even be involved in. And what will a post-disclosure world look like, right? Just imagine that. Start, curating those thoughts and those feelings in our consciousness. And as Anastara kind of spoke on yesterday a bit about when we envision that reality, well, that's how it begins, and then ultimately it becomes the actual reality. But first of all, collectively, we need to envision it, right? So what will a post-disclosure world look like? And the other question, when would all humanity know we're not alone in the universe, right? I honestly feel, right, deep down that starting very, very soon, every person, every child that's born within this year even is going to be growing up in a world where it's just going to be a knowing, oh yeah, we're not alone in the universe. Not like, oh, I'm sure we're not alone because it's so big. Of course, there's got to be something out there. No, it's like, oh, there is something out there. We have been visited. We've been visited for a long time. Hopefully, we can get into the whole connection of who these beings are and our connection to them, right? That's something that I hope to come sooner than later. But I feel it in my soul that we're going to be in a world where everybody is going to be knowing this soon. And the new generation, we can call, what should we call the new generation, guys? Generation ET? Generation Awake? Because the new generation is going to be growing up in this world of knowing that there's so much more than just this limited frequency on this earth. Why is this information being hidden from us? Right? We do a lot of events on that on Portal Ascension. We're not going too deep into that today, but you guys can speculate, right, on why it's been hidden. Actually, I will speak on it a little bit today when we talk about the different institutions that will change and transform once we disclose all this awareness to the masses, right? And then where are we heading as a species? Where are we going? What world can we create? And what is the possibilities? I feel that we're going to be the extraterrestrials to the stars in the future. Bashar says that we're going to go out into space and start teaching how we transcended duality and became one in a world where the cards are stacked against us. We have full amnesia. He even says that this is the only planet with full amnesia in our galaxy, right? With amnesia, how beautiful is it? How beautiful is it that with amnesia, we still remember the light? I mean, that's how strong the light is, right? So I'm excited to be here with you all. I'm really happy that we've been doing this event. I'm going to go ahead and bring on the MCs now. Keep the comments coming in. And so let's bring on Michelle, Ellen, and Joan are in the room. We have Anastar as well. Hey guys, good morning.
New client, one discovery call coming up. Biggest one was
There we go. Hey Michelle.
Hey there. Good day to all of you, or night, depending on where you're at. But feels really good to get to day 4 and feel all of the energy so merged in this beautiful container that's been created by each one of us. It's been such a blessing, such a blessing.
It's been very, very a lot of healing energy, I feel, and a lot of these people are connected to ETs, which is why I call them on, like Star Family Connections. But even the messages that I gave were transmissions and activations, right? Moving away from the conversation of do these beings exist and things like that. Like even Althea, she's connected to multiple star races, but through her came like some sort of light language DNA activation from these star races. So I feel like we're receiving codes just being a part of this event together.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Alan, I feel it. I really missed being on the last 2 days because I could feel that the frequency of all of you guys just elevated to the next level, like 5th dimension plus. And now I'm catching up right now, feeling the wave.
So Neil, I missed a lot of what happened yesterday because I was at this other conference, but what really stood out for you?
Michelle, what are some highlights for you?
You know, I was thinking about that last night. I sat here just thinking about everybody that spoke. You know, yesterday Joan did a great presentation, and Joan, I have to give you props for when your slideshow didn't come up, and I knew you really wanted it. And yet you're like, okay, well, I'll just go with it. I'll go with the flow. And I'm texting Neil behind the scenes going, I really think that it would be good if we could get that slideshow on. And he had just slipped out to get a little cup of coffee, and he was running back.
I knew it.
So
I knew
fast.
it.
It took me an hour to get over the exhaustion from running back here, Joe. Just to
Well, I guess I was in your mind, huh?
I was like, no.
Yeah, but you know, I've used StreamYard so often, and I've done the slide. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, thank you, Neil. I'm sorry about your coffee, but you know, it was interesting because I just went back and forth with the presentation, and I realized I don't need the slideshow. I know what I'm talking about.
And you do know what you're talking about, but I'll tell you what, Joan, what I was taking lots of notes, and I was taking pictures of your slides because I felt there was a transmission in your slides as well.
Yeah.
Joan. They're beautifully done. And I mean, it just feels like this Ultimate Star Beings is just next level. It just upped, you know. And then Althea, whoo boy.
I know, right? I love her.
She's so, you know, she's so grounded, but she brings through really powerful information, and she's very humble. We were behind time, and that's the sign of a true, what I would say, somebody that's truly in their heart and in the space of all that is, and in the container of unity consciousness. When she saw that we were behind time, she really worked hard to get her information and activation out and then get us back on time. She cut into her own time to bring us back into time, which I thought was really beautiful and well done. She really brought some deep transmissions. Alan, do you know her very well?
Yeah, I did an interview with her.
You interviewed, both of you did?
Well, I found her info like 2 years ago. I was following her on Instagram, and exactly what you saw is what I saw in her. The transmissions was so powerful. I was just like, from a 1 minute Instagram video, I just felt the activation from it. She's been on like 6 or 7 PTA events now since then.
She talked about the codes of remembrance, and that for me was a real activation in itself. She just, her humble way of saying, all of you have this inside of you. All of you can do this. She wasn't putting herself up on a pedestal. She was including everybody. She was very inclusive. And I love, you know, she gave some good tools. Stay in trust. Be gentle with yourselves, release attachments to expectations. How many of us are guilty of having those expectations and then being disappointed when we don't have them? It was just, and Joan, your presentation had a lot of really great tools for each one of us. I love when you fluffed everybody's wings, you know, and you told the story about how that came and about our shoulder blades. And I really appreciate that you're going back to using Dr. Joan. It's cute how you're like, most people don't know that you were a chiropractor, but this information is what's really weaving everything together in terms of the spiritual side of things and the connection, mind, body, spirit connection. And then Zoe Davenport, you know, when she was on, her energy was just so gentle. She really was expanded and grounded. And that was something I wrote down. She talked about opening to our truth. And I loved when Anastara commented after Zoe, and I was taking notes, Anastara, and you talked about using words that don't worry is putting two negatives together, and that hard work can be replaced with loving devotion rather than. I love that we're talking about the use of words in these presentations and getting all of us to be very conscious and aware of how we're using our words. That I think is huge. And what are we putting after our I am? Let's put something spectacular that we wish to be and that we're anchoring in. I had to take a break and run downstairs and grab lunch during Akura's presentation, but everybody was typing in. They loved her presentation. Do you have anything to share about her?
Yeah, she was incredible because she really did speak about how the light comes from within us and the mitochondria, and she really took a deep dive into the science behind spirituality. And I feel like they are merging once again. They used to be a unified experience and theory for us, and then it's separated. It's like state and church separated, spirituality and religion separated. And now we're coming back into science actually explaining our spiritual experiences. And so it was really profound. I really enjoyed it.
I could tell everybody's just been loving each one of the presenters and giving accolades to Neil for the way that he listened to his higher guidance on where each person flowed, and then being willing to flow when you had to change the schedule, and it all worked in perfect synchronistic harmony. It was incredible.
I found a trick to this now. I always do speaker back to back. Who would have thought you should put a 10-minute break in between each speaker?
Yeah.
It works. Time to play with, you got to have a discussion. Yeah. So
I think it brings the container back together.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love the discussions in between too that we've been having. Go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, it's not about how many speakers we have. It's the quality of the information. And then we all need time to absorb it. Yeah. Like just time to absorb it and reflect back. So it's just an awakening.
Integrated, grounded.
Integration.
Yeah. And this part helps us to integrate. We're integrating it after the information. And I really appreciate and value that we have each of us to reflect, give our reflections. And like I said, Anastar, when you jumped in and you were sharing your words of wisdom, I was super inspired and it really has been a deep dive, but for me personally, it's been a learning experience and a healing experience. And when Raquel Spring came on and talked about the astrology,
so good.
She kept anchoring in the and reinforcing that this is the moment we've been waiting for. 2024 is like the ignition key for all of us starseeds to really put into play what we've been feeling. And we don't have to go out there and, project this information on people who aren't willing to hear it. We're here to be a resource for people who are coming into that awakening moment. And she even talked about the word awakening, which I have noticed in the past 2 years. Awakening is in a lot of people's programs. Sheila Seppi uses it now. Scott Katamas uses it now. And when Awakening Code Radio first started on KXFM, we called it Soul Searching Radio for the first probably 6 months.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And then aligned with the 1111 Awakening Code program on Facebook, which was started by Georgina Beamit. And when we were admins on her Facebook page, that would, she had millions before they changed the algorithms. She had millions of people in there. So this word awakening is really what Raquel was talking about, that it is the time and that our ultimate goal is evolution, the evolution of our soul and our species. We are a part of evolution in action. So she talked about it being a massive quantum leap year and moving from one reality to another. Yeah. And, a lot about
this is the time we're in this time of big shifts, and I said in the prediction show that I did, it's always the 4th year into the decade that real change seems to happen. We're getting out of the old kind of place where we came from. It takes about 3 or 4 years for a new kind of way of being to really settle in. And that's what we're in this time, this huge shift, and everything's opening up. And we here at the kind of cutting edge of consciousness are pushing the envelope the best we can as well. So
it's
I think,
written in the stars. The awakening.
What's that?
I said it's written in the stars. What Raquel showed us with that, with just literally the trajectory of the solar system. We're waking up.
Well, what's interesting, I don't know if she mentioned it, but Pluto moves into Aquarius on the day of Aquarius. It's June 20th. That's the day Pluto actually enters Aquarius. So it's this
my
huge
son's birthday.
Whose birthday?
I thought
my
it happened.
son's birthday.
I thought
well,
she
it's a
said
huge
it happened
push
in
for him
January.
and everyone else. Yeah.
Happy.
Yes. It's a big.
She talked about it being the United States of America's Pluto return, and that Pluto is the slowest moving planet. It takes 250 years to go around the zodiac. I didn't know that either. She made it really simple. She really simplified it. Rather than talking so much about degrees and signs, she really simplified it for all of us, that we haven't seen this in 248 years.
But what's different about this time is that we know Pluto exists. When it was before it was discovered, it may have had an effect, but now the effect is more conscious because we're conscious of its place in the cosmos. That's the difference between discovered and undiscovered influences. So it's
definitely
a big change.
she kept saying it was a pivotal point with the planet Pluto. The pivotal point was a strong theme in her whole presentation. I do have to admit, Neil, when she talked about if you have strong Aquarius in your chart, Aquarius is considered the aliens of society. I just love it.
I know. I'm 1 degree Aquarius, so I know what that means.
Aquariuses are rebels, and Alan is a rebel for sure.
Yeah, and they think outside of the box and they catalyze change.
On the experiences with Alan and how rebellious he is.
my alien experiences.
So guys, let's get started, because we're a little late.
Yes,
I want to go with the schedule because we actually have a lot of spaces today in between speakers, so we have some time to talk. And I want to share the way we did this conference was almost exactly like a live conference. Today is actually the post-conference day. So today are the deep workshops, deep educational workshops. I'll share the schedule as we go. Not sure what every speaker is going to be speaking on, but it's going to be beautiful and profound no matter what it is. So basically, we started the first day. There was a lot of doors opening, vulnerability, and just allowing ourselves to drop deeper into the experience. And then we went into a lot of grounded conversations, including some practical reality, even looking at some of the darkness, right, with what Stone had shared, and that was kind of the Saturday experience, dropping deeper, but also a lot of healing. Yesterday was almost entirely transmissions, right? Downloads, codes, transmissions. Today, post-conference day, we started an hour late. We're ending much later. I'm in the East Coast, so it's gonna be 9:30 p.m. my time. And you can see we have longer presentations. Even Stephanie Redfeather has a little longer. Geraldine Orozco does. We have one less speaker than every other day, but these are deeper discussions on these topics, right? Maybe not everyone's going to do that. I'm not sure what everyone's doing, but I know for sure Geraldine will be doing that. Tamara is doing that. And then Mary Rodwell, she's got a whole 70 minutes at the end, and she's going to take us really deep with a lot of her information. So that's what we're experiencing today. And I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat room again for you all.
Wonderful.
We shall begin.
Okay.
Great. Thanks, Neil.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's do it. Anastara, do you want to go ahead and bring on Stephanie?
Yep, I'm ready. Totally. Right. Yeah. So as Neil was saying, this is our final day here at the Ultimate Star Beings Conference, and we are so grateful that you're here with us, Star family. Again, you are not alone. We are all in this together, walking this awakening path, and it is a deep privilege and honor today to share with you. Reverend Dr. Stephanie Redfeather. She's a divine feminine change agent and champion of empaths, an award-winning author of the international bestseller, The Evolutionary Empath and Empath Activation Cards. Ooh, I love divination cards. Her passion is to help fellow sensitive souls break out of energetic jail and become co-creators of New Earth consciousness. And you can find her at bluestartemple.org. Welcome, Stephanie. Hello, Reverend. You are muted, my love.
Thank you. Hello. I'm happy
to be here. Hi. I'm very much looking forward to your transmission and what you have to share today. And wow, amazing hair too. Yes, crown of wisdom.
Thank you. All right.
Well, I will allow you to take the stage.
Okay.
Enjoy, everyone.
Okay.
And
just
getting there in case you need some tech support. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm just working on
present, share screen, entire screen, and then select.
Yep. Screen. Okay. All right. Not sure if we're seeing my PowerPoint.
Yeah, I see it here in the back. So go ahead and scroll over to your presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yep, we see it. It looks great.
Okay, fantastic. Well, welcome everyone. I am here to specifically share kind of an initiatory process into the star mysteries of Sirius.
Go ahead and click hide on that icon right there too.
Okay.
Yep. Perfect.
Yeah. And so, let me just start by explaining a little bit about how I came to this. As you are well aware, many indigenous cultures speak of our star relatives in their creation stories, right? They openly acknowledge that the star beings affect and influence and contribute to all different aspects of their culture. And so I have been in a shamanic tradition. It's called being a mesa carrier, and a mesa is just another name for an altar in the Pachacuti Mesa tradition of Peru. And I started that in about 2007. And this tradition was created by Don Oscar Mira Quesada, who is still alive. You can see him in the photograph to the right, and that's me kneeled down on the ground. We were outdoors at a park doing a ceremony. So I have been steeped in this tradition for coming close to 20 years because I was kind of in the periphery of it before I started my actual apprenticeship. I've also studied extensively with Linda Starwolf, who's very much about shamanic consciousness and was a spirit daughter of grandmother Twyla. I am certified in the process that she created called shamanic breathwork. I'm a facilitator, and I'm also a shamanic minister through her organization. And so while my bachelor's is in applied mathematics, this is another story for another day. I was in the Air Force for 10 years. I went to an engineering school. I got my master's and doctorate in shamanic studies. So that's kind of a fascinating sort of one of these things is not like the other. So I had quite a transition from a very traditional life into a very kind of mystical and, spiritual life, if you want to call it that. So my star lineage, I've always been aware of, and, somewhere knocking around in the back of my consciousness, just sort of innately understood that we have star relatives, right? That was never something that was hard for me to settle on and believe, but it was never actively in the forefront of my consciousness until I began my shamanic apprenticeship in the Pachacuti Mesa tradition. And in this apprenticeship, one of the activities that we were led through was a guided journey to connect with a mountain spirit. So a mountain spirit would present itself to us as an ally, as a guide, and Apu, you may have heard that term, is another term for mountain spirit in Quechua. And so we were to connect with our Apu. And the mountain that presented itself to me is Aconcagua, which is just south of Peru in Argentina. And in addition to the mountain that presents itself to you, we were taught that each mountain has a star counterpart, or estrella, which is the Spanish word for star, though it's not the same for each person, right? So it's not like universally Aconcagua has this star associated with it and Mount Shasta has this star associated with it. It depends on each individual person and what comes through for them. And so for me, that star was Sirius, and Sirius came online very strongly for me, very clearly for me. And I have come to understand that Sirius is my home planet. It is the star lineage, the ancestry that I connect with and resonate with most deeply. And of course, I understand as souls, we can incarnate many dozens and hundreds of times on Earth, on different planets. So I know that Sirius is not the only place that I originate from, if you can think of it that way. If I had to pick sort of my secondary association or affiliation, I would say the Pleiades would be it for me, but Sirius is very clearly my lodestar. My business name, when I changed from what it was a number of years ago and into a new energy, Blue Star Temple is what came to me in a vision. And so very clearly my star ancestry has played a role in the naming of my business and inspired by my business. And so while I know that this conference is very much about, the mystical and about what is expansive and expanding consciousness, I find it is helpful to get grounded in some of the 3D stuff, right? A little bit of the facts, use information we know about Sirius to create an anchor point that we can then expand from. And so I just want to share some information about Sirius. It is part of the Canis Major constellation. The easiest way to locate it, most people are familiar with Orion and can locate it pretty easily in the sky. So if you look at this image, you can see Orion's belt. And if you just use that and draw a line straight down, it will point to Sirius, which is the brightest star in the sky. In terms of relating it to our sun, it is about 2 1/3 times our sun's mass and 1.8 times our sun's diameter. It is pretty close to us in galactic terms, so it's only less than 9 light years from us, the 5th nearest star to us. And the name Sirius comes from the Greek that means searing or scorching. When you view Sirius, it is bright white with just a little bit of tinge of blue. And right now we are in prime Sirius viewing window in terms of the time of year that it is easy to find Sirius in the evening and the night sky in the northern latitudes. And I'll give you a little bit more information about the movements of Sirius throughout the year in just a few minutes. Now, Sirius is not just a star that exists by itself. It is a binary system, or we'll talk a little bit about the existence of Sirius C, which is still debated at this point. But astronomer F. Bessel observed Sirius's orbit in a 10-year period from 1834 to 1844. So Sirius is classified as a white dwarf. It means it's extremely dense. The surface is 300 times harder than diamonds. It spins incredibly fast, 23 times a minute on its axis. And so it generates a huge magnetic field around it. And so its mass is nearly equal to that of our sun, while at the same time the diameter is 40 to 50 times smaller. And so that incredible density really magnifies the magnetic field around it. Sirius A and B together form what is known as a binary star system, binary meaning two, of course. And so they are in an orbit around each other. And they orbit almost precisely every 50 years, coming back around to the same points. And so even though Sirius B is totally invisible to the naked eye, it still has an effect, right? It has an electromagnetic effect on the fields in our Milky Way galaxy, solar system, planets, and the Earth itself. So due to the magnetic properties and incredible density of Sirius B, when it comes close to Sirius A, it creates a magnetic storm, which injects highly charged particles into the magnetic field of the Milky Way. And so if you've heard of the solar winds, right, there's the understanding that energy magnetic particles can travel sort of like a flow, like a river, if you will, or like wind in a particular direction. And our planet Earth lies in the stream of energy from Sirius, in the direction that these sort of ejections happen. So during these 50-year periods, we are bombarded by highly charged particles that affect our electromagnetic field, what's going on around our planet, in a cyclical manner. And so the last time Sirius A and B were as close to each other as they will get in their orbits occurred in 1993 and 1994. And so you might just make a mental note. It would be an interesting exercise to look back at what was happening for you in 93 and 94. So Sirius C. There's so much more information that I could present, but I didn't want this to just be a barrage of data, hitting you in the face. So I'm trying to keep it basic at this point. But what I find fascinating is that there's a tribe of people called the Dogon that they live in West Africa, in the country of Mali, and their shamans, right, their culture, they have known about the existence of a third star in the Sirian system, which we know is Sirius C, and they call Emaya. And the Dogon are said to trace their roots to ancient Egypt from around 3200 BC. So this culture has been around for thousands of years. So in, I think I have, I just wanted to double check a date there. So two French astronomers spent time with this tribe in Mali, and in 1995 published a study, the results of the study of their time with them, of talking to their shamans, learning their language, getting indoctrinated into their esoteric knowledge. And they have, their tribe, their culture has drawings and representations of Sirius C, the orbit of Sirius B and A around each other. It's absolutely fascinating. And so what's very interesting is that no one knew, well, I mean, you could look in the sky back in 1800s and see, look, there are stars, but nobody actually identified and named and located and tracked Sirius until the 1800s. But this culture knew of the existence of Sirius for thousands of years, and the relationship between A and B, and the existence of C, which is absolutely fascinating. Now, if you go and do research online, there are going to be some sources that say the existence of Sirius C has been disproved. There are others that are going to say that it does exist. And so it is still a controversial subject. So I want to shift now and talk a little bit more about the timings of Sirius and the relevance of Sirius in some ancient cultures. It is the brightest star in the Canis Major constellation. It is also called the dog star because it follows Orion into the night sky because of the direction that the Earth rotates and the appearance of what direction the stars move in the sky. It looks like Sirius, or the dog star, or Canis Major, follows Orion. The dog days are directly tied into the movements and timings of the star Sirius. And so long ago in ancient times, It was associated with the sultriest period of summer in the northern hemisphere and was determined to extend about 20 days before and 20 days after the conjunction of Sirius and the sun. And conjunction just means basically same place in the sky. If you look in the sky and measure Sirius and the sun look to be in the same place in the sky, that's called a conjunction. So in ancient times, the middle of the dog days would have roughly corresponded to the summer solstice. However, due to the precession of the equinoxes, those timings have shifted and they happen later. They fall at a later time in the year. So Sirius, it is not always visible in the sky. I mean, so of course, at the time of year that Sirius is in the sky, when the sun is up, it's more challenging to see. But when we say Sirius is not visible, it means it dips below the horizon, that whether you have the right kind of telescope, whether it's daytime or nighttime, there is about a 70-day period where Sirius is absent from the sky. And I'm talking about the northern hemisphere, and obviously the higher or lower you go in latitude, the more this is going to change, and especially at the poles. Sirius, because of the rotation of the Earth, stars move west across the sky each night, and the point at which a star rises or shows up, if you will, each day is just a little further to the west and a little further to the west. So most stars rise in the east, set in the west in terms of their appearance. So from August until late May, we can find Sirius in the sky. And Sirius will disappear from the night sky in late May. When it disappears from the sky, it travels through, we can think of it metaphorically, spiritually, as the underworld for approximately 70 days. And so, and I'll talk a little bit more about the 70-year cycle because it was very significant for the ancient Egyptians. Sirius rises as a morning star, making its first appearance again in the sky in August. And the date depends on your latitude, and I will give you that information. So if you know your latitude, be prepared to jot down the date if that is of significance to you. So the heliacal rising of Sirius is the first day for not just Sirius, but for any star when they become visible again. Sun, in Greek, the term is helios. So that's where the word heliacal comes from. It just means with the sun, or, you know, in conjunction with the sun. And so when Sirius makes its return to the sky, it is called a morning star. And you can see this chart here of, depending on your latitude, approximately what day Sirius will rise in the sky in the east. And this is a snapshot, just as an example from 2021, of what the configuration of the stars were just before the sun came up that day. And so you can see anywhere from August 1st to the end of August, just depending on your latitude, is when you'll be able to see Sirius again in the sky in August. But right now, it is absolutely the best time. So you can go out in the evening, and in many parts of the world, in the evening, and just look up. And it's so, for me, whenever I see it, I'm like, hi Orion, hi Sirius. And honestly, if you're interested in the Pleiades, when I talked about tracing Orion's belt to point to Sirius, if you trace it the other direction, it's a little further away, but it will help you find the Pleiades, because the Pleiades is on the other side. And so I love this time of year because I feel so connected to all three of these stars, constellations, and I love being able to see them in the sky. So how significant was Sirius to the Egyptian culture? I am not going to present absolutely every way. It would take too long, but I want to talk specifically about this 70-day period where Sirius is in the underworld. So the first sighting of Sirius in ancient times was associated with they call it the rebirthing of the Nile, if you will, when the Nile starts to flood. Of course, the Nile was and still is the lifeblood of Egyptian culture. I have been to Egypt. I have swam in the Nile. I cannot tell you. I mean, there were so many amazing mystical things, magical things that happened in Egypt. But one of the things that really surprised me was the degree to which I felt the energy of the Nile. Mama Nile, felt her ancientness. I felt how much she cared for the people that she provided life for. I swam in the Nile. I have water from the Nile River. It's incredible. And so this 70-day period was significant. Now, if you look at roughly the time period, the average date that the Nile floods, it's not the same, right? So remember, precession of the equinoxes, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a few minutes, shifts the dates over time. So we're talking about the ancient alignment of this timing. So this 70-day period was so significant that it was adopted as the length of their funerary rituals and rites for the pharaohs, mimicking those 70 days that Sirius spent in the underworld, or duat, if you haven't heard that term. And here's just an interesting fact. First of all, since 1970, the Aswan Dam dams up the Nile River. And so the natural flooding does not occur like it did in the past. And when people talk about Upper Nile, Lower Nile, Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, upriver, downriver, if you look at a map of Egypt, the Nile River runs from south to north. And so when you talk about Upper Egypt, it actually refers to the upper part of the Nile, which is sort of backwards to how we're used to thinking about things. Now, if you're not familiar with the term duat, that was is the region, if you will, that the sun god Ra traveled from west to east each night. And so he was battling Apophis, where Apophis embodied the primordial chaos that the sun had to defeat in order to rise each morning and come back to the earth. The timing of the star Sirius was so important to the ancient Egyptians that this date marked the start of their calendar. And so here's some terms you may or may not be familiar with. The Greek name for the goddess or the star Sirius is Sothis. And so that's where the term Sothic or the Sothic Egyptian calendar comes from. The Egyptian name for the same goddess, the same energy, is Sopdet. And so that is a picture of Sopdet. You can see the 5-pointed star on her head. So the return of Sirius to the visible sky was massively significant to the ancient Egyptians, as well as just the existence of it, the energies that it transmitted, and what it represented. Sirius has come to be known as our spiritual sun. So if you think of the sun in our solar system as our physical sun, our 3D sun, we can think of Sirius as our spiritual sun. It is associated with higher dimensional frequencies of consciousness, and it helps to quicken and evolve our planet and shift our physical vibration. As I shared earlier, we are downstream from Sirius in the part of the galactic arm that our solar system resides in. And so we are always being bathed by these frequencies, these electromagnetic frequencies, these energy pulses from Sirius. But from late June to the September equinox, these light codes from Sirius are amplified. And that is because, remember when I talked about Sirius and the sun being conjunct at certain times or being roughly in the same part of the sky, it's like the sun is amplifying those codes. And so, this becomes a powerful time to receive downloads and insights from Sirius. And so if you are particularly connected to the star, you might just make a mental note from late June to September equinox is an incredibly powerful portal of time to be in communion with Sirius and the Sirian beings. If you think of God, however you think of God, as being the bringer of life or the bringer of energy and light, then our sun, our solar sun, can be given a similar title, right? Deserves the title of light bearer and life bringer, because we absolutely have to have the sun for life to exist on Earth. But in addition, Sirius can be considered a bringer of life and energy because it transmits highly charged particles to our entire system via these magnetic field lines that travel down the arm of the galaxy. So we are literally receiving energy from Sirius all the time. Another fascinating fact that just, this sort of thing just gives me goosebumps and gets me all excited because I just love this sort of thing. The star Sirius resonates harmonically with our sun, with our star. What exactly does that mean? So there's an image there of a tuning fork. Another way to think of it is when two objects are in harmonic resonance with one another, it means that a perturbation or a change in one will take place instantaneously in the other. And so if you think of, say, somebody playing a violin on one side of the room and there's a piano just sitting on the other side of the room, nobody's playing the piano. But when a certain note is struck on the violin, you go over to the piano and you'll see that same note on the piano, the same string vibrating, right? There's a resonance between them. And so our sun and Sirius are linked. They are intrinsically linked. And so on planet Earth, we are affected by this harmonic linkage between Sirius and the sun. So this isn't just a sort of mystical, oh, this is so cool, we have this neat relationship with Sirius, and isn't, it's like it's there's science to it. It's not just something mystical or something that has just been sort of assigned over time. We are intrinsically linked. Sirius is constantly, daily bathing our planet in wake-up juice. So a little bit more information about Sirius and our sun. This is, so we have to be careful about what is known and what is a theory. And so I want to talk for just a minute about the precession of the equinoxes. I've said that term a couple of times. I know some of you know what that is, but not everybody is familiar with it. So there is an observable phenomenon of the constellations moving backwards through the sky over thousands of years, right? This is something you can't really see in the span of a lifetime. It is something that happens over many thousands of years. But here's the idea of how this is tracked. So if, let's say, you were alive for 20,000 years, and on the spring equinox, every year, no matter where you are on the Earth, you stand on the Earth, you faced east just before the sun came up, and there's going to be a constellation directly on the horizon, right where the sun will come up. And that is how we determine the age that we're in, right? The age of Aquarius. So over time, right, over this 20-something thousand years, the constellation that appears is going to keep shifting, and it's going to appear to move backwards, right? So this is a known fact. It is an observable phenomenon. What is not known is why. There are theories about what is happening with the planets in our solar system, in our galaxy, that creates this perspective, and as to why it is also cyclical. And so there's a theory that's proposed by Walter Cruttenden that suggests that our sun is actually moving through space around Sirius in a binary relationship. Again, theory. There are many theories as to what causes precession, but I offer this to you for obvious reasons, that it illustrates the deep, powerful, millennia long connection between Sirius and our sun, and therefore our planet and our existence. So this theory says that Sirius and our sun are sisters. They're binary sisters. And in addition, it is proposed that this relationship, these orbits, define and explain the rise and fall of human civilization. So if you look at the illustration there in the center, you can see the planets are as far apart as possible. The stars are as far apart as possible. That would represent the lowest point in human evolution. So if you're familiar with, you can see the other images there on the left and the right of what's been called the Great Year. So Iron Age, Bronze Age, Silver Age, Gold Age. And by these ages, we're not talking about the ages of when man started to discover and use and work with different metals. We're talking about ages of consciousness. And so the Iron Age is where we are in our lowest point of consciousness. And it is said that that is when Sirius and our sun are as far apart as possible. And as they cycle through their orbits, the closest point where Sirius and our sun are as close together as they will ever be represents the height of the golden age of consciousness. And so I find this so fascinating, because these beneficial electromagnetic frequencies that we get emanating from Sirius activate our consciousness, activate our ascension process, the sense of time speeding up and ascension speeding up, and our consciousness developing. So this cycle, and if you are familiar with the Great Year, you may have also heard that this is a 26,000 year cycle. There's a reason for the difference, 24,000 years, 26,000 years. But the thing to hold on to here, the piece to hold on to is it is a cycle. And it is a cycle that has been documented in over 30 ancient civilizations that track and mark the rise and fall of human consciousness. So now I want to shift into talking about the magical seal of Sirius. The magic just keeps on coming, right? Sirius is what is called a Bohemian fixed star. And so fixed stars are called that because in the general scheme of things, as the Earth rotates on its axis, as it travels its orbit around the sun, certain stars don't seem to move very much. And so they're called fixed. They're quite motionless if you compare them to the planets and to the moon. So the Bohemian fixed stars, there's 15 of them, and they are selected. They're considered especially useful for magical applications. This term comes from medieval times, and so they were used in the medieval astrology of Europe and the Arab world. And the name is derived from the Arabic word Baman, meaning root. And so Bohemian stars were considered a source or a root of astrological power that was additionally magnified whenever one or more of the visible planets were within 6 degrees. So there's additional magical time whenever there's this conjunction again, or within 6 degrees. So these Bohemian stars played a very important role in ancient magic, ancient astrology. Each one of these Bohemian stars was assigned, or a symbol was created for each one of them, a unique symbol, a Kabbalistic symbol. And so the one that you see there on the screen is the symbol of Sirius. And I have an oracle deck, and I'll share that with you as we get towards the end. And so this is one that I painted. This is a painting from my oracle deck that includes the Kabbalistic sign or the magical seal of Sirius. So the ancient alchemists operated from the awareness that under certain celestial influences, magic was more likely to occur, right? Especially when worked with consciously. And so there are other associations with each of these Bohemian stars. There's an herb and a crystal that's associated with each of the stars. And so you can, if you have those things available or can procure them, they can assist you in your magical preparations, in your ceremonies. And so associated with Sirius, we have juniper as the herb and beryl. And there are different types of beryl. So that includes aquamarine, bixbite, emerald, goshenite, heliodor, and morganite. So there's multiple different kinds of beryl that you can use. And so while the classical association with Sirius is beryl, there are more modern associations of specific stones or minerals that include super 7, iridescent fluorite, and sintamani. So these are all elements that can help you connect, like to pull in and hold and work with infusions of energy from Sirius. And these can also be used just in your meditation practice, to put on your altar, to take into dream time, to help you if you create whatever it is that you do in your life where you're creating, visioning, trying to pull in information to make decisions. You can use all of these different stones and elements if you choose to connect with Sirius and align with the energies and the guides and the influence of Sirius to support you. Okay. So I've just given you a whole lot of information. And so let's just take a minute and just take a breath, because, you know, intellectually there's a lot coming at you, but I also understand that this information, seeing these symbols and being presented with these sort of ancient pieces of esoteric knowledge, can also be very activating. And so what I want to create and make space for in this moment is let's have an experiential activity, right? We don't want this to just all be intellectual and taking notes and straining the brain. We need to get an experiential feeling, because that is where wisdom comes from, right? Knowledge is of the brain, wisdom is of the body, and we get that through the experience. And so I'm going to digress for just a moment. When I was 18, I was 17 when I left to go to college. So my freshman year, I was 17 and 18. My parents, my dad and stepmom, got divorced. So that summer after my freshman year, long story, I was living with my stepmom and she found Jesus and took me to a gathering with a woman who called in the Holy Spirit. So I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know what to expect. My stepmother and I had a very contentious relationship, you know, so I was just going along basically because I kind of got drug along. But what happened was this woman who called in the Holy Spirit called in the Holy Spirit. And all of us who were there in attendance together started speaking in tongues, including me. I was 18. I had no idea what to do with this. For years, I didn't tell anybody. I didn't speak it out loud. I didn't know what to make of it. It wasn't that I didn't believe in God, but I was still very early in my searching about who God was to me and trying to reconcile what I had learned growing up Lutheran versus what made sense to me and didn't make sense to me. So when my spiritual awakening began, what I came to understand is that this is light language. And that's what I choose to term it, is instead of speaking in tongues, to me, it is a light language. And so I would like to guide you through an activity to connect with Sirius, to call in, if you choose, if it's meaningful to you, your Sirian guide or a Sirian guide. And so as I do that, I am going to be speaking light language. So I invite you all now to take a nice deep breath and begin to close your eyes. And depending on where you are in the world, you might be in snow, you might be in sun, it might be winter, it might be summer, you might be wearing shoes or not. But I want you to mush your feet around in your shoes or on the floor. And so no matter what the climate is, what the weather is outside where you are, imagine that you are plunging your feet into your favorite version of Mother Earth. That could be grass, mud, water, warm sand. Just feel yourself making a connection with the earth, drawing those earth energies up into your heart center. And bring your consciousness now to the crown of your head, feeling your crown soften, opening up that energetic portal to receive energy, light, consciousness, vision from the great all that is, the universe, your higher self, your soul, your guides. Feeling that universal consciousness coming in through your crown, meeting with that earth energy in your heart. In the chakra system, the heart is the center. It is the alchemical blending of the above and below, the inner and the outer. And so feel those energies blending in your heart. And so as we take this guided journey to connect with the Sirian energies, anchor that experience in your heart space. The heart is the place through which we ground, where we find our center. And so as we begin this process, just imagine your consciousness now moving out through the crown of your head, keeping track of where you are in the 3D, on the planet, in a way, leaving a trail of breadcrumbs for your consciousness to find its way back to your body easily. Feel a portal opening through the crown of your head, a wormhole, if you will. Taking your consciousness to the star Sirius, moving through space and time, traveling through the dimensions, knowing that you are safe and protected. Feel yourself moving through that wormhole and arriving in a dimensional way at Sirius. And maybe you see the stars, maybe you see Sirius B and C. Maybe you get an experience of what it feels like on the planet, but allow your consciousness to find a place to settle, whether it's in a beautiful garden. If you're especially connected to water, it may feel good to be floating on the surface of the water or under the water, but find your place. Allow Sirius to invite you where it wants to hold you and cradle you while you have this experience. And I am going to begin speaking softly, light language, while you have this experience of meeting with a Sirian guide, which may show up in the form of something identifiable like a body or an animal, or it might just be a blob of energy. Allow your higher self, your inner shaman, to direct you through this experience while I'm speaking light language of connecting with your guide, or a series of guides, or a team, a collective, communicating, asking questions, receiving messages, trusting that whatever experience you have is the experience that you are meant to have. Trereni miano ai kamaru higdar rede yosmine ne wana ma koda. Pia mi ashwe karota to mi ando si shimi bireto to yo kaom no no ma. No 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 mi hoy no no yo ga ga no 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 mi ana no no me shi yo karara no na ma ka dite shwa. Di mo ai ni on kai ho ku yo kya ji on mo ne na kai da ho ku no no ne di shu tra ho ka. Di bo ko re ro no ai de do di mi no shu ye pra ho kai de shi mi entre. Di yo be do yo ha o ke no ne ne me no mo di de ko tra kai do shi mi tra bro ta ya. Dikibeoga narana ono mimo na heki tiri shu dro ma na no mo na aya wa kai na. Biama ka. Biama kai hamo na ro go ya jero tumni shu dra boka. Dia bua yo go ka no ne atro. Mira no la te que kaya da shu karato buko. Pietro ri hay marone nao ke goro ko ai te tro bushimo ka. Te no no me o koya ke dare te shimo de ne do boy ka go ge a ta te sinitra. Ti mio na kai diga hoje me da o do bero kai do pouco mais tá isso mio ka da mio ka da de eu o kai ye o na mio e sio ye si ma yo kai yo si ma yo ai ni me sio yo ko ye si mi da yo ko ma yo ka. Trere yo mi ju yo mi nya ga yo de la mi mi ai yo ga yo de mi ju ya yo mu ya ka de la to se me ho ka ya no na mani ro ju pero ai ira como na ai como na otro mi ka yo ai dro mo na ju ju wa Very gently and slowly begin to bring your experience to a close, knowing that this experience occurred in both non-linear time and linear time, and that while in linear time this was only a few minutes, that you can connect with this experience, with this transmission, with this experiential kinesthetic feeling in your body at any time, and know that it is eternal, that it will last as long and be as deep and detailed as you need. And so collect the elements of this experience, whatever you saw, whatever you felt, whatever you heard, whatever you smelled, whatever you tasted, collecting all of the pieces of this journey, bowing in gratitude to your Syrian guides, and calling yourself back to the wormhole through which you traveled, safely, wholly, moving back through this wormhole, through this portal, coming back to your body, wherever you are in space-time, in the 3D, feeling your consciousness coming back through your crown, descending into your heart space, anchoring there. Open your eyes, very gently allowing the room to come back into view. Take some deep breaths. I don't know about you, but I am definitely buzzing. I am feeling the vibration and the zzz that I get when very high frequencies are present. And so you might take a moment if you need to just place hands on yourself to kind of locate yourself back in your body, massage your thighs, wiggle your feet, wiggle around in your chair. Take some deep breaths. Take a moment to make a few notes if you need to, or some things to cue you so that you can go back and journal about this experience and reflect on it. So we are coming now near to the end of this presentation. And so I want to share with you a poem that I absolutely love. We have calcium in our bones, iron in our veins, carbon in our souls, and nitrogen in our brains. 93% stardust with souls made of flames. We are all just stars that have people names. So I want to thank you for being with me for this very brief initiation into the star mysteries of Sirius. I'm going to share just a little bit about the work that I do in the world. I am an award-winning author and international bestseller of The Evolutionary Empath. I've been an empath my entire life, but for the first 30 years, I didn't know it. So a huge part of my spiritual awakening was coming to understand myself as an empath. And so The Evolutionary Empath is a Gold Award winner, international bestseller. It's been published in 4 languages. It's published traditionally by Inner Traditions. And there is an audiobook available that's read by me. My other work is called Empath Activation Cards. And so this is the deck that I was talking about when I showed you the painting of Sirius and the Kabbalistic symbol. And so this deck has won 5 awards for both the Oracle, the guidebook, and the art. It is a 44-card deck, and I have painted, not in addition to writing the deck, I am also the artist. And so you can see several of those pieces of art on the front of that. And if there's artwork that speaks to you, if you choose to get the deck, or if you just want some artwork, the artwork is available for sale on my website. So you can purchase, if you choose, directly from me on my website, bluestartemple.org, to get a signed copy with a personalized inscription, or you're welcome to go to your favorite bookseller. Additionally, if you choose to follow me and be a part of my community, if you subscribe to my newsletter, you can receive a free download that I created, a PDF that's called 11 Self-Care Must-Haves for Empaths, Lightworkers, Starseeds, and Wayshowers. Again, at bluestartemple.org. I teach classes, I give interviews, I work with clients one-on-one. So if there's a resonance, or you want to reach out to me or do additional work with me, I welcome that. I invite that. So Thank you so much for your time. And Neil, or not Neil. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. And as Michelle mentioned, you ended that transmission at 11:11 Pacific time for us. And
right as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw 11:11, and that was incredible.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank you. I resonated with every word of your presentation, and you brought a unique presentation to us, in that you really took us to explaining things that we might have felt, you know, and bringing us through it so that we could actually make sense of it. I've had a connection with Sirius, you know, for as long as I can remember. And I kept hearing my dolphin friend's voice say, "Are you from Sirius A or Sirius B or Seriously?" Ha 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 ha.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, I too have been feeling my connection with Sirius, especially through my friend Celestine Starr, who passed recently, and her connection. And she actually has a star that's been named after her now in the Sirian constellation. So whenever I want to tune in, I just connect with her and ask my questions. As a Lyrian starseed in this embodiment, I didn't. Let me rephrase. Your dialect was different for me. And I still felt the vibration, still felt the frequency, still felt the transmission. So thank you very much.
You're so welcome. My pleasure.
Yeah. And I haven't really been connecting with the Syrians, and that really, I found it really fascinating to understand that these light codes are constantly being streamed down to us, and that they're awakening our consciousness. That was really powerful. And there was a sentence in your poem. Oh, so first of all, you're so multi-talented. It is exciting just to see it. The artwork, I can't wait to see the artwork in your deck. And just because I do the artwork also. But you talked about that we're all stars in a physical body. And I thought that was one of the most profound things I've heard, that we are all stars in the sky.
You know, they people names.
With people names,
that's
right?
not my poem. That's a poem I found, but just to be clear, that's not my word, my poem.
Okay.
But I do love that.
But it was beautiful, and I plan on reading it on my radio show tomorrow night, because I really felt it. I also appreciated you doing the experiential and sharing with us that knowledge is of the brain and wisdom is of the body. That really brings it all together, connecting to the mental, because that usually I'm not so in my head. Usually I feel like I think with my heart more than my brain, but I really am appreciating all of this information that ties everything together. It makes things make sense finally.
Yeah, really well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Where are you located at physically in the United States?
I'm in St. Louis area.
Oh, wonderful. I was born in Kansas City, Missouri.
I just moved from there. I lived there for almost 20 years.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Wonderful.
Well, I really appreciate hearing your light language and so many others this weekend. I feel like I'm just exploring that part of my voice. And one experience that I had was in Egypt 3 years ago, and I was in the King's Chamber, and our group got pushed out, and the security guard came over to me and he says, "You good energy, come with me." And he put me down on the floor against the granite box and turned off all the ACs, and I pulled out my phone and hit record, and I just started singing. I just started toning, and I got to really realize that chamber was made as a sound healing chamber.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
You know, that was an extraordinary experience, Anastar, because people didn't really get that kind of alone time.
Yeah.
Feel blessed. Especially 3 years later. It was actually really difficult, and the guards were very anti meditation and chanting and singing. So you were really fortunate.
It takes the private access too. So, we're taking a tour later this year for our 1111 Ascension University. We'll be there October 26th to November 14th. And we're taking the tour in 20 days, and we'll have 3 hours of private access to explore the entire inside of the Great Pyramid. Yeah. So when we have that, we can kind of do a little bit more.
We had private access to, and we did a lot of that. But in general, it was really interesting. But that's a different subject.
Yeah.
And by the way, I saw your background, and I changed my background to put in one of my art pieces to sort of look and see the difference, just so I was in resonance.
Yeah, amazing. I hang the tapestries behind me. I switch them up.
Yeah,
Stephanie, thank you so much for your transmission and everything that you shared. Really, it connected a lot of dots for me. Connected a lot of stars.
Oh yeah, a lot of stars, and it also activated my. I think we all have been in different solar systems and planets, so I think I felt like it was activating my Syrian nature to come forward.
And giving us the visuals on where to look in the sky and the time to look in the sky. And I loved how you wove in how to look for the Pleiades versus how to look for Sirius from Orion, because that's always the first thing that draws me when I look in the sky. And I never really connected those dots in that way. And that was fabulous. And talking about the Dogon and giving the Dogon, the way that you honor the Dogon and how they brought forth a lot of this information. I really appreciated that as well. And knowing that we're right here, December through February, what a ripe time to have this discussion so that we can actually connect further. I'm curious if anybody wants to put in the chat what Syrian guide came through for you during that experiential, the meditation. Is that I can't really, I'm looking for my glasses, because before you went into the meditation, I was kicking off my shoes and I couldn't understand why. I was like, I have to get these shoes off. And I'm sitting here going, like, my feet felt like they were suffocating. And then you gave us the visual to put our feet. I loved how you said that. Put your feet in wherever you feel you want to put them what's most comfortable, because right away my feet were in the warm sand. And then you talked about the different places you could put your feet, on the ground or in the water, in the warm sand. And I found myself floating in the Yucatan, Neil. I was in the Yucatan floating in these warm waters. And that was pretty immediate for me. So thank you for giving those prompts to help us connect.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Karen here says, me too. I was in mud, then warm sand, then mud again. Love Light says, mine was a blue flame talking to me under aquamarine colors. Aww. Yeah, mine was very watery as well.
Yeah, and I just noticed that Anders says that maybe there's an Egyptian god or goddess that represents Sirius. Yes, it is Sothis, which is the Greek name, or Sopdet, which is the Egyptian name. So you can look up Sothis or Sopdet if you want to connect with those energies.
What system does Osiris connect with?
I believe it's Orion. I'd have to go back and check. Some of that information sticks, and if I don't work with it a lot, I have to go look it up again.
Fabulous. Really, I wrote down, I did. I'm not usually a note taker either, but I was really inspired to take notes all 4 days. And I'm glad I did, because it really does help us connect back with the energy of what's being co-created here. And I definitely want to go back and listen to the meditation again and connect in the way that you brought us through with your light language and brought these guides to us. I had several animals come forward. First it was this really huge dolphin that morphed into a whale. And then I saw an elephant come through, and then all of a sudden shot up into seeing a condor. So I all these animals were kind of coming through and surrounding me. I really appreciated that.
Yeah, some Misha here says a mud blue being, a high priest.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then Isis came through for Erica. Sumaru, or Syrian blue Pashat white lion being from Shakara. So yeah, I got a lot of lion energy as well. But blues, I was just completely surrounded by aquamarine and blues and watery energy.
Like other people here.
Deirdre writes, my Syrian healer was a blue being with pointy ears. Did you say that one?
That's great.
No, I didn't. That was amazing. That's amazing.
I love that. And I like Love Light says, I felt so free and understood and telepathically, more of a feeling than words.
Yeah.
That.
Felt safe.
Yes.
The Syrian people said, welcome home, rabbit, and my white dog who had been with me for my 17 years. Welcome home. Welcome home. This is day 4. Welcome home.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Sirius. Stephanie, have you had any info come to you from the Syrians of their involvement in our creation and the hybridization of humanity?
Great question.
Not specifically. When I work with them, it's more of kind of a spiritual nature. That seems to be the frequency or the stream that I connect with most with them. Whereas I know other people, their specialties tend to be more in that area. So I don't know that.
Yeah. What about the dolphin and whale connection?
I have definitely heard that. I know a lot of people that for them, it's a very watery connection. Whale and dolphin energies, or the swimming ones, very much hail from Sirius, or when people connect to Sirius, they get kind of watery connection, watery beings. So yeah, and if you look more into the history of the Dogon people and how they talk about their gods, the Nomos, and there's one of them that's represented by a fish, like so they also speak to a watery connection.
Have you ever seen does it come? How does the information come to you? Is it thought patterns, signals, frequency, visuals?
I tend to be very visually oriented, so it's also clairsentience. So most of the way I get my information is I'll get visuals, but then I'll also just have a knowingness will drop in, like something I didn't know before, and then there's just information.
Yeah.
And how can we connect? What tools and recommendations do you have? And I'll just preface it with this, a lot of people come on the platform and they speak about, I had a conversation with the angelic realm and the beings came to me and they told me this, and then they provide insight and tools sometimes. But most of the time they're just meditative tools. And a lot of times I've tried it, other people tried it, but that connection, there's some missing link from meditation and depth to the actual communication. Is it soul contracts? Like only people who have soul contracts have that engagement, or can we all do it? And if we can, how would we do it?
Right. I mean, my belief is always that I don't have anything special that you don't have, right? We are all born with all of these capabilities and all of these connections. And so there's no special soul contract or special, God didn't go bing on your forehead with a wand and said, you may, like you are one of the special, we can all do it. So, the short answer is yes, we can all do it. The longer answer is everybody connects differently, right? So some people are very visual, other people aren't. And so sometimes they make themselves wrong if they don't see, because that's such a common way for humans to get information as a visual. And so they have to kind of set that judgment aside and then check everything else and go, oh, I hear it. Or I feel it, so there's a lot of different ways the information can come in through all of the different senses. And then, if you want to sort of keep digging, there's also belief systems, right? What were we indoctrinated in? What were we told? What religion or philosophy were we steeped in? So is there some unlearning that has to be done, or some moving through judgments and expectations to be able to access, at least in my belief, what's always already there, right? But if we're like, no, this is of the devil, well, then you're not going to see it, or you're not going to hear it. So there's, you know, multiple layers there to work through to be able to hear and receive those streams.
Thank you for
What
that.
about trusting? Like, because, you know, that's probably key too, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I had regressions, meditations. I saw things. I doubted it so much. Last year was the first year I ever began trusting my vision, right? So were you at a point at once where you were receiving information and you didn't trust it?
Yes, my whole life. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there are some personal things that I've gone through in the last year where I have gotten the accelerated, advanced masterclass in trusting, being present, and letting go of attachment. And so it's a continual up-leveling of learning to trust, and also developing your own way of knowing what is truth for you and how truth lands in your body, or how you pray or connect with your own guides to receive validation. Because, you know, no matter what you receive, my belief is you always got to run it through your own body to make sure that it makes sense for you. It doesn't matter if a guru says it, or what we ascribe as an angel or some being. It's like, if that doesn't ring for you, then don't just go blindly do it. You got to run it through your own filters first.
Well, that's one of the most important things, the most important takeaway, I think, for all of us right now, is to trust our own filter and not look outside of ourselves. We've done a show called Spiritual Predators, and talked a little bit about when we give our we give our trust over to somebody we consider a guru who may be using us. And I think I'm so grateful to you for bringing that into our awareness here in this container, to have everybody here really think about who we're giving our power to, and to retain our own power and run it through our own filter. When I was at Machu Picchu my first time in 2006, I remember everybody saying, do you feel the energy? Do you feel the energy? And everybody was so excited about this energy. And I had tears running down my face. And I said, I think I'm broken because I don't feel it. And I'm not going to lie and say I do. And I didn't feel like one of the group because I wasn't connecting with it. And I'm a feeler. I know that I don't usually see it. Sometimes I hear it, but you know, I'm raising my hand with you when I said practically my whole life I didn't trust what this was. And through a series of, I call them growth opportunities, you know, there are no mistakes. There are opportunities for us to grow.
Exactly.
I realized, wow, my intuition is stronger than I realized, because I didn't really want to know some of the things that were happening that I found out later were really happening. And I would call my friend with the pendulum and ask her to say, are you getting what I'm feeling? As almost like to see if, yeah, exactly. You know, and that's the thing. I mean, I'm learning to trust myself more and more. And Anastara was talking about the other day about using your body as that mechanism to ask your body, what is my yes and what is my no? And our body is so intelligent. It gives us the answers. I really appreciate you bringing that forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, one of the pillars of the work that I do is embodiment. And it's not that I don't focus on or practice the upward direction of energy, but I think there are so many ancient misinterpretations of ancient cultures' wisdom that put so much focus on this transcendence, right? Leaving the body, transcending the body and the emotions. You know, certainly the Christian belief system that the body is sinful, dirty, etc. But, you know, my belief is that if we wanted to experience being one with Creator, we could have just stayed in spirit form. Like, there's a reason we came into a body. We are here to bring spirit all the way down through our body. Like, we are a magical, alchemical, physical being that transforms the unmanifest into the manifest. And so being in a body is not unevolved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stephanie, thank you so much. I would love for you just one more time just to share where people can reach out to you, connect with you.
Yes, it's www.bluestartemple.org, not .com, .org.
Yeah, beautiful. Stephanie, thank you. And I got to say, when I reached out to you, your presentation, you did a version of this last time, and it was honestly one of the most profound ones that I've seen on this topic. So that's why I had to have you back here, because I feel more people need to know this, So thank you for all you are, Stephanie. Appreciate you.
Amazing. Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you. I noticed you changed the artwork behind us too. Seems more Syrian.
I love StreamYard.
He's playing with it.
Hey, good one, because guess what we're doing now? We're going to have some DNA spirals in the background, because we have the esoteric geneticist coming up next. One of my favorite people, Geraldine Orozco. So we're in for a really deep dive on some great information now. So Anastar, you want to go ahead and introduce her?
Sure. Oh, Geraldine. So I was on the site and I could not find the actual bio, honey.
Okay, I can do the intro if you want.
Yeah, go ahead and do that then. Thank you.
Right.
Amazing.
Well,
Blessings, everyone. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I feel, I'll read just a little bit from the bio here, but also speak from my heart. Geraldine Orozco is an intuitive DNA reprogrammer and ascension coach. In 2013, she experienced a vivid abduction from her bedroom window, where she recounts being taken on board a ship and meets tall grays that introduce her to 8 hybrid children. The next morning, she encounters hypersensitivity to the human electromagnetic field. This discovery initiates a journey to find the truth about what happened. In her first hypnotherapy session, 2017, resulted in the discovery of repeated abductions originating in her childhood. She recounts her abductions through her regressions, in which she brings forth information regarding the universe and ancient DNA alterations here on the planet that operate to control the population through hidden government manipulations. She underwent 4 additional regressions, in which she went deep into each abduction and the history of the universe in order to understand the reason behind hybridization program here on and off the earth, and how they operate the programs among humans. Geraldine goes deep into understanding the purpose of ascension with the utilization of human technology, DNA information for the ongoing harvest of energy within the intelligent universe. And if you've been following Portal to Ascension for a while, you know that Geraldine is a frequent flyer here at Portal to Ascension. She comes often, and she says yes to almost everything. Actually, I think she said yes to everything that I've invited her to. And just the amount of information awareness that she shares, I feel not only like, I jokingly, but also seriously say she's an esoteric geneticist, like an extraterrestrial geneticist. I feel maybe in some incarnation she was dealing with DNA and the hybridization process as well. But she also really brings the left and the right brain, the creativity and the linearity, the information and the education connected to the heart. So it's a transmission of not only are we being educated, but also the soft energy of love as we receive this information. So I'm really excited to bring on Geraldine. Welcome.
Hello, Neil. Thank you so much for that warm welcome. It is such an honor always to be part of this container that you create with such high vibration, Neil. And it's just you, it's your soul that emanates and brings us together. So thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I feel the same way about you. So I'm excited for what you're going to present today. And I'm sure you're going to share screen, right?
Yes, I will share screen.
I think.
Yes, I will start to share screen in just a moment. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, hi, Joan. Great to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Let me go ahead and share the screen here. And let me find my presentation. I guess. Let's come over here.
Okay,
well.
I got disconnected, but yeah, go ahead, Geraldine.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So, welcome everybody. It is such an honor to be here as always. There's a lot of things that I would love to share with you today. And my presentation today is about the hybridization program, but I want to deep dive into some of the main questions that I get asked about the hybridization program and what it means to be a hybrid, what it means to be this interdimensional, intergalactic being that we are all coming into. And essentially, we are all coming into, we're all coming into this multidimensionality as a human race. And especially now, in the very beginning of these next 10, 15 years, the amount of transformation that we're going to see in the world is going to be exponential. What you and I are preparing for is essentially a very, very interesting evolution of mankind, one that has been repeated in other generations. But at the level that we're at right now, we are combining into a next generation of a human race. We're coming into a high elevation of potential of creation. And so that means that all of the things that have been kind of covered and hidden for and suppressed, the information and the true origin of humanity, is coming to the surface in order to bring us into that unity with the universe. The earth is flourishing, it is sprouting in order to merge once again with universal consciousness, universal brothers and sisters, our star brothers and sisters, which we hold deeply in our genetic code and we have encoded within us. And there are some main tools that we are learning at this time in order to navigate this next phase of human race. First of all, we are learning how to become multidimensional, in that we are must train our multidimensional senses so that we can cultivate and activate a clear communication with our higher self, which essentially we have many higher aspects of ourselves that we are in constant communication with. We are in and out with them in communication. And so why this is essential is that we need to learn. And one of the things that I'm very passionate about is teaching humanity to learn the technology of the body, the organic technology of the body that pertains to that ascension, to the embodiment of that. Because many of you are having contact experiences, many of you are entering into these higher realms, and you're navigating. And so every day I get questions, well, what do we do with this? How do I encounter the beings that I'm connecting with? What happens when I discover that I'm a part of the hybridization program? And what do I need to do with that information? So let me just open up my slides for a moment, see if I can share the slides with you, because for some reason I'm not seeing them here. But let me see how I can fix this. Maybe I will try this. I'm assuming you guys can see my entire screen. Okay.
Yeah, we see your screen. You can just start your slideshow.
Okay, awesome.
When you do that, you see where it says stop sharing, click hide just so we don't see.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right. Okay, excellent. So let's dive deep. I want to talk about alchemy of DNA genetics, but I'm going to talk about the alchemy of universal genetics. So the DNA that you have within your body being not only just humanoid, but the awareness that you're within your DNA, you actually hold your starseed lineages. Okay, and so many of you that are having contact, it's important for you to kind of track and become aware of what you are encountering in your meditations, anytime you're going into dream state, because anytime we come into these altered states of consciousness, naturally, we are entering into the realms of our own morphogenetic field. The morphogenetic field, which is encoded with self-organized information. And this universe is so incredibly intelligently designed. And I really want to really stress that concept, because what that means is that there is a natural order to things. And my hope with that awareness is that we understand that the closer we come to nature, the closer we go into nature, connect with nature, and dissolve the fears, the insecurities, the doubts, and the things that separate us from merging with nature, which means aligning with the natural rhythms of the planet, and the earth, and the circadian rhythms of this earth. And then even further than that, as you activate your intuitive body, that you begin to activate your union and the rhythms of the universe, which we hold encoded within the physical body. Every single one of your chakra bodies is deeply connected to the different planets of this solar system, and they function through your own DNA and through your chakra system like portals and gateways of communication, because the communication of the universe is through vibrational frequency, and you are a vessel of frequency. You are a conduit of frequency. And so essentially what that means is that as we are beginning to dive into the realm of the subconscious, the deep subconscious, the collective unconscious, in which we are learning the mechanics between the information that is input into our system and what we allow ourselves to experience, everything is based on your intention, and it's based on your vibrational frequency. And the vibrational frequency is a combination, essentially, of everything.
Caroline, could you full screen this just so we can see it in the best way possible?
Yeah. Can you see my my full screen?
Yeah, we see in presenter mode, so put it in
Okay.
other regular mode.
Let me do that. Sorry, everyone. Let me just swap. There we go.
Yeah,
there we go. Okay. And so within the encoding of this physical body, we have a very powerful mechanism of transmutation. Okay, and what is transmutation? Transmutation is the ability to transform one energy into another. Okay, that is amazing, and it's a very powerful tool, because if you think about it, we have the ability to transform, shift, and change states of energy and frequency, and states of matter, essentially, eventually, as you cultivate the cultivation of your own energetic field. And not only are you able to affect the external world around you, but more importantly, your internal universe, because the integration of your ability to work with your energy bodies, with each one of the chakra bodies that connect to the planets of the solar system, that connect to the universe, and primary ancient constellations, ancient planetary systems that are deeply connected to the human race, which we all know as in the origin of the Orion Belt, the Pleiadian constellation, the Lyran. We have our ancestral genetic origins encoded within the immediate universe, all of these immediate solar systems that surround us, and these planetary systems are connected to our bodies. So what's happening right now through this ascension moment is that this shift is that we are waking up the DNA. The DNA is becoming activated because the vibrational frequency of the collective is shifting to a frequency that allows for that information to come to the surface of humanity. And the purpose of that, essentially, is that where we are headed is for a more unified organism. And what that means is that you are unified in your consciousness and in your awareness beyond the human form into your multidimensional forms, into the many fractals that make up this vessel of yourself. And so alchemy plays a very powerful role in that, because what we are having to do, what all the humans at this time are having to do, is to transmute this human form that is quite dense, that is quite very enmeshed into the physical realm, and be able to transform the frequency of your matter into a vessel, essentially, of transformation and navigation. Because the cultivation of your light body is your vessel of transportation, which will allow you that in dream time and also in waking state begin to navigate these dimensions that we are moving in and out of constantly. So those of you that are deeply intuitive, deeply cyclic, that feel beings, essences that are connected to nature, that can connect to the communications that are provided through nature, through your environment, are beginning to enter into that new phase of humanity. And why this is important is because through nature and through our environment is kind of like a radio station that communicates to the information that is available to us of this evolution. We pick up cues on what we need in our life to heal, to become whole, to transform, to evolve. And that very sensitive interconnection and intercommunication with your environment through your body is absolutely essential to your ascension. And the reason why is because in your DNA, you actually hold, let's see if I can. So within your DNA, you actually hold coiled massive amounts of information. Now, just 2% of your DNA writes the physical protein that you are. And the rest of that DNA is deeply interconnected with other systems of creation that are manifesting you into your form. And essentially, these runways of information that run through the body, which we can call vortices, or as the ancients called them, the nadis of the body, these infinite, many vortex systems, chakra bodies that we have that collectively create this organism of the physical body. But every single part of your body is communicating at a different vibrational frequency. And within the cells of those parts of your body, you have encoded information that connects to your chakra system. Okay. Every single one of the organs is deeply connected with the chakra system. And the chakra system, again, they function like routers of information, portals that connect you with your star lineage and star information. So this is why that historically contactees that have been in contact or have had contact experience incredible activations of their intuition. But also these are people that have some kind of spiritual awareness, and they have connection to these subtle realms that surround us. That is the number one gateway into the ability to activate your DNA. In what that means is that to access the information, the database of information that lies within your ancestral lineage, your immediate lineage, your ancestry within the human realm. And we have many layers of that information, but we also have many layers of our intergalactic, you can say, interdimensional genetics. And in this ascension process, the reason why we are learning about ET contact as a human race right now and becoming aware of this is because it is part of your ascension toolkit. It is part of the process of you becoming whole, you activating your DNA in order for you to navigate and travel. Because as this ascension timeline evolves into a higher realm, so is the frequency, which means that we are traveling and communicating at a higher vibrational frequency. And that means that we are becoming less dense in terms of our enmeshment with the material or the illusion of the material, and more into this etheric way of living and existing. And so what that means is that technology will change. Okay, so technology around this world is changing in such a way. Sorry, I'm not finding my, is changing in such a way that essentially we are learning how to communicate using just our mind abilities. And there's a lot of technologies right now that are assisting humanity in activating that. But how these technologies work are through these main laws of the universe that we are becoming aware of through the cultivation of our intuition. For example, quantum non-locality, intuitive abilities of remote viewing, the ability to heal the body with your mind, with your intention. And there are many, way showers right now around the world that are focusing on disclosing this information through their own personal practice and cultivation of this. And essentially, what we are learning is that this human vessel now becomes the most powerful vessel of healing, not only of yourself, but interconnected through our genetic code, the healing of the ancestral lineage and all of those humanoid family lineages that have come before us since the origin of this human race. And simultaneously, the interdimensional fractals of ourselves, all of the ET beings that are in our genetic code. So the awakening of our consciousness in dream time is actually the most important thing, because most of us are having contact in these subtle realms of dream. And in order to activate the physical body in a way that we can begin to access this information, we begin to go into these realms, into these worlds. And essentially, in dream time, as your brain waves are shifting, as your multidimensional body is coming back into the form of your Merkaba state, which is a powerful self-organized state of information, you can then navigate these states in dream state. And how that navigation becomes possible is the cultivation and the integration of the dualistic perceptions that you have about these realms. Okay, so within our DNA, we have information that is holding layers. So first of all, we have the information that builds this physical vessel that you're in. Second of all, you have the information that is part of your ancestral lineage, the information that comes down mother and father, genetic data, and all of their experiences, including their collective trauma, their ancestral blockages, limitations, and even their ascension. Okay, so remember that even the ascension that has been reached in every generation down your bloodline plays a role in the activation of your genetic information. And so, for example, if we have a lot of psychics in the family, we are highly, highly intuitive. And the way that this information passes down genetically, it's depending on how you use the information. Okay, so every generation, depending on how they interpret their environment, will either know that they have to activate this intuitive ability, or they will suppress it. And there are consequences to the ability of using your abilities and not, because every single generation that is born, we're familiar with starseed lineages, such as, rainbow children, crystal children, indigo children, all of these waves of children, or essentially the children. I mean, every single child brought in is designed specifically with the equipment multidimensionally to assist the ascension of that lineage. They are also brought in with the amount of DNA activated. And I just want to remind you that what activated DNA is memory. Okay, so your ability in your biology, in the structure of your body, to activate and align your multidimensional body, your Merkaba, is your ability to access memory. And this is something that the shamans and all the ancient cultures revere, that the more that we are able to bring the body into harmony, we can activate memory. We begin to remember our past lives. We remember our dreams. It's important that you wake up consciousness in a way that you begin to remember your dreams, because the recalling of these subtle realms and your navigation in the subtle realms is essentially what will awaken that fractal of yourself that exists in that plane of existence. So everything that we're experiencing in waking state, as we wake up consciousness, your awareness shifts from a very myopic view of being in this moment and unconscious in that moment, to broaden to a state of acute consciousness, and then to broaden further into the awareness of your surroundings and how your surroundings are very much an extension of yourself. So the awareness and the broadening of that awareness activates your genetic code. And it's very profound how it activates, because the information that we access through the physical body is essentially an interconnected network of information. And most of the information that we're processing through the body is coming in through the skin, going in through the layers of the nervous system as vibrational frequency. These are input and output charge systems, because your body is bioelectric. Okay, that's extremely important for you to understand. You are bioelectric, and that means that your exchange with the universe is also a charge. It's a bioelectric charge. So as a conduit, if you're bioelectric, you become a conduit of co-creation. And to refine the conduit of your vessel requires you to raise frequency. Okay, because you are a bioelectric system, you are function based on frequency. And so that means that if your frequency is sustaining lower frequency waves, that means very slow moving band waves of frequency, emotions like fear, suppression, separation consciousness, anger, unworthiness, which is the most self-destructive emotions, are guilt, shame, unworthiness, and the disconnect from the self itself. If we were to become parasitic, the way to become parasitic is to internalize those wars, and to magnify the internal war and separation that you have within you. So really, to be able to navigate higher dimensional realms, these are the frequencies that have to be shifted within the body. And this is where we begin to work with alchemy, the alchemy of the body. This year number 8. And as you know, the figure 8 is synonymous to the infinity cycle. We are being called to experience for a final time before we enter into period 9, which we're entering in this year, but we're going to enter into the 9 year next year, which is a new beginning, a new start. And so we are tidying up the karmic history of this planet, starting really deeply this year. And what that means is that all of the suppressed knowledge that brings into harmony this vessel of consciousness called the planet Earth is going to come through us. Okay, so all the karma that you are experiencing in your current lifetime, the repetitive karma that you're inheriting from your ancestral lineage, it must be refined. How do you refine that? You are creating new neural pathways in your brain. The neural pathways that you hold within your brain about trauma, the programs that you inherit in your genetic code are being expressed and triggered through your everyday experience. So to transmute that, transmutation means taking one form and turning it into another, and it's a more refined form, a more conducive form. And the transduction process of that is that you transform energy from one form of energy to another. So what we are building at this time is you are learning how to build your mechanism of conduit, your alchemical technology within your body. And the process of that grows gray matter in the brain can only occur through meditation. Okay, so sitting in stillness, in absolute stillness, is the key to creating gray matter in your brain, which essentially allows you to transduce higher forms of frequency within your body. You literally cannot enter into a high vibrational state if the vessel isn't prepared in some way. And there are major jumps that are occurring in consciousness right now because the information is opening up quickly for you. Okay, so it before may have taken a very, very long time to get deep into some of these ideas and programs and concepts of yourself, but now it's pretty quick. And the access way into that, because you're a bioelectrical system, is through the charges. What are the charges? Emotions. Okay, so sitting absolutely still with those emotions will unlock memories. And so what I'm seeing recently in my sessions with my clients through hypnotherapy, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist and also an epigenetic psychotherapist, I am uncovering that through the healing of the emotional body begins to emerge this intergalactic memory. Okay, so we are remembering, and we awaken within us contact with interdimensionality. It is through the transmutation process of these lower form emotions into the higher form emotions that prepares your vessel for navigation of the higher dimensions. And it's also your cultivation of the mastery of your emotions that allow you to discern when you enter into these realms, and to become very clear of the contractual agreements that you're making constantly through your emotional body. What are contractual agreements? They are agreements, experiential agreements, and they are also bioelectric, okay? Because they are charged with emotion. The cords, the millions and millions of cords that we have interconnecting ourselves to the greater whole through the morphogenetic field, is a bioelectrical system of data. And the way that we express, contract, and receive information will depend on the resonance of your physical vessel. So let's talk about this alchemical process. When the human body starts to activate the clearing of these lower forms into a higher form, you begin to move the debris of the chakra systems that block you from activating these higher frequencies of information. And that is the activation of your DNA. You don't need to look outside of yourself for the activation of any genetic code, because all of that is done within you as you sit in stillness and reconnect with the data that you have within you. So as you bring your organism into this state of alignment, that you are aligning once again through the chakra system with the solar system, okay, because every single chakra is interconnected with the planets of this earth. And we begin to uncover our ancestral lineage within the solar system. We all have ancestors in all of these planets. And there's life on all the planets of this solar system, but we can't tune into it because our frequency, okay, and our level of awareness. And through the central sun of this solar system is a portal way. Okay, so your human body is a fractal of the solar system. Okay, your heart being the center, the sun, the solar sun connection that connects you, because the heart center is the largest magnetic field in your body. Okay, and so that heart center of your body, when it expands, when it comes into its highest, let me just quickly come into this. When your heart expands into a higher, when you cultivate your heart, which means that you're using your heart. And what is the heart? The heart processes coherence. Okay. So the way that you can come into coherence is the interconnectivity, the awareness of the interconnection to yourself and all other organisms around you. But the way to activate that is by cultivating unconditional love in your mind, body, and soul. And in order to access unconditional love, you must be able to look at your deep, dark shadows and all of the judgments and inner debris that you hold within you that sustains you in states of separation consciousness. So what happens in the body alchemically is that by deconstructing the trauma that you have within you, you open up different perspectives, broadening your perspective, which activate your DNA in your immediate environment, and then later activate your genetic code of your ancestral lineage, which allows you to access your past lives. Okay. And it's very important that you work with your past lives, either through hypnotherapy or through your own internal meditation, because the access to that information is the key to your interstellar, intergalactic data. Why? Because my research with hybrids now, of course, we are all hybrids, but especially hybrid beings that are in contact, in constant communication with their interdimensional aspects of themselves. When we are hypnotizing not only just one member in the family, but we are bringing all of the members in the family individually, separately, through their own hypnotic regression in order to recover some of these memories, we are studying that actually we're finding that each one of these members of the family are having contact. And they all seem to tune in to a family of species that they are most related to. And a lot of the contractual agreements of their families for generations are actually influenced by the kind of interdimensional awareness that is available to them. Depending on how much cultivation of their soul and their ascension, which means the cultivation of their intuitive faculties that they have accessed in their lives, in their generations, the more they have access to interdimensional awareness. This is obvious because it's through this bioelectrical system that we begin to connect through the morphogenetic field. So what we're seeing in these incredible studies with these families that are having ET contact is that essentially contact runs in the family, and we are also interconnected seemingly by councils. People, every time they use the word council, because it looks like a council, it's a collection of different species that make up these groups. And what they're tuning into is a holographic information system that is a projection of their genetic code. That within these councils, the different species that are in those councils are exactly what the human is experiencing in their DNA. And what does that mean? That when that human leaves the body in dream state, these are who they are interacting with. And there is a very important element to that contact, because within the contact and the experiences that they are navigating in that dreamscape is contractual agreements for experience that have to do with the soul. Okay, so the most important currency of this universe is your DNA, because within your DNA is, within that plasma of information, is encoded the entire information of this universe through your journey of ascension. And as a soul, not as the individual that you identify yourself as right now. So in your DNA, you are holding the history of the earth and all of its cycles, the history of this evolution of the many races that you participate in and you have encoded in your genetic code. And also you have within you a snapshot of the universe, particularly at the time that you were born, which is a portal way of information that is opened, that encodes you with specific data that is defining your journey here on Earth. And as you unpack, your limiting belief systems, you begin to get clear about your purpose here. Your purpose, above all, and this is what's being shown through all of these hypnotherapy sessions and working with people in deprogramming DNA, is, first of all, the healing and integration of all of the fractals that have been created through generations. Okay, all of the fractals that were created through generations of yourself you are a unifier of that, which means that you are designed to utilize these alchemical processes that have been suppressed for so many generations. It is the reintegration and the reunifying of your fractals in order to become one again, which means you see yourself as a universal organism of information. And it's through the body that we begin to create this conduit preparation so that you can transmute high levels of vibrational frequency, because in order to connect with universal knowledge, with your ET races and species that you interact with in dream time, you must prepare a vessel that can enter into these dimensional realms in your out-of-body experiences. And also many people in their physical are also having these experiences. And what have we shown that happens when these contactees go into these realms? They begin to activate higher dimensions, higher faculties. Why? Because the physical vessel that enters into another dimensional plane, the entire body has to change and shift into alignment with a new frequency in order to exist in that frequency. So you are cultivating your frequency. And so what happens when we enter into these navigations of dream state where we're connecting with interdimensionals? You are existing in simultaneous lives, and your navigation of dream state is the access into those simultaneous lifespans that you're in. Okay, so the access into these simultaneous lifetimes that you have is where you start to enter into the realm of free will. Because anytime the human is asleep, disconnected, unconscious of their genetic ability and of their information that they hold within them, they're completely unaware and simply repeating patterns. Okay, so being human and the construct that's been provided for us here within this matrix, we take that as truth, we take it as reality, we make it real. But when you wake up consciousness, you realize the illusion of this construct. And you also realize the importance of your awareness in choosing every single moment the embodiment of presence, a regulated nervous system, in order for you to navigate and discern and deconstruct and create experiential agreements with your family, with your friends, with your loved ones. And that work in itself is the deprogramming of the matrix. Because as you begin to refine your ability to discern your agreements with your immediate family and your life currently, you also learn how to manifest, which is simply co-creating at a higher vibrational timeline. And this work that you're doing in your waking state awakens your consciousness in dream state simultaneously. So the kind of dreams that you're going to be having, which is your internal navigation into the higher dimensions, are going to be also providing you opportunities to discern the agreements that you're making for your soul. Because what's actually experiencing this waking state is the soul. It's the soul. The soul is learning through the vessel of Geraldine, learning through the vessel of, you that are here watching this. It is learning and experiencing through you. But you are the consciousness that will integrate all of these separate realms into one. And that is this process of ascension. That is essentially what we are going through at this time in order to enter into this incredible high vibrational state. So the transmutation of the body through alchemy is by turning yourself into gold. Okay. And so what does it mean? Gold is known on the planet Earth as the most highly conducive metal that allows you to create transduction of high vibrational frequency. So you are turning yourself into that. And how you are doing that is biochemically. You are shifting the chemicals that produce the hormones and the emotional systems in your body that create illness and deconstruct the multidimensional body. The more we go into lower emotions, lower realms, what we're going to interact with in dream state and in your interdimensional navigation will be lower forms. Your lower forms, your simultaneous aspects of yourself that exist in lower vibrational frequency states. The higher you refine your body, again, your vessel, into a conduit of this vibrational frequency, the more you actually begin to connect with the whole. Okay, so the chakra system being connected with every single planet on this solar system, actually what happens is that as you alchemize, every time that you transmute a fear into love in your physical body, there is an outcome. Okay, it's a biomechanical, bioelectric, geometric outcome to your body. Your body comes more into the form of its sacred geometry, which is the vessel of navigation into higher dimensional realms, which is essentially your Merkaba. And we can transform into many different geometric shapes as we enter. It's not about the geometric shape, it's about the amount of light that you can hold within your body. Okay? But the way that the energetic body spins, its vortex, has everything to do with the implosion that is created in the heart center. When we alchemize all fears into love, unconditional love, there is an implosion that occurs in the body where we become centripetal. That means that your energy is no longer leaking you, but leaking from your body to the external as a parasite, seeking external to you in order to survive, but you now become a generator, right? You are a transducer generating system of life force. And so that is a centripetal spin in your body. And so the connection between the heart and the sun is a very powerful, powerful connection. It's through the heart that we access higher dimensional realms. The integration of the lower dantian, which is the integration of your root, sacral, and solar chakra, create the lower dantian, the cultivation of your sexual energy, which is your primordial creative life force energy, being brought up into the heart center so that your creation isn't made from the lower parts of you. It is intentionally created through the heart, through unconditional love, is what opens the portal of the human vessel in connection with the sun. The sun is responsible for the creation of the plasma that we have running through our veins. And every single solar system, every organism that resides in different solar systems are deeply connected to their sun, which is why our DNA looks the way that it does, which is why the plasma that is in our bodies functions in the way that it does. Even the color of our blood and the way that we function is very specific to the encoded physics and geometry of this solar system. And so our ability to navigate dream state, and not only dream state, but as you know, we are preparing for death. When we leave this physical vessel, the soul is entering through the portal of the sun. The sun is literally a portal into all of these other solar systems. It is through the sun, through the DNA, through the chakra system, through the integration of those chakra systems in the heart center, where we begin to create the implosion of the centripetal spin that aligns us with the spin of this universe and solar system. And so when you align yourself with the solar system spin, you then can enter into the navigation of these higher dimensional realms, which are other planetary systems that are existing in other vibrational frequencies. So we are learning how to communicate interdimensionally through the physical vessel. The only way to do that is inside, through the vessel, and through the cultivation of this physical body. Literally, as you bring your body into alignment, into harmony by alchemizing the emotions, you bring yourself into the geometry. And this geometry, the language of this universe is frequency, but that also means that it's through numbers, through math. The body that comes into this harmonic resonance begins to shift in its form. And this is what we see in UFOs, in orbs that we are interacting with. Orbs, the geometry that presents itself in those orbs is a communication based on the vibrational frequency of those vessels. Okay? So the vibrational frequency of every single one of these planets is encoded within your body that allow you to access this information. Dormant DNA lies within your chakra system. Your access to interdimensional contact lies within your genetic body. Okay? And in order to activate this information from your DNA, it requires the ability to become this transduction organism. Now, the kind of species that we are connecting to in the heart, essentially, is that, first of all, as you refine your vessel for navigation, so let's say you heal the traumas, the ancestral traumas, the kind of contact that you're having is also represented in your biology. Okay, so encoded within our biology is the evolutionary cycle of all the species that were born, that were made. So at the very beginning of time, when this universe, whenever on Earth that might have been, whenever that might have been, when the Earth came into its manifestation. And so I just want to mention that every planet is also an organism. It is a being of consciousness. Okay, so we are evolving into planets, essentially. Eventually, we're also evolving into solar systems and into universes. Right now, we are in a nascent state of consciousness, experiencing this individuation through the human body, through the physical vessel, and we are training our ability to access these higher forms of alchemy through our physical body. But before we enter into those higher realms of creation, to create universes through us, we have to learn how to create this physical experience. Okay, so we are only beginning in this journey of ascension and unity. And so through this physical body, as we begin to uncover these layers, these chakra bodies that are connecting you to the solar system are essentially opening your communication. And we hold within the body from source, when source chose to experience the separation, and then creation through that separation. All of these species that were born out of that, they have a certain kind of frequency, each one of them, as they are unfolding through the dimensions in those experiences. So all of these species that are refracted within the dimensional layers are all part of who we are. They are encoded within that, and we are the descendants of that. So each one of you is holding all of these species, from the draconian, reptilian, you're holding these Lyran, Arcturian, all of these species that we have, the Pleiadians, are part of the genetic code. Now, this Earth was seeded with three main lineages of beings, but the reason is, in order to experience this construct, the construct was designed from the inside out, because each one of those species essentially speaks to a very specific vibrational frequency. So the form that we take, this form of the physical body that we have, is actually very pertinent to our ability to navigate these dimensions. And that's what makes being a human so special, that you have the ability of existing simultaneously in many different timelines, and you have the ability to access all of those timelines. The future evolution of your soul is to become a universe, okay? And your creation ability then will be magnified, millions and millions and billions of times. But in order to create at that level, we have to refine the intention, the ability to intend our creation. So this is important for you when you are navigating and in contact with these interdimensional. The hybridization program fits here because you, as this vessel of creation, are participating in creating the souls that anchor into this solar system and many other solar systems. And because your information of your genetic code is so richly infused with many generations of cultivation of information from all of these lineages, you have within you all of the pieces to create a soul that will ascend those lineages. In other words, what I'm finding through my work is that we're not only ascending the human race, but we are simultaneously ascending other species as well, through us, through our genetic code, and through our genetic participation in the co-creation. So the hybridization program in this current timeline is, in a sense, utilizing the genetic data to create hybrids. And those hybrids sustain this three-dimensional realm. Now, it's completely up to the participants of this realm to decide whether they're going to wake up conscious and ascend and pull this collectivity forward, or whether they're going to continue staying unconscious in states of repetition, which is the reincarnation cycle. Through our awakening in our own vessel, through our cleaning up of our ancestral lineage and the traumas and the depth and the deep shadows that lie within us, is the ascension to pull forward this entire ancestral lineage terrestrially and interdimensionally. And through the hybrids that we are creating, and those agreements to create the hybrids are agreements that you make in many dimensions that you are not aware of. You're not aware of. So it isn't until the children are presented to you in order to activate this entire lineage DNA of that species that you're helping to create. Now, your power is that through your alchemical transmutation of your body, cultivation of light body, that you actually, through quantum non-locality, through the way DNA between the mother and child is so deeply interconnected, you activate the consciousness of your children, your hybrid children, in order for them to access these the awareness of what we are doing here, because everything is going through an ascension. A lot of the hybrids that are created are extremely advanced, okay, extremely advanced in their intuitive abilities, in their awareness of this interconnectivity. But the hybrids that are also created for more nefarious programs in the lower realms as a result of your lower understanding of your sexual energy and your use of your sexual energy, or I should say misuse of your sexual energy, is the most primordial creative energy that when we waste energy, we are that energy never goes, is eliminated. Never. Because every single drop of your creative energies are actually creating in other etheric realms. Okay, so your participation in the hybridization program, and so this is why a lot of hybrid parents are just beginning to understand their bodies, they're beginning to understand their participation. But anytime, and a lot of people that are conscious of their ET contact sometimes fall prey to more nefarious programs as well, because these programs utilize this activated DNA of the hybrid. And the hybrid is unconscious of who they are. And so, of course, they fall into these programs where that sexual energy is inverted. Okay? So your primordial energy is the most important for you to cultivate, because there lies your freedom and your ability to embody free will. It is your ability to navigate higher dimensions, in your ability to anchor higher consciousness into all of your vessels that exist simultaneously, which you embody in dream state, and to essentially activate the DNA in such a powerful way that you self-organize into the most sacred geometry for that navigation. Now, you go through metamorphosis all the time, and your ability to access these states has a lot to do with your pineal gland. Okay? Your DNA, you are mutating your DNA every generation that you enter into a heightened state of awareness. So every generation that is holding Christ consciousness, for example, bloodlines like these very special bloodlines that descend from these, and so when I talk about Christ consciousness, I'm not just talking about Jesus and the story of Jesus as laid out to you through Bibles or the religion itself. I'm talking about the examples of illumination and the process of illumination that has been suppressed through history, which is the secret encoded within our physical body of transmutation, alchemizing the sexual energy into multidimensional energy. And that is done by bringing up that primordial life force up the spinal cord and cultivating it in the pineal gland in order to create crystals. Crystals that, when they are disorganized and out of body, the entire multidimensional vessel is disorganized. The kind of contact and interactions that you're having are disorganized. So the reorganization of your chakra system, the reconnection to yourself, to the solar system and the cycles of the solar system, allow you to activate and align your crystals in the pineal gland. And the crystallization of this then turns into the substance, a biochemical substance in your body that allows you to navigate higher dimensions. Now, if you create a human being when you are in this state, you mutate DNA in such a way from lower form, you are alchemizing DNA from lower functioning DNA, lower activated, suppressed DNA, into a DNA that is highly, highly conducive. It is the gold that was sought after by Anunnaki races and by all of these different races through history that have revered these hidden meanings of gold and the alchemical transmutation of the human vessel. This can only be sustained and cultivated in the body through unconditional love. And the creation of anything through unconditional love results in sacred geometry. Okay? And we know this through Dr. Emoto's work, his cultivation of speaking into the water becoming a crystal, and that crystal having a perfect geometric symmetry. Okay, so there are special codes to this world and to this human experience. It's very important that you understand that the cultivation of your pineal gland is essentially something that you are creating in this universe. So when you are in the process of bringing a life into this planet, into this world, you want to create that life from this state. Because this is actually the awakened human, the new human, moving into this generation. And this information has been hidden and suppressed for a very long time, because there is a certain kind of eugenics program in this world where this information about your sacred DNA is known, but inverted and utilized from the inside out. The collection of your genetic data as a database is the collection of an internet system, an artificial database of information that is so incredibly powerful, and when utilized in an inverted way, can further the suppression of humanity if humanity doesn't wake up consciousness to dissolve that timeline. Okay, so our utilization of our genetic data is the ability, the mastery over how we imploding in that genetic code, your bioelectrical conductivity. And to self-organize your information of your DNA means to clean up ancestral history, terrestrial, interdimensionally. So what are we doing with this physical body is that every generation that brings a heightened state of alchemical creation into an organism, that child is born extremely intuitive. They can navigate dream state. They're completely awake. They're seeing beings all around them. And us as parents, we have to learn how to nourish and nurture that consciousness, so that it doesn't become suppressed the way we were suppressed when we were children by unconscious parenting. So becoming a parent, you are all parents because we are all creators, okay? And so we learn how to co-create in this universe in such a powerful way, and we are so deeply interconnected to one another that the nurturing of our own ability to manifest and create is not limited to our immediate environment. And your child is a universe. I want you to think of your child as a universe, because within their chakra system is portal ways into these dimensional realms. And they have the ability to access that information. The sooner they access that information, the sooner they will come into their purpose. the more they will unlock advanced technology, advanced information, healing, whatever it is that can be channeled through the human vessel when you are connected to the morphogenetic field and through the DNA of the earth, is information that cannot be made up. It cannot be imagined. It cannot be made up. It cannot be calculated. And we are kind of at at the same pace in some kind of imaginary race with artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is computing this information, this awareness of how these multidimensional organisms function. And this is the awareness. But if you, as the human, as the participant on this planet, which there are far more conscious beings on this planet than there are these controlling systems, okay, of unconscious or perpetrators of unconsciousness, which is our own shadow, which is our own parasitism. It's a reflection of our own parasitism, okay? So the more you undo that parasitism within you, we begin to shift timelines collectively of what will be done with this inorganic and organic technology. But in order to do that, you must activate your organic technology, which is your ability to navigate into these higher realms. I think my slides are coming up slower. But the key in this moment, let me just move forward here, is that as we align with the movement of this solar system, we are really beginning to connect with universal consciousness. Okay, and my homework for you in this, as a result of today's conference, is that you begin to work with your information. First of all, in your contact experience, understand that every single being that you're interacting with is conscious. Every single organism that you are interacting with is a conscious organism, and that through your physical body, through the opening of the gateways of your chakra system, lies the memories of yourself as interdimensional beings. It is extremely important that you learn how to embody the 0 point. What is the 0 point? The 0 point is your state of non-duality, when you can enter into a perception that is non-dualistic, that is non-judgmental, that you are not immediate to apply meaning to the things that you experience, because as soon as you apply meaning, you define what you're experiencing. And you can be 100% sure that the definition that you're putting on that is going to be very ignorant and very limited, because our growth lies in the experience of the unknown. Our evolution lies in the ability to master the navigation of the unknown. So our processes that we have within the physical body, our organism, has to be trained first in the nervous system in order to be able to sustain judgment when you are in the presence of, let's say, a draconian, okay, or an incredible being that you've never encountered before. Because what happens, and this comes up a lot in my groups, in my support groups, right? So I host international contact support groups, and in these groups we talk a lot about the experiences that happen. And one of the things that comes up a lot is that when an experience is happening and you immediately enter into an emotion, it's going to snap you out of that experience, because again, these subtle realms are based on vibration. And the human that is like a baby that doesn't know how to cultivate their energy system and their vibrational frequency, ends up in a sense, it's kind of like polluting or bringing into that space a vibrational frequency that doesn't match, that doesn't fit, right? It's like entering a conversation that you don't know what you're talking about. So essentially we have to learn how to master this physical vessel in a way that you learn how to discern the environment that you're entering into, and at the same time be able to refine your frequency simultaneously in order to align with the greatest good of this event that you're entering into. And that really requires mastery, but this is what we train through lucid dreaming. Okay, so the next step is that actually lucid dreaming is extremely important for your ascension. Okay, because in lucid dreaming, this is the place that you're going to be navigating. You're going to be navigating in your dream time. You might think that these are abstract dreams, and the more unconscious you are, the more abstract your dreams are going to be. But the more you wake up consciousness and you start working with your fear-based programs, the more you're going to refine your frequency, which allows you to travel into these dimensions more lucidly. And you want to wake up lucidity. So take a class on lucid dreaming. I teach a class. You can sign up for my class on my website, but absolutely must learn lucid dreaming. This is basic 101 taught by every ancient culture in our history, is the ability to walk in dreams, navigate the out-of-body experiences, because that's actually where the real world is happening. Not okay. Now that doesn't mean that you're going to just let go of the life here. This life is the absolute key to accessing those realms. You won't be able to access those realms if you don't have mastery over your life here. And the ability to access lucidity is through the cultivation of your emotions. So we can't walk around becoming triggered by the external world. We can't repeat traumas that we, have been self-destructive behaviors for generations, because again, what you're going to experience will be that in your dream state. Traumatic experiences, fearful things, very inharmonious experiences with other interdimensional beings. You're basically interacting with parasites, because in a way you are becoming a parasite. You embody parasitism within your consciousness. Okay, so self-love, the acceptance of yourself, is the universal gateway to ascension. Your ability to integrate these fractals of yourself by compassion and unconditional love, you can either do it through hypnotherapy, or you can do it in your meditation as you begin to uncover these layers. But every single one of these fractals of yourself and the awareness of how to transcend those scenarios in those experienced lifetimes. So every single one of these lifetimes as well are simultaneous. So there's many layers here, right? There's the ancestral lineage, ancestral programs, which is the immediate genetic code. And then we have our past lives. Okay, so if you could think of this image in front of you as a DNA strand holographically expressed through rings of vibrational frequency. The more immediate rings of this DNA are the things that you're accessing in the physical body. So your immediate life limitations and your expressions, your ancestral lineage. And then as you move into the next ring, as you wake up consciousness, it's your past lives. And included in your past life is all your ancestral lineage that you're experiencing currently. Okay, going into the next ring, you begin to enter into interdimensional aspects of yourself. Okay, and all of these are existing simultaneous to you. So how do you cultivate this in your body? Is that you begin to understand and integrate all of these different layers of yourself. Okay, the personality as just a survival mechanism. Okay, and the ego as a tool for navigation in separation. The whole point of this navigation is that you begin to alchemize lower dimensional awareness into unity consciousness. Okay, creator states, extremely important, and I talk a lot about this on my channel. Are you a creator in separation, or are you a creator in unity? So what we're going to do is that through the alchemization of your DNA, the kind of beings that you interact with in the 7th through 13th dimensional plane, all of the interdimensional beings that you're interacting with are essentially, they are your genetic cousins. Okay, so we don't interact with anything that we don't have in our DNA. That's something that I want to make pretty clear. Everything that we have encoded in our DNA, every interaction that we have it in our biology. We even have a reptilian brain. When we gestate in the womb, we are evolving from reptilian state into a state of a mammal, and then into the state of a humanoid. All of that is a fractal of the evolutionary process of every organism that has descended from each one of these dimensional planes. Okay, so every single one of these dimensional planes that we interact with connect. Take a look. What are the solar systems that you have activated many lifetimes? Okay, so here's another very important thing. The solar systems that you interact with, okay, the planetary systems that you are most connected with, is also telling you your ascension story. The many generations that you have existed on different solar systems. So let's say you have an affinity to the Pleiadian star system. Okay, so that means that you have existed in the Pleiadian system many lifetimes, and you are doing so simultaneously. How do you use this information? You want to learn, what did you learn, what you are learning in those lifetimes as a Pleiadian. Because your soul that is collecting information from every single one of these timelines is learning simultaneously to your now moment. And you might see, for example, your brother in this lifetime is deeply connected to many of your lifetimes in those Pleiadian realms as well. And so the alchemy that we're talking about is, as you learn what your lessons are in all of these simultaneous lifetimes, you alchemize your DNA, you activate more DNA. And when you transcend the challenges of those lifetimes and you learn how you've transcended them, you are also learning how to transcend your lifetime here. This is the power of activating your DNA, and it is the power of cultivating. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm okay on time. Neil, am I okay on time? How am I doing on time?
You are doing very well on time. Let me see here real quick. Oh, actually, time is blank. So you have another. If you can close out within 10 minutes, that'd be great.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Okay. So let's quickly talk about the morphogenetic field really quickly. Okay, because there's an element to this that is really powerful about this ascension process interdimensionally, that we are so deeply interconnected. Okay, and the more you connect with nature, the more these patterns and these networks of information will become obvious to you. Because just the way patterns of weather are organized on the earth, just the way flocks of birds fly in self-organizing systems, just the way the mycelia of mushrooms intercommunicate with trees and other organisms that are around them. We as humans are deeply self-organized on the planet Earth, and we incarnate into families. We incarnate into the countries, into the races on our Earth, in order for us to carry out these interdimensional contractual agreements. So your DNA here on Earth is similar to the DNA that you have interdimensionally, which is why you resonate with specific genetic, these species, certain species. Now, if you think of species not as the specific species of a Lyran, Arcturian, Pleiadian, Reptilian, if you think of it more of a vibrational frequency, you will then kind of begin to understand. And if you think of it more as a sacred geometry, even more. But in our physical bodies, we are learning collectively here on Earth, which is why contact happens with people we know, and so does the hybridization program. In the hybridization program, we sometimes discover that we have been united with other contactees in order to create a hybrid. Now, these genetic manipulations, in a sense, can be used in two different ways, in a negative way, but also in a positive way. And we can barely understand in our human mind the kind of agreements that we make in these dream states, which is why lucidity is so important. But this interconnectivity that we're going through collectively, your job as this ascended master here on this earth is for you to master your lucidity in your waking state and dream state so that you can become very clear as to your intention behind your creation. The most important thing, do you create from love or do you create from fear? And are you in the process of cultivating the transmutational ability to create? Because repeating a pattern, which is repeating from fear, that's what all our prior generations have been their block. Their block is that they create from fear. And we have to understand that we are so deeply interconnected that every single choice, every word that you speak, every thought that you have, you are creating. And right now, the vibrational frequency of this universe has sped up so much that manifestation is immediate. So all of the things that you have been thinking subconsciously and fearing in your past are manifesting into the physical. So again, this 8 year of karma means that all of those little hidden parts of you are going to be coming to the forefront for you to decide and discern whether you want to sustain that frequency within your body or not.
Geraldine?
Yes.
Really quick, our next guest is going to be running late, so you have an extra 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, great.
And if you could also talk about your upcoming webinar in March somewhere before you close out too.
Oh yeah. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, so what we are refining here, hold on, let me just remember what I was just saying. The alchemization, what was my point there? Okay, the alchemization of, okay, yes, united, unified families of consciousness, okay? So the ability to transmute genetic data, which is from the fear to love, is what is going to affect your manifestation right now. Okay. And so learning how the mechanics of manifestation functions is completely essential to you right now. Okay. So since I have a little bit more time, let me see if I can find that really quickly. Yeah, okay. So within the cells of your body, we are a bioelectric system. Each one of your cells is oscillating. Each one of those oscillations of the cells create bioelectrical systems. And through that electricity, conductivity, is where information is passed on. Now, in addition to that, these quantum particles that exist in your body are also holding memory. Okay, again, ascension, activation of DNA means activation of memory. So if you have an activation of DNA, but you're not remembering things, you're not activating your DNA. Okay, so the whole point is that you are remembering, because bioelectrically, biochemically in the body, the geometry of the body, the biophysics of the body, when you come into that centripetal spin, all of your systems of information come into alignment, which allow you through resonance to begin to access your resonant particles in other universes, in other timelines, to also awaken consciousness. This is how you intercommunicate with your particles in other organisms, in other beings that are a part of you. So how are we one? Well, our cells, through the cells in our body that exist, just like the children that we have, in which when they are when they are in a moment of fear, the mother feels it, the father can pick up on it, right? So that level of communication, telepathic communication, telesensory communication, is available through your particles in your body that are also communicating with interdimensional aspects of yourself. So when you communicate with ET beings that are from your lineage, well, they're all part of your lineage, but when you communicate and you become aware of these beings, it's through the cells of your body that you are activating that information. Because again, the cells are their own toroidal networks of bioelectrical information. And so the entire body, the vibrational frequency of the body collectively creates a vibrational signature. So each one of you has a vibrational signature. That vibrational signature is essentially aligning you and opening up the memory that allows you to access. Okay? So when your body is letting go of blockages and debris, you refine your body into a fluid state of conductivity, which allows you to access more information through the cells of the body, through your DNA. And through quantum non-locality, we are deeply entangled with all of those other particles in other systems, in other dimensions that share that vibrational signature that you have. So the intercommunication that you have in your DNA, essentially your DNA is that signature. Okay, so it's not about your physical vessel and the body. Your DNA, because the physical vessel is a holographic projection of your DNA. Okay, your DNA has the vibrational frequency that is a signature to all of your relatives interdimensionally. And essentially, as we wake up consciousness, we begin to reunite ourselves with our many, many dimensional layers of ourselves in this entanglement dance. Now, experiential agreements, therefore, the work that is being done here is to alchemize any kind of experiential agreements that don't promote growth, vitality, evolution, and wellness for the collective. Because here's something that we learned through hundreds of contactees and their experiences with interdimensionals. These advanced civilizations do not operate from the same creator state as we do. They are more of a unified consciousness. And they are networks of unified consciousness. They even merge with their technology. Even their technology becomes organic and telepathic in that they navigate through the organism this vessel of transportation. So they are the future model of what we are eventually going to become. Those of you that are awake right now, those of you that are watching this conference, are going to be privy to that evolutionary process. And more importantly, are going to embody and train your body to begin to cultivate those kinds of higher technologies within your body. Within this field of interconnectivity, the ability to discern our engagement in lower creation levels of this universe is where you begin to apply your free will. Now, until you're aware of your ability to discern, you don't have free will. Because just look at this image, for example, that is a depiction of these fractals of interconnectivity through quantum non-locality. Okay, we are so deeply interconnected, and the choice of a person done in this sphere of consciousness is directly connected to all of these other mini micro worlds and universes. That's how powerful you are. This is how we are in training to become universes of creation ourselves. At some point in the future, we also become universes, right? We also become planets. We become solar systems. We become these interdimensional beings of creation, of instant manifestation. But in order for you to cultivate the discipline and the mastery to be an instant manifester, there's a lot of responsibility behind that. You can't be daydreaming. You can't be subconsciously fearful. You can't be subconsciously self-hateful. There has to be a refinement to your vessel, a healing of all of those false truths in order to come in to that unity consciousness. That's what the embodiment and the incarnation in the human vessel is all about. You are in training to become a universe of creation, a world of creation, a planet of creation, interdimensional being. And so our job is to wake up consciousness in waking state and wake up consciousness in dream state to become aware of our fractals, all of our fractals that exist in all of these higher dimensions, and unify them. Just like when we are doing DNA reprogramming, you collect all of your traumatized parts of you throughout your life and you alchemize them and you bring them together and you integrate them with yourself and your heart through unconditional love and compassion. You're doing the exact same thing with your interdimensional counterparts, interdimensional aspects of yourself. Here is an example of that. You begin to connect with an Arcturian part of you. In that Arcturian realm, you are learning how to cultivate creation through the hybridization program. And what you are learning through that cultivation of a soul, of bringing a soul into this world, that's something that these higher dimensional realms focus on. They bring souls into worlds. And there's millions and millions of hybridization programs because it's not really a program. It's kind of the evolutionary process and the splicing of souls in order to self-organize consciousness into different planetary systems based on the vibrational frequency that is being created by every individual consciousness. So we input the creation of a soul based on what needs to be most evolved in ourselves. The more that we heal ourselves, the more our intention for bringing a soul into this plane or any other plane becomes intentional and conscious. And so the only organism that's going to ever even barely begin to know what that looks like is the organism that is deeply connected to those morphogenetic fields. Our morphogenetic field is essentially these realms. So within the physical body, our bioelectrical ability to connect these systems of the chakra, to clear the systems of the chakra, are to connect to the solar system, which are to connect to the morphogenetic field. The morphogenetic field is what brings you into your form. It's the instruction manual that brings into form your physical vessel and everything, all the agreements that you have chosen to experience in this lifetime. So it's through that genetic information that you begin to refine and access your higher parts of you through the morphogenetic field, through your chakra system. We have to activate the chakras of the higher bodies now. You know how to do the 7 chakras of your body, 9, 12, 13 chakras of the body, which directly correlate to the planets of this solar system, the 9 planets of the solar system, and then begin to enter into other solar systems that we are connected to through this morphogenetic field. It's a bioelectric plasma field. So the universe, okay, and this is it's going to be new science that's going to come out more now, but in reality, the universe is like a liquid substance. It's more like a plasma. Okay, this is why everything is this bioelectrical structure. Through the morphogenetic field, we are intercommunicating with the universe through this liquid plasma-like substance. Your DNA, which is plasma, communicating with these higher realms. The way that you bring this plasma into conductivity is through the rotation of vortex systems. And we are intercommunicating these bioelectrical charges that charge, hopefully through the heart center, through the alchemical transmutation of your heart into coherence. Why is coherence so important? Because your coherence is the portal way into this morphogenetic field, which connects you to the all. What happens when you activate your 7th and your 8th chakra? You connect to the DNA of the earth, the morphogenetic field of the earth. When you activate your 8th, your 9th, and your 10th, you're connecting to the morphogenetic field of this solar system, which are portal ways into your ancestral and interdimensional aspects. When you activate the 11th and the 12th, you're tuning into these higher dimensional realms, all within the matrix. This is all, so this holographic matrix, the vibrational frequency of our history within the matrix can withstand 13 dimensional layers of frequency. Above that, we begin to enter into the morphogenetic field of this solar system galaxies, and the collection of galaxies that we are in resonance with, which are all encoded in our DNA, which we are all ancestors and descendants of these genetic creations as a form of evolution through consciousness and the refinement through the body. So every single one of these interconnected systems are like a web within the plasma of bioelectricity that through the charges of our heart center can connect with. Your job is to activate your body, to bring your body into a Merkaba state so that you can begin to access these dimensional realms. The Merkaba is based on the Fibonacci sequence, the numerical symmetry of coming into order in the body. The entire universe is organized by this numerical sequence. So to get familiarized with this sequence is to be one with nature, because this is where we begin to encounter the ability to access higher dimensional frequency ranges.
Geraldine, just a few more minutes left.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So just to end this, essentially what we are cultivating in our physical body, okay, is the light body. Integrate body, mind, and soul is the access into these higher dimensions. And when you create this Merkaba light body in your body, when you're creating a life or when you're creating anything, you are healing the human race, you are healing the planet Earth, and you also know how to discern what is the best for the collective. So this is exactly what we are trying to create here. It is a very powerful position that you can bring yourself into as a universal citizen of co-creation. So my invitation to you is to begin to work with these systems of your body. Activate the 7th and the 8th chakra. Within the 7th and the 8th chakra, when you close your first 3 chakras and open your heart, your throat, and your third eye, you begin to invert the vortex in your body to turn into the Merkaba light body. You disconnect your leaking centrifugal energy into a centripetal spin, in which, as you activate your heart for unconditional love, you unify to create that implosion within you of alchemical transmutation. You transmute all fear into love within your physical vessel. And the activation of the 7th and the 8th is the ability to manifest into this physical realm. And it pulls data from infinite potential source, and it pulls data from all of your DNA, which holds the information that we talked about in today's presentation. So my invitation to you, my loves, is to sit in meditation as much as possible in order to bring stillness into the body, in order for you to cultivate gray matter in your brain. Where did you guys go? Can't find it. In order, let me stop screen share. In order for you to cultivate this incredible ascension system and communicate and unite with these interdimensional aspects of yourself so that you can evolve into these universal systems of co-creation. Because our function here is to create. And the ability to create and the refinement of that creation tool is actually one of the most powerful tools that you have available to you. So I will end there. Yes, if you are interested in working with me, either with a hypnotherapy or DNA reprogramming, you can visit my website at geraldineorozco.com. And I also have tons of free content, and I go deep into these concepts on my YouTube channel. Right now I'm hosting a 30-day challenge into understanding death and rebirth, which is extremely important for this year. So I think we're on day 10th today, so check out the challenge on my channel, Geraldine Orozco. And then, we are doing an incredible panel with Neil on Portal to Ascension, and I'm so sorry. Let me just refresh my memory what the theme was of that.
I can pull it up here.
Beloved Neil, yes, if you can, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you see it?
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah. So for this presentation, I actually made a very, very special presentation that I've been working on for about 6 months, and it's a lot of research. But what we're going to take a look at is essentially looking at the genetics behind the hybridization program. And a lot of people that are in the hybridization program believe that we are being abducted and utilized and manipulated for a negative agenda. And I will say that some of the hybridization program is very parasitic. But the problem and the truth is that we are creators, and our DNA, the alchemization of that DNA, makes you the most powerful above any parasite that exists in your own subconscious mind. So we're going to go deep into the mechanics of that, how to actually do that, using alchemy, using transmutation, and connecting with your unified self in the lucid realms. So I'm very excited to have this presentation with you guys and to dive deep into that.
Amazing. And are you saying that within this presentation, we're going to kind of be able to rewrite contracts so that no one can be a victim, if you will, to a parasitic hybridization?
That's exactly the point of this, as is really the true empowerment of yourself as a soul in all dimensional realms. And that's really what my purpose is in my work, is to empower you as a human in your navigation as soon as possible, because that's what it's about. It's the mastery of that navigation in all dimensions. So yeah, thank you so much. It was such an honor to be here with you. It's such a pleasure.
Thank you, Geraldine. And we have a few minutes. He's still not here yet, but John, go ahead. You have a comment?
Okay, Geraldine, I think that was the most complex that I've ever heard. Just tracking you and following you. It's like a whole course. Just so you know, I have to go back and actually break it down because you covered so much. But I'm getting that we can actually create our own hybridization programs. Is that?
Well, in a way, yeah, thank you so much, Joan. In a way, we are, but the problem is that we're so unconscious of what we have been doing in these simultaneous worlds and realms that we don't understand the power that we have in creating healing for this planet Earth. And it's the same with the children that we bring into this world. We can provide healing with them. We can heal them. We can heal ourselves and essentially pull forward humanity through our own ascension. And it doesn't really necessarily mean that we sit down and teach them, but it's through our vessel and through the cultivation of our frequency that we create healing for the collective. And that's kind of the dynamic that we need to understand. We are transmuting the agendas of negative hybridization that has been done on this planet for many generations through the cleaning of our own genetic information through ourselves. That's essentially the refinement that we play, the potential.
It seems like that's why we hear this phrase, hurt people. And when you're going back in your genetic lineage, with this generation, it seems like everybody's saying, stop, I'm not going to continue that forward. And that seems to be the goal, is to stop the repeated patterns and the history that came down through our lineage. And I mean, there's so much evidence of that, you know, that we repeat those patterns, but this seems to be the time, and everything's pointing to that, to work on ourselves, heal ourselves, and heal the world. Thank you for bringing that forward. Geraldine, do you see, I don't know if you can see this, but these comments in the chat just, they just penetrate my heart, because they're saying, wow, mind blown. Thank you so much, Geraldine. I'm grateful for your deep wisdom. You are one amazing teacher. There's people saying, oh my gosh, I want to be her student. What an enlightening presentation. I could listen to her for hours. Ditto, ditto. You know, constant, every one I'm reading, absolutely awesome presentation. What a privilege it's been to hear you speak. Thank you, Geraldine. So many of the people in the chat were just really uplifted and inspired. Thank you, Geraldine.
It's wonderful. Thank you so much. It's so beautiful to hear that.
We're all going to study your replay.
Yes, we want to. It's so complex.
With Geraldine, with everybody that we did it. If you really want to learn from Geraldine, contact her, and and she can do a session with you and work with you. But we also did this 2-day retreat with Geraldine.
Oh yeah.
How many hours did you do a day? Was it like 4 or 5 hours a day?
Yes. It's a lot of information. It's really great information, and my whole point is to make it as practical and something that you can embody. And I know that in this presentation might have been a lot of information, but if you go to my channel, I explain deeply the process of embodiment, because that's so. I love what you mentioned earlier. Michelle, you were talking about, how this year is really about that. And so the 8-year being this karmic cycle, this is the focus. So if you want to focus on one thing this year, is end those karmic cycles, end them with you. So that 9-year that we go into, this era of 9, is a new beginning for humanity. And it will be, just as a general, for the collective. So we're going to be going through major movements and changes collectively. And that's why I'm doing this challenge of life and death. We have to learn to be okay with death, with the death of our own old self, with the death of parts of us that we hold on to as protection mechanisms, even our own personalities, in order to become everything and nothing simultaneously. That's kind of what we're moving towards. And the more we do that, we become everything. So I really hope to share, and I'm here to be of service. Connect with me. Happy to answer, and thank you so much. It's been an honor.
The universal paradox, right? To be everything and nothing at the same time.
Yeah.
Geraldine.
It sounds like a quote from the movie Lucy.
Oh, really? Does she say that? That film is fantastic.
Geraldine, I joined a little bit late today. I'm sorry, but I loved your presentation. And what I took from you at the end, especially, you said coherence, self-unification, universal unification, and what I hear is oneness, completion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
I like completion.
I like that you ask you ask as the question so that we can answer it. Are you a creator of separation or unity? Do you create from love, or do you create from fear? It simplified it so much by just taking a moment to just take in that, with all the other information there. And then we just you simplified it down to just that, asking ourselves those questions. And I do want to give you so much credit, Geraldine, that you are so graceful in the way that you're always so kind, always being filled with gratitude for everyone here. Your essence is so authentic. And I know that it must be overwhelming for you at times with the influx of people that want a piece of you after you do presentations and all of that. I want to send you so much love and appreciation and gratitude for how you're handling that, navigating that. I know that's probably a little bit overwhelming with how many people want to contact you after these presentations.
Oh, thank you, Michelle. Yes. But I'm hoping in this year to do a lot more group events, actually. So because, there's just a lot of information, and there's only such limited time. But the thing is to teach you how to do the work yourself. So all this information resonates with you because you're remembering things, that when I trigger memories in you, and that's also an activation, right? So it's important for you to become your connection to your source and your vessel so that you can channel this information. And don't take my word for it. You have to experience it on your own. And sometimes you're going to even discover new, completely different things than what I'm saying that are a puzzle piece to this collective. So it's great to be of service and to share what I know with you, to hopefully empower you to do the same. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Geraldine, actually, I don't, if you have to go somewhere, I understand. But
no.
Our next guest is running late. He accidentally locked himself out, so Locksmith is coming.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So he'll be here in a couple of minutes. But I want to ask this question. It's been so long. I've heard so much ever since I got into this. I forget who it was, but it might have been Dolores Cannon. But whoever it was speaking about how, I think it was Dolores, that a lot of bloodlines of races on Earth, like specific races, was the Jew people from the Abrahamic religions, when it comes to Indians and all of this, that specific soul groups and certain stars would incarnate into specific beings. And the reference that was for the Jewish people was that the Arcturian soul group was incarnating specifically into that lineage. And then after the first atomic bomb was dropped, a few laws were changed on Earth. And one of the laws that were changed was that instead of being able to come into one different race, if generally as an ET being, that you were allowed to incarnate into any race because it was a call to action to come down to Earth. I don't know if you've ever heard of something like that, or if you can elaborate on it.
No, I haven't. But from my perspective, what I see is that this universe has such a powerful intelligence to it. So it's an organic. I see it as an organism, really, of consciousness. And the more you connect with nature, the more you begin to see these kinds of patterns in nature. Nature has a form of intelligence that self-organizes itself in order to create the highest outcome for those systems. And so I see the same in our human race. Our human race is a self-organizing system of intelligence that chooses the souls collectively that are going to be incarnating every generation. And those souls are designed, interconnected with many systems. As I mentioned, the portals to other genetic codes through our DNA. And so as those souls incarnate into the planet, if they wake up consciousness to that extent, they have incredible potential. But as they wake up consciousness, they organically pull forward humanity. So I feel that there is some kind of a self-organizing system to how souls are organized, not just in our planet, but many other planets that are also hybridizing. Because when I connect to Pleiadian hybridization programs, many of these hybrids are also kept on board craft. In order to be genetically modified in some way, and not in a nefarious way necessarily, but those souls are, in their essence of consciousness, they are evolving and processing information in those realms of pre-birth state. And so they're kind of placeholders for genetic information that connect them to all of the beings that have participated in their creation. So I feel that there's I guess my answer to that is that there's a self-organizing mechanism that's natural beyond the immediate events that can happen on the planet. This system of bringing a soul is way more intelligent than limited to those events, because we're talking about many different races participating to pull evolution forward simultaneously in many different dimensions and races at the same time. This is what I see.
So there's a whole complex system going on that's so intricate. It's like the hardest algorithm to ever crack. And that the human mind can't probably even fathom it because it's multidimensional.
Yeah, but I think our brains and our as we cultivate gray matter through meditation, as we cultivate the transmutation abilities in our body, we can process more of this incredible substantial information because it's just bands of frequency. And so, as you know, ET beings, they communicate in universes. This is something that I hear from every contactee. And so that perspective requires you to shift beyond this immediate myopic vision of just the human perspective into a universal perspective. And I think we're headed in that direction. We're becoming universal multidimensional organisms.
Yeah. Geraldine, touching upon transition and reincarnation, my mother passed in January of 2020. And after she passed, I started seeing these visions of circles and rings. And this poem came through me, if I may share it with you. The path of great beauty in so many things, from atoms to galaxies, circles and rings, natural wisdom that dwells there within, from naught to 360, that magical spin. We circle each other in gravity's dance, as Gaia circles soul, the solar romance, as Luna circles us in life-giving motion, drawing the tides and inner emotion. And the age of the oak is found in its rings, as in woman and man and all living things. And when the rings stop and life comes to an end, we'll all circle back and dance once again.
Oh my God, I love that. Who is that by?
Me.
Oh my God, Victor, that is phenomenal. I hope you
Thank
share that with us. I see the
Absolutely.
universe exactly like that. Circles and spheres is the key to this universe. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Geraldine, thank you so much. I love you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Love you so much. Thank you so much.
Geraldine.
Thank you,
Take care.
Geraldine.
Blew it away today.
Out of the ballpark.
Right? That's what I was going to say. That was out of the ballpark.
Home run. Woo, boy.
Multiple ballparks.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I just love the comments that are coming in the chat.
Yeah.
You know, it really goes to show that when you tune in and feel someone's essence, she may be sharing a lot of stuff that hits us in our brain, but your heart really feels her heart.
Yes.
And I think
That's
that's
what I was saying in
important.
the intro too, about how when Geraldine, it's almost like a balance of right and left hemisphere. You're getting this information, but you're getting it wrapped up in this frequency of love.
Totally. And she just
Very
she
advanced.
proves it over and over and over again. She shows up. She's so consistent. I really appreciate that. And I love seeing some of our other speakers in the chat too. I think I saw Bridget Renee in the chat.
Yeah, she's there.
She loves those questions about, are we creating from love or fear or separation?
And just to let everyone know, before we started this conference, we had a whole day of panels: Galactic Origins panel, Ascension panel, Experience panel, youtube.com/portal to ascension. And Geraldine was the only one that could make it for the Galactic Origins panel. So it's actually an hour and a half conversation with her about galactic origins and DNA. So if you're interested in looking at that, you know, kind of like what we were doing before we actually went into this event, tune into the channel.
Can you tell us, Neil, I've been telling people if they wanted to catch the replays that they have a little bit of time to go back and look at them on the YouTube, and then you're going to take them down and put them on the website. How much time are you giving people to go back and look at that?
So you only have up until Wednesday to look at the replays on YouTube, because they're going to be added to our website by Wednesday. So everybody who signed up for the event, you will get an email today, tomorrow, or the next day with different things, replay information about speakers, upcoming things with some of the speakers that are going to be that you've experienced. And then you're going to have to log in. So everybody who has signed up here, you either already have a username and password. Well, all of you have username and password. So if you don't know it, you just click forgot password. You'll get your details. You log in, and it'll be the first event there. So you can watch that, and that will be up by Wednesday.
Good.
And that's for anyone who registered, but there are some people that are just watching. I saw in the chat, somebody said that they just opened up YouTube and Portal to Ascension's Ultimate Star Beings was there, and they said, oh, well, I guess I'll watch this. And then they were blown away. This was somebody completely new. No, I don't think he had ever been to any of these. Oh
yeah, a lot of people are finding this right now. So if you are on YouTube or any other social platforms, the way to get access to the replays for this event and or join us in the live webinar room is go to portaltoascension.org and upcoming events, and it's the first event there. And you can sign up, join in, and you have unlimited replay access for this event, and also 3,000 hours of other presentations, because everyone who signs up on our website gets many, many presentations for free that we've been doing, so you can tune in that way.
And everyone, go to the PayPal site and exchange the energy that you've received from this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful presentation, because this information is universal, it's heartfelt, it's heart-centered, and it's something you won't get anyplace else. And support Neil in this process, please.
This is what we've heard many people talking about, the energy of the new commerce, where Neil has been so generous with all of us here and said, I'm going to offer this for free and by donation. But it's our donations to Neil that help propel us forward to create more content. And that really does feel like New Earth.
Yeah, definitely. And as I said earlier, Michelle, like this topic is so important. Like, you know, I did a few free UFO disclosure events because it's so important to expose the hidden secrets and the lies, right? I did that. And then I realized, like, well, now the next level of importance is to move away from the secrets and that they lied to us, to the solutions, you know, to the messages from the stars. And that's really what this is about. And that's the theme that I want for myself, my personal life this year, you know, and for what we're creating on Portal to Ascension.
Yeah, we notice that where we place our focus, that energy attracts what we're focused on. And so we've asked that question with a lot of the information that's floating around, the movies that are being played right now, the movies that people are revisiting. You know, when we focus on a dystopian future, that's what we're going to get. So why would we want to focus on that? We want to focus on the utopian future that all of us are co-creating in this now moment. Thank you for your vision, Neil. Thank you. Thank you for bringing all of us together in this beautiful container.
Thank you. It's been really fun.
It has been.
All right, so it's time to get into our next guest. So, Joan, you want to go ahead and bring Matthew on?
I shall. You were able to get into your house, by the way. That's a good thing to do your presentation. But Matthew John is an internationally recognized spiritual teacher, intuitive psychic medium, trance channeler, intuitive astrologer, a starseed guide, an energy healer, a medical intuitive, a speaker, and spiritual life coach. He works with angels, archangels, ascended masters, and galactics as a gifted intuitive, wisdom channeler, trance channel, and a transmitter of healing frequencies. Matthew has been on a 14-plus year awakening journey. His powerful and effective teachings and healings are a product of many intense awakening experiences, deeply human ordeals, and tens of thousands of hours of study. He receives clear guidance from his guides, which he shares with his followers and clients. He specializes in helping others heal their childhood and past life traumas, and can read people's life plan from a soul perspective, and is an activator and a mentor for starseeds and those looking to accelerate their spiritual development. And as a Syrian, Blue Avian, Orion, and Andromedan starseed, Matthew is intimately familiar with the mission of starseeds here on Earth and guides his clients and followers to connect with their starseed essence as they align with their specific divine service work on the planet. Matthew has an innate ability to see the big picture, and he assists his clients to transform. And he resides. Where do you reside? In Wisconsin, did I see?
No, New York, Western New York.
Western New York. What was the W word? Welcome, Matthew.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. Yeah. Thank you so much.
We're happy to see you. We're really looking forward to your intergalactic perspective.
I am too.
Good.
My landlord had to break in, so but it worked. We're good. We're on the air.
All right, so new headline: Starseed breaks into home to do presentation on starseeds.
It's that important. It's literally that important that I bring you this information. That yes, we had to break in.
I love it. Okay, are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go. Yeah.
I'll just take myself out. Okay. Well, welcome.
Okay, everyone. Yes, I am Matthew John. Welcome to Discover Your Star Origins. Welcome to day 4 of Portal to Ascension. This has been such a wonderful conference. I've been enjoying watching all the speakers and all the wonderful hosts. What a great job Neil is doing putting this together. So I'm so grateful to be on. And I'm absolutely thrilled to bring you my presentation on discovering your star origin. So a little bit about me first. I know, Joan, you did I'm sorry, Michelle, just a wonderful job of, introducing me. But a little bit of my path when it comes to discovering my own star origins, right? I grew up, I would say, a pretty normal kid, as normal as I could be. I mean, my mom tells me that when I was younger, I absolutely was obsessed with looking at the stars, with looking at the moon, and the man on the moon when I was 3 years old, driving the car seat in the back seat. But other than that, my father was an atheist. My mother was more into the New Age stuff. That's where I got these New Age genes from my mother. But, I was an atheist myself, like for most of my teenage years, my 20s. And I really thought that, anything religious, I thought that anything spiritual was really silly. I thought all my mom's oracle cards and books and, and crystal music and all that was really pretty silly. And everything changed for me very unexpectedly in my 20s. I was in a place in my life where, again, being an atheist, I thought that life was just about trying to have fun, trying to make the best of it, trying to make money, trying to, be, I guess, as happy as you can as being a human being. And I had a very unexpected psychedelic experience when I had ingested some psilocybin mushrooms. But for me, back in my early 20s in Buffalo, New York, what were mushrooms for? They were to have a good time on a Friday night, right? Along with a few Labatt Blues or Molsons for those of you that are watching the Bills game now and, familiar with Western New York, right? So for me, it was just kind of a party thing. But on one kind of fateful Friday night in September in Buffalo, New York, I had ingested some mushrooms and I felt a way. I remember being in a bar and I felt in a way that I had never felt before. And I was like, whoa, this is different. I can't be here anymore. And I left the bar and I just started wandering the streets. Those of you that know, I believe this was around UB South Campus. It was that area. And I just started wandering through the streets of Buffalo. And then I just started feeling, not that I was wandering, but I was actually being led. And it was the weirdest feeling. I was like, 22 years old. I never experienced anything like this before. And I said, you know what? Okay. And I kept being led. It was almost as if there was like a string on my heart and it was pulling me, right? And I found myself being led to some weird wooded area behind a bar, the least spiritual place you could ever imagine. The weirdest place you could ever think of for someone to have a spiritual awakening. And it was a circle. There was a tarp where it looked like homeless people had been. There was a bunch of beer cans, looked like teenagers had been there partying. And I was pushed to the ground by this force far greater than me. And as I lay on my back, looking up at the trees around me, all of a sudden, all of the trees around me, every corner of every leaf had like a golden globe, like a golden ornament. And in each of these golden ornaments, there were these little people waving at me. And I felt overcome with this orgasmic bliss. I wrote down this term and I'll never forget it. I told my mom the experience after, that it was like a cosmic orgasm, that 10,000 times more powerful than any physical orgasm. I couldn't move. I was so overcome with pleasure. And as I looked into the trees, and again, every corner of every leaf, there was like this golden globe. There was a little being there waving at me in each of these. And there were hundreds of these. And I recognized in that moment that, whoa, these are different versions of myself. And I felt that in that moment, some of these versions of self were from other lifetimes on Earth. But also in that moment, I felt that some of these versions of myself were actually beings from other planets. And I was like, whoa. And that changed my life in the most incredible way. I never turned back. After that, I had no interest in kind of being a part of normal society anymore. I had no interest in, just kind of what I was interested in before, which again, just trying to, be as happy as I can as a human and make enough money and all that, and find a partner. I became obsessed after that experience I had with figuring out what it was about, right? What happened, and okay, in that moment my atheism dissolved, right? And I knew that there's something much greater. Like I'd really in that moment been in touch with the universe, right? And so I wanted to discover, okay, what are past lives like, and how do they affect me in the current moment? What are lives, these off-planet lives, right? What are these lives that I've had on other planets? How's that even possible, right? Because it seems so weird. Like, really, I can actually come from another planet to here? What, right? So I became obsessed with figuring out all of this. Fast forward a couple years, I had another experience that, again, I have to thank. It was LSD this time, and it was the day after. And those of you that have ever done a psychedelic for spiritual purpose, right? There's this kind of hangover period, a day or a couple days after, where you feel really like aligned, right? So I was in this place of like alignment and in this place of feeling really connected. And I was at a public library because I was traveling, and I was just perusing the internet. I don't know for what. And I came across some random like GeoCities style 1998, circa 1998-esque website that was about starseeds. And I never heard the term before that day. And I looked down the list of like some of the descriptions of starseeds, right? And when I came across Sirius or in Syrians, I stopped. And I'm like, that's me. And I didn't know how I knew it in that moment. I just knew that in that moment I was feeling very connected, right? I was feeling very elevated. And I just knew it. I just knew that that was me, right? So that was the first piece for me. Later on, I had a visit from, I was in my parents' home, and I came out of the shower and I turned around, and behind me, there was a blue avian extraterrestrial. And I know if I was on any other network other than this network or Alan's network or Jones network or, Jeff Mars network, people would, think I'm mental, right? But there was a blue avian ET behind me. He was in his astral form. He was about 8 feet tall, giant wings, and he was just looking at me. And I felt that feeling again of just being overcome by bliss, right? And I knew in that moment, oh my God, this is why I've always been obsessed with airplanes. Like when I was, 5 years old, like, my mom and I would always travel to see relatives, and we would, always get to visit the cockpit, right? Back in the day, you could bring your kids up in the cockpit. I would be just amazed at all the controls and everything, right? They give you the little wings. I realized why I always like dreamed about being a bird, right? And why even to this day, I'm obsessed with, birds. I feed the birds like consistently. I make sure my birds are always fed, right? In my yard. And okay, and then that was that piece. And then another piece a few years later, I started to research the Orion Wars, right? Which I think, we talked a little bit about in this conference. And I realized then, I'm like, wow, this is another piece. I've been there. I just knew that I was there in the Orion Wars. I didn't know how I knew. I just knew that somewhere here, I was in the Orion Wars, right? And so I knew that was another piece. And then the Andromeda Galaxy, when I started learning about the nature of the Andromeda Galaxy and how the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way galaxy are actually on this collision course to become a super galaxy, I was like, oh my God, I actually have been there too, right? So that was my journey in discovering my star origins, and I want to help you discover your star origins. So let's do a little presentation. Going to click present, right? Share screen. And we're going to share, find the right window.
Best way to do it, Matthew, is share entire screen.
Okay.
And then select the screen.
Bring it up on my end.
Yep.
Okay, let's do that. So share entire screen, share, and then
got it. So,
got it. Okay, thank you. All right, so discovering your star origins. Okay, a little bit about the difference between Earth seeds and star seeds, because there absolutely is a difference. Okay, not everyone is a star seed. You know, it's very likely that most people, or maybe even all people that are watching this call, are star seeds, right? Watching this this conference, but there's probably a few of you that are Earth seeds. The difference being, an Earth seed, the other term for an Earth seed is an organic consciousness, and an organic consciousness is a soul that originated in the Earth realm, was donated from the planetary consciousness of Earth itself. Earth is a conscious being. Just as a woman, an Earth woman, can give birth to a brand new human, Earth herself can give birth to a brand new soul. How fascinating is that? Any planet that is at the requisite frequency can give birth to a brand new soul. Any star system can give birth to a brand new soul. Any galaxy can give birth to a brand new soul. So if you are an Earth seed, it means your soul was born essentially here in the Earth realm. Your soul then elevated through the vibrations, through the dimensions. Okay. You went through, just as the Hindus teach us, you went through a journey as an Earth seed of being, different types of plants, different types of animals, different types of, and the animal kingdom is so diverse, right? Especially on Earth. Think of the difference between the life lessons and the types of experiences that a mosquito can have, right? A mosquito's life mission is to go around and I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. Right. Versus an elephant. Right. I was watching a video on social media last night of an elephant at the San Diego Zoo that they were taking around to show all the other animals. And the elephant was, fascinated with exuberance at the seals. Right. And it's like, that's a very high level of consciousness to be able to do that. So, if you're an Earth seed, you have many different incarnations as an animal. Eventually, you make it up to the third density where you get to experience being a human. Okay, as a star seed, and from there, you do continue on in your ascension journey to the fourth density and above, right? Just as star seeds do. As a star seed, you come as a fractal from somewhere else. You come as a fractal from another planet or another star system or another galaxy. Again, a new soul can be created from any of those, but you have already ascended to a very high level. You've already ascended to a very, very high level in these, from wherever you came from. And from there, you have reached such a high level, and we would categorize this in my model as sixth density or above. Sixth density or above, you've reached the requisite level where you're able to what's called fractalize. To be able to fractalize, you're basically, it's another type of spiritual birth. Again, just as a woman can give birth to a new being, an animal can give birth, right? A salmon can lay eggs that are fertilized, right? That become, it's another type of birth where essentially as a soul, you're creating a mini-me soul, right? Remember the Austin Powers movies, Mini-Me, right? Right? Think of it like that. You're creating a mini-me soul and you're sending it somewhere else with focus and intention. We have such power. These places we come from in the stars, right? We have such power. Because we're able to draw upon the entire collective. If you're sixth density, you're drawing upon the entire collective of a planet. If you're eighth density, you're drawing upon the entire collective of a star system. If you're 10th density, you're drawing upon the entire collective of a galaxy, right? You're drawing upon that immense amount of energy. I mean, think about how much energy the sun has to power this entire planet, right? It's an innumerable, unfathomable amount of energy. And you're able to draw upon all that energy to create what's called a fractal. That fractal, you can can then direct with focused intention to somewhere, whether it's on Earth or whether it's Alpha Centauri. And in general, as a starseed, you are downstepping, right? Meaning, for example, the oldest part of my soul, as I understand it, would be from the Andromeda Galaxy. So that old elder part of my soul, or my galactic consciousness that comes, and this is one of the things I do for you, or any of you that have already had readings with me or know me, and I've done this for you. You know, with my clients, I give them kind of a visual diagram of, okay, your soul began here, then it went here, then it went here, then it went here. Because there's different levels to our galactic conscious, to our galactic soul. So I came from the Andromeda Galaxy originally. I came to Sirius, right? From Sirius, that's kind of my hub in the Milky Way. I also wanted to have experiences as a Blue Avian, experiences as an Orion, and then, of course, on Earth. So I downstepped twice. I downstepped from, my understanding at least, I downstepped from the Andromeda Galaxy to come to Sirius. I downstepped again to go from Sirius to Earth. Every time you downstep, think of it as if you're turning your radio dial, right? Victor, I'm sure you're listening, you know this, like, you know, WFAN, you know, 660 Sports Radio 66 WFAN, you know, on your radio dial, right? Or whatever. You know better than me, Victor. So you're turning your radio dial down, right? To down step your frequency, because we have to match the baseline frequency of the place we're going. Okay, of the time space envelope that we're going. Time is dependent on space. So whichever planet or whichever star system that you are intending to go to, there's a certain frequency. Again, it's like a radio station. It's like Earth is Earth would be at the very low end of the probably of the AM spectrum. You know, what's the first one? 570, right, or 560, right? Whereas, you know, think about you know, the higher places we're coming from is like Sirius XM, right? You know, you're coming from Sirius XM channel 334 and you're downstepping all the way to Earth. It's like all the way at the low end of the AM dial, right? So you have to, and that's why as starseeds, we feel lost. We feel like this is not really our home. We feel like all of the bullshit on this planet, all the war, all the greed, all the corruption, right? We don't get it intuitively. We're just like, I don't, this doesn't feel right. I feel like there's something greater than we're just like pretending here. Well, that's because you are. Because you come from a place where, you know, if you come from the Pleiades or Sirius or Arcturus, etc., there's no war, there's no greed, there's no health issues, there's no corruption, there's none of this stuff, right, that we experience here. One exception is those that are Orion starseeds like myself that were a part of the Orion Wars. There may have been an intention, there was an intention from your soul to experience that aspect of the galactic games where negative draconian beings were going around conquering, right? And you, for whatever reason, wanted to be a part of that, okay? And actually, interestingly enough, a lot of all Orion starseeds I've ever seen have decided to incarnate in at least one or two lifetimes on Earth where they're part of an army and they're kind of playing the roles of the bad guys, actually. They're playing the roles of the bad guys because they, and also then, you know, I remember my first past life regression, which happened shortly after I had this experience that I, you know, when told you about at the top of the hour here, top of my talk, you know, shortly after that, I had my first past life regression, and I was in Kazakhstan and in like ancient Mongolian times, and my village was raided. My village was raided by, you know, it was a different ethnic group, and they just wanted to eliminate all of us, and they pretty much did, right? You know, I saw my parents in that life just being maimed essentially in front of me. And that's like the Orion part of me that wanted to experience that. And then the Orion part of me, you know, was like a gangster in New Jersey in another life. And, you know, there was probably another military life or something like that. But I wanted to experience the other side. So as an Orion being, you're going to want to experience both sides of like war, deceit, corruption, and sometimes even genocide in certain lives, right? Anyways, there's a specific reason why you pick the lifetimes you do on Earth, and a lot of it does have to do with your experience, your karma as a star being, okay, as a galactic being. Why do many Milky Way star seeds? Yeah, okay, can you be from more than one place? Absolutely. And I would say about, I've been focusing this topic as one of my two main areas of research for the past decade. The other main area of research is the soul plan. And I also like to see how they, as I was talking about, how they kind of intertwine. About half of people I found are from one place, and about half are from many places. Okay. Why many Milky Way star seeds originate from the Andromeda Galaxy? Why many star seeds originate from the Andromeda Galaxy? Well, the reason being is because the galaxies are on this collision course to merge with one another. Okay. To merge with one another and become a super galaxy. It's the next step in the Milky Way's evolution. It's the next step in the Andromeda Galaxy's evolution to merge completely together. Because of that, a large portion of beings in the Milky Way are actually the soul. Your soul originates from the Andromeda Galaxy. Star seeds and soul groups. You might have heard that most Earth beings, if not all, have a soul group of 12. And on another level, that is you. You are your soul, but you're also the soul group. And those of you that are the light workers and awakenings and star seeds, a lot of you basically are on the leading edge of your soul group. You're the ones pushing the soul group forward. You're pushing the evolution of the soul group forward, right? And in general, star seeds, okay, want to conglomerate, group into these soul groups of 12. But and a lot of times, almost always really, the other beings in your group are going to be beings from other you've known from off planet, essentially. Like, okay, maybe my dad, maybe, I don't know, maybe we knew each other on Sirius, or other people in my soul group, maybe we know each other from Sirius, right? But not all of them. Some of them will, you'll not have had off planet experiences with, and it's just there's a certain resonance. Soul groups are based off of resonance, which is why like attracts like. So star seeds attract other star seeds in the soul group, and Earth seeds generally will group with other Earth seeds. I'm not going to go into abductions and sightings because we actually talked about that on the Experiencer panel on Thursday, January 11th, right here on these channels. So go back and watch that. It was Victor, Craig, and I, and Neil. So I'm not going to talk about that in this talk. We will talk about different types of benevolent ETs. Can you be a starseed from a malevolent ET group? It's a fascinating topic. My understanding is actually no. If you're a reptilian starseed, you're from one of the positive reptilian groups. There are no true gray starseeds in, I believe it's people misunderstanding the grays for the Zeta Reticuli. Okay, I talked about Earth seeds and star seeds. Okay, the densities. This is adapted from the channel work of my very good friend Todd Deviney. Okay, Todd Deviney. You can go and if you want to check out his books, they're called Expansion for Ascending Consciousness, also on my YouTube channel. This will be good motivation for me to repost. YouTube took down the first epic 3-hour collaboration between Todd and I for, I don't know, what they thought we were talking about the pandemic or something, right? But I'm going to repost that. This will be good motivation for me to repost that now that you guys are seeing this. So the second one is up there, though. I'll be creative. I'll post it under a different name. Anyways, this is adapted from his work. He's a dear friend of mine. I love him to death. First density, I talked about single-celled. Here's it works more clearly. First density, single-cell microbial life. Second density, plants and animals. Third density, more advanced animals. Again, larger frontal lobe. Think your dogs, your cats, your gorillas, your monkeys, your giraffes, etc. 4th through 6th densities, increasing levels of merging with the planetary consciousness. Where we go right now, where are we at on the planet? You might want to think we're in the 5th dimension. We're not. We're in the 3rd. We're in the 3rd density and dimension, right? We're heading towards the 4th density / 5th dimension. The fourth density and the fifth dimension are the same thing. We're headed there. We're on our way, right? And you can also break down the densities into octaves. Okay, you can break them down into like musical octaves, 3.1, 3.2 through 3.7. All right, as a planet, we're still probably at that 3.1, 3.2 range. Fast forward 10 years from now, we might be 3.4, 3.5. Fast forward 30, 40 years, maybe we'll be at 3.6 and getting ready to go into the next density itself, the fourth, right? At the fourth density, it is it's a true service to other consciousness. It's a true separation consciousness is the marker of the third density. I'm a person, you're a different person, you're a different person. We're all trying to get ours. We're all trying to compete for resources. That's the marker of the third density, third dimension, right? The fourth density, fifth dimension is that I am you, you are me, and we're all in this together. Let's operate as one planetary body. And you can see, right now we're in a place where governments don't necessarily do what is really good for the people, do they? Well, you get to the fourth density now, because we're all operating from this consciousness of I am you, you are me, and we're all in this together. So let's all do what's best for each other. Well, all of a sudden, governments then have transformed into for the people, truly for the people, right? But we're not there quite yet. Fifth density is then going to be an ascended version of the fourth density, where a more ascended version of the fourth, where actually now you have a holographic body instead of a physical. Fourth density, you're still physical. Okay. Fifth density, you might appear physical, but you're holographic in nature. You have no organs. Okay. Sixth density is a planetary consciousness. Okay. At that point, you're both an individual and the collective. At any point, you can either take, at any point in time, you can either take the perspective of the individual or of the planetary collective itself, or both simultaneously. Seventh density is a more ascended planetary consciousness. Eighth density is system consciousness. Ninth density, a more ascended system consciousness. 10th density is galactic consciousness. 12th density is universal consciousness. And who knows what's beyond that? You know, as we've been told, the answer to the universe is 42. Maybe 42 is beyond that, right? Okay, toroidal field. What is a toroidal field? At the third density above, okay, this is not your aura. It's a different model, okay? You have developed a toroidal field. You begin as a single photon, a single, if I stop sharing for just 1 second. Okay, a single, so I can see what I'm actually showing you guys. You begin as a single photon of light, okay? Then you attract the second photon of light. Those two photons start to spin around each other. Those photons separate, okay? And each go on in their individual paths. That's what a twin flame is. But a twin flame is different in the third density. That's a third density twin flame. When it comes to, if you come from outside of Earth, you've already re-merged. You've already merged again with your twin flame aspect. And a starseed twin flame, just FYI for those that are curious about this, is actually, it's another soul. Whereas essentially from the origins as Earthseed, twin flame is the same soul. So that one separates into two, okay? Then each one starts to magnetically attract more photons around it, okay, until you get this photonic field. That photonic field grows and grows. Think about cells, like, under a microscope, all conglomerating together. That's what it's like, right? Eventually, enough photons conglomerate together where you actually then develop what's called a toroidal field, where there's an empty column in the middle, and then up the photons go up and around and underneath, and it's a self-perpetuating field. Okay, and again, credit to my good friend Todd for all those wonderful visuals. Let me go back to sharing, present, share screen, yes. Entire screen. Yes. Okay. Go back to the slides. There we go. Okay. What does it feel like to fractalize? Whoa. What an amazing experience, right? Some have seen it as going through a portal. seems like a conscious spiritual process that requires a lot of training. So what I was shown many times is like a vision of me being on Sirius, like basically in this theater, in this amphitheater, and there was a teacher in front that was presenting, like, you know, here we're using this ancient technology, right? I've got a green screen, and I don't even want to pay Microsoft, so I'm using, you know, Office Libra, right, the free version, you know, because F Microsoft. But anyways, I saw a vision of like, okay, you know, I'm in this theater, and on the stage, there's this teacher presenting, like using holographic models, like 3D holographic models, like R2D2 was trying to show Princess Leia, right? And you know, he kept messing up, and you know, I think if Leia would have just hit him harder, would have. Well, it was Leia and it was the young Obi-Wan, right? They were trying to get the R2D2 to work so they could show. I got to watch Star Wars again, but that's what I saw. It was like this holographic projection, and they were teaching us, they were training us, preparing us how to be starseeds, like how to go to a different planet, and we all had kind of like information in front of us. Again, not like this ancient technology here where we have an iPad. It was like this holographic piece of technology with all these images and information about Earth itself that we were kind of looking at as we got prepared to go to whichever planet we were going to go to. Like the woman next to me wasn't going to go to Earth; she was going to go somewhere else, right, in the Milky Way. So we get trained to do it because it's a very difficult process. And you know, why do we like feel so lost as starseeds here? Because we miss home. Part of it is missing home, right? We look to the stars, and we, you know, why do you think I'm so obsessed with the stars? Like we look to the stars and we're like, wow, it feels so much more comfortable there than here, right? Because we're on an away team journey. Remember in Star Trek, you know, they beam down, you know, on the away team, right? And then, you know, Scotty, you know, right? That's what it's like. We're on this away mission, so of course we miss home, and so it's not easy to come from Sirius or to come from Pleiades or Arcturus, etc., and come here. This is a very cold, you know, emotionally cold overall, a very war-torn, a very sick, you know, disease-ridden, you know, polluted planet, if we're being honest, right? So it's not easy to come here. But why do we come here? We come here for a couple of reasons. We come here because we want to experience what it's like to be in duality. So we're coming from places where we've overcome the need for disease karmically. We've overcome the need for war karmically. We've overcome the need for, you know, any lower vibrational experiences of fear or of abandonment or of conflict. We've overcome all that. And we're living basically in this blissful state. So we want to come back to Earth in order to rediscover, re-experience what this is all about, what it's like to be in the third dimension, because it actually adds a tremendous amount of we could call it value, or we could call it a kind of a frequency upgrade to our galactic soul to successfully complete a mission. Think of it as a mission, again, like the away team in Star Trek, to successfully complete a mission of coming to a lower vibrational planet and evolving. It's like, think about, you know, when you go into a pool, right? When I was a kid, I'd sit in the pool on the buoys and I'd kind of, you know, float back and forth. It was the funnest thing to like kind of ride, you know, but you push one of the buoys in the pool, you know, separating the deep end from the shallow end. Well, what happens as soon as you let go of your, you know, the buoy with your hand, it pops back up. Okay. That's what it's like vibrationally, where when we're fractalizing, we're intentionally pushing ourselves down. Okay. Intentionally pushing ourselves down to a lower vibration. And then we let go and we see what journey our soul now that's on Earth takes us to vibrationally ascend again. And at first, the journey is going to take us through this experience of balancing karmas, experiencing positive and negative karmic experiences, right? Some lifetimes where we hurt others, some lifetimes where we're hurt by others, some lifetimes where we're very spiritual, some lifetimes where we're very material. And the whole gamut. You know, there are our souls, whether we're star seeds or earth seeds, want to experience all 12 sides of the zodiac wheel and both light and dark aspects of the zodiac wheel over and over and over again. Okay. So we want to experience what it's like, but eventually we want to rise back up to the surface and then poof, pop back up. Okay. Reasons we come to Earth: to experience duality and novel experience. That's what I was talking about. Okay. And also to contribute to the planetary ascension here as an act of service, because the Milky Way herself has said it's time for the entire galaxy to essentially ascend vibrationally. It's time. Okay. The experiment of negative, you know, this virus, we could say, of negative consciousness, which are the, you know, draconian reptilian beings that are essentially the root cause of all the problems on planet Earth. Okay. It's not just here, but they've run amok throughout the galaxy, causing not only Orion wars, but literally every problem in the galaxy. And the Milky Way herself, the consciousness of the Milky Way, the enlightened being that she is, has said, okay, that was a fun experiment, but enough's enough. And she said that every planet throughout her galaxy has to ascend now. So that's why starseeds by the millions are coming to Earth. I believe that every child being born now is a starseed. I don't know if that's 100%, but it's probably close. Because this is the time, it's the starseeds that are pushing the planetary ascension forward. Okay. We're the leaders, and the new generations are, you know, why do you think the new generations are naturally so technologically inclined? Right. Well, yeah, they grew up with iPhones, but also these are starseeds. These are starseeds coming from places of higher technology. Right. So that's it's out of service to bring your codes, energy, knowledge, memories from your home realm here to assist in the planetary ascension as an act of service, and to transmit information about Earth back to your home realm, which is especially for those less common starseeds. So those starseeds that I find when I do my starseed discovery sessions that come from other galaxies, for example, so often, or really less common, less common star origin places in the Milky Way, that they're transmitting information about what Earth is like back to their home planet. And no matter where you're from as a starseed, you're transmitting codes from your place into the Earth grid. So it's this two-way street. Okay. Let's go over a few benevolent ETs. The Pleiadians. Okay. Might have heard of them. They come from the 7 Pleiadian sisters in Taurus, right? What do they look like? They're tall, fair skin, blonde, silver white hair, piercing blue eyes. Like if you ever saw a Pleiadian in the street, it would be unmistakable, because you would just see these piercing blue eyes that would like stare into your soul essentially. And you would just know that this is not an Earth being, right? They're friendly, they're loving, they're welcoming on their planets. They have these very tight-knit communities, okay? They are really into community farming and schooling. They like living in Earth homes. There's some cities, they eat fruits and nutrition drinks. They live a very long time. They step into a new regenerated body halfway through, okay? And they have a conscious death experience. For Earth, they've helped to direct souls towards Earth from Orion's belt. They've saved people from the Atlantean catastrophe. They were a big part of that. And souls that, you know, had chosen to not basically go down with the ship when the Atlantean catastrophe took place, and actually to be, elevated to somewhere else. The Pleiadians were part of that. They managed the Mount Shasta portal. I can't wait to go there with my group in May and say hi to the Pleiadians and the Telosians. They oversee the Akashic records for this part of the galaxy, but my understanding is not the whole galaxy. They work through channelers. This might be what they look like. Okay. Not might be. It's pretty close. The only thing is, usually we see an emblem. Like when I take people on the regression journeys, usually we see some sort of emblem on there. Starseeds, Pleiadian starseeds are healers. Type 1 indigos, which are the grid workers, they're interested in exploring romance, sex and relationships, family dynamics, and addictions. Okay. For a very specific reason, every single Pleiadian starseed that's a woman that I've ever encountered in this current ascension life. She grew up in a family where she was misunderstood, and she attracted innumerable narcissistic men into her life. Why? Because she's meant to bring the Pleiadian divine feminine frequency to Earth and imprint it in the grid. And through the experience of dealing with the shadow masculine, the dark masculine, that's what challenges her to do that. Okay. It's a little different for Pleiadian men, although a lot of Pleiadian men are gay in their essential life for the same reason. And a lot of them also have to experience kind of a similar thing where they're, you know, forced to face like narcissistic men, maybe a narcissistic controlling father. Okay. Syrians, that's me. C'est moi. Where they come from, Sirius A and B, or Sirius C, which is quite an interesting thing, which I would love to talk about sometime on one of these platforms. Sirius C is a fascinating story because you can't see it, but it's there, right? What do they look like? They're tall, they're blue, they're turquoise, they're green skin, no hair, green or golden eyes or turquoise eyes, wearing gowns. They're beautiful, but they're blue, and they have no hair. They usually wear jewels here, okay? Sometimes they wear a little crown with jewels on the top of their head. I'll never forget, I was, when I lived in Brazil, I was a fardado at in Santo Daime, and it was a concentration, and those of you that know Santo Daime know what I'm talking about. And at the end of the concentration, my friend Michael from England, he turned to me, and we were both in that, post ayahuasca afterglow, and he's like, Matt, I saw you as this giant, beautiful blue being, like 7 feet tall. I'm like, yeah, that's me. That's my Syrian self, Mike. Their planets are these intricate, crowded cities. They build all their buildings out of the most beautiful crystal. And they enjoy wonderful community potlucks. They love humor and comedy. Why do you think I think I'm funny? A good portion of you out there do think I'm funny. Those of you that are coming to the Conscious Life Expo, you might see me perform stand-up comedy. We shall see. You might. Wink, wink. So I think I'm funny. But anyways, all Syrians think we're funny, and a lot of us actually are funny. A lot of comedians are Syrians. A lot of actors are Syrians. Why? Because that's that Sirius is very associated with the Leo consciousness. Okay. And they like to teach their children, actually, on their planet, the stories of their people, the stories of the galaxy through comedy and through drama as well. Okay. So that's why a lot of Syrian starseeds are goofy and funny. Okay. What do they do for Earth? They built the pyramids. We talked about that on Thursday. They keep a blockade around the planet. Okay. There's lots of contracts and galactic laws that explain why there is why they're not coming in and basically removing the reptilians from the planet, okay, and just kicking them out. There's a reason why. The reason is because it would tinker with our karma in a negative way, in a way that would reverberate and actually it would leave like a long-lasting negative karmic imprint on us as a human collective if they were to interfere too much. The Pleiadians made the mistake of interfering too much in Atlantean times, and it backfired. So none of the benevolent ETs are actually directly tinkering with Earth affairs. They're protecting the Earth from further infiltration. That is allowed by the Galactic Federation, okay, and the councils. The Syrians are in charge of that. The Syrians have a blockade around Earth to protect the Earth from any further infiltration from negative beings. Okay, they transmit energy through crystal deposits. They work through channelers like myself. I direct channel the Syrians. They are incarnated and involved with whales and dolphins. Starseeds are like, again, they're funny, or they think they're funny, right? They're attracted to water. I am obsessed with water. I love water. I love being by the water. I love being in the water. Okay. I don't think it's a mistake. Like, I had that spiritual awakening coming out of the shower with the blue avian, right? I have my best ideas come to me in the shower. So Sirians are very attracted to water. I don't know if Alan's on, but I was trying to convince him that he's a Sirian, and I believe he very well could be. And he's like, oh my God, yeah, I do love water. I do love blue, right? The color blue. We're very attracted to the color blue as well, and also working with crystals. Arcturians come from the Bootes constellation, okay? The star Arcturus, or around there. Okay, they're short people, they're blue or purple, no hair, black eyes, okay? The Sirians have like kind of bigger, like blue eyes. The Arcturians look similar, except they've got these like black eyes. They're stern, they're logical. Their planets are these intricately gridded cities with sacred geometry, very crowded usually. They also have a lot of space stations, and a lot of people on the starseed regression sessions have actually seen themselves not going to an Arcturian planet per se, but actually to a space station. They don't need to consume anything physical except under special circumstances. They help to protect sacred wisdom on the planet, and they work through channelers. What starseeds are like? They're cerebral, intelligent, analytical. They're good with math and science. Orion beings I talked a little bit about. They come from Orion's belt. They look very human. Okay. So very similar to Earth, except they have more environmentally friendly technologies. Starseed Orions are very investigative, truth seekers, and honest. It's very scorpionic vibration. Blue avians, of course, look like big blue birds. They're friendly, loving, welcoming, and humorous. On their planets, they generally have tropical planets. They live in giant tree houses. They eat these giant worms, bugs, and leaves. They're just really wonderful beings. They grow colors on their wings through accumulating experience and wisdom. And what they do for Earth, they're involved with ancient Egypt, Thoth. Okay, Thoth is a blue avian. And starseeds are very innovative, focus on birds, and enjoy air travel. Okay, blue avians are very creative and innovative. I think this is a really accurate AI drawing of a blue avian. Lyrans. Lyrans come from Lyra. They look like humans with lion or cat heads. And there's also more like human-looking Lyrans. They're friendly, loving, welcoming, humorous, down to earth. What's it like on their planet? Similar to Earth with more advanced, environmentally friendly technology. They love food. Okay, Lyran starseeds usually love cooking, love exploring different cuisines from around the planet, and they love just food in general. They love exploring culture through food. They're involved with human DNA and cats and working through channelers. Okay, starseeds are very earthy, enjoy the five senses. I think this is a pretty accurate representation of a Lyran. Mantis. Mantis beings look like these big praying mantises. Sometimes people are afraid of them or think they're like negative beings, but they're really loving, caring, and wise. They live in these beautiful huts amongst nature, a very simple life. They send healing vibrations through sound frequencies of parts of the galaxy through holographic pools. And the starseeds are very creative. They're very into sound and music, offbeat, bringing uniqueness to the world. This is a decent, I think, representation. They don't look that mean, though. They look very nice. Vegans, I'm just going to run through these very quickly, and we're going to wrap up and send it to Flo. But Vegans are from the Vega star, okay? The Yael, which we talked a little bit about on Thursday's panel, go back and watch that, all right? They're the ones that did the Phoenix Lights, and they're the ones that are going to really welcome us to the Galactic Federation when the time is right. The Zeta Reticulans, again, these are the ones that people mistake for Greys, okay? They look exactly like Greys, big bulbous heads. They have bigger heads than the negative Greys, but they're very friendly. They're just very unemotional, so that's why people mistake them. Cassiopeians come from the Cassiopeia constellation, very tall humans, okay, similar to Pleiadian in a lot of ways, animal lovers. The tall whites are like 10 feet tall, very angelic looking, and they're very empathic. Okay, and then these are some other possibilities. I'm not going to go through these, but Antarians. If you're from the Andromeda Galaxy originally, as a lot of Milky Way starseeds are, there's literally a trillion or more stars in the Andromeda Galaxy. Okay, you could be from any quadrant, any rim of the Andromeda Galaxy. But these are some other ones: Sasani, Mintakian, Yargans, Venusians, Martians, Meldekians, Polarians, Hadarians, and Alpha Centaurians. And that is my presentation on discovering your star origins. All right.
Absolutely astounding, Matthew. Very appreciative. So much information.
Thank you.
you know, from your awakening with the mushrooms to where you are now and some of the information you gave. I love when you talked about that every child born now is a starseed.
I believe so. I believe. By the way, sorry if I called you Michelle before. I
got
we
over
met
it.
in Vegas. I saw you. I don't know if we actually got to say hi. I think we might have met.
I don't know either, but you know what? Michelle's gorgeous. You could call me Michelle anytime.
Okay. One and the same.
Yeah, no. So this was great, Matthew. I put in the chat what your website is. I love the name of it.
Super easy. You are a divinehuman.org. You are a divinehuman.org. Yep.
I love that. And do you have any upcoming events you want to tell people about?
Yeah, I'll be at the Conscious Life Expo, like a lot of us will be. Yeah. So we'll see you there. And you know, I'm doing a talk similar to this, but you know, with some new stuff as well. That's Sunday, February 11th at 7 p.m. Pacific. And also, as I said, you know, come see the talent show. You'll see me there as well. And I also am going to be in Denver at the Body, Mind, Spirit, March 15th through 17th, and March 16th at 6 p.m. I'm doing a talk there. And you know, look at my website for all my New York City as well. New York City, February 16th, Friday night. I'm flying directly from LA to New York, right? So February 16th, 6 p.m. at Quest NYC Bookstore, which is the New York Theosophical Society. So those are my upcoming appearances. And then we've got retreats and all sorts of stuff. Just go to my website for all that stuff.
And that's amazing. That's outstanding. I'll see you at Conscious Life Expo. Come by and see my booth, because I have all sorts of interdimensional beings and spaces. So as an intuitive, I'd love to have your perspective on it.
Yeah, I would love it. I'll have a booth there as well. I'm doing everything. I'm running around doing everything. So I also have a booth on the lower level. So anyone that's there.
Well, I'm upstairs on the mezzanine right next to Jimmy Church.
Perfect.
But so thank you so much, Matthew.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And we will see you next year. We're going to be bringing up Tamara next. And there she is. Oh my God, our angel Tamara.
It's so good to see you. And my gosh, was Matthew, he blew me away. And I'm finally glad he cleared up. The Syrians are funny, because I think I'm funny. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not, but I am goofy. So I'm so glad I am Syrian that he did correct that, because Syrians aren't always serious.
Right. No, they have a very unique, they love to play. And you're pretty Syrian. I could see many aspects. You know, it's interesting. As I'm listening to the speakers, I don't know if it's my inner sight or whatever, but now I see your Syrian nature. I mean, to me, you suddenly look Syrian. I hadn't, but I wasn't as aware. Oh yeah, look at her, guys. Pure Syrian commander. Absolutely. Right. Now I see it. And I bet if we had a camera on everyone watching, we'd be seeing them more into their true self too. So I think you're going to be introducing someone.
Yes, I'm super excited. Last time we did the it was the Atlantis program, and I was the speaker, and I really kind of came out big time then. I was like, I'm just going to let it all hang out. And the other person that I was really surprised, because you never know with these things, it's so fascinating what you learn, is Flo Karuna, when he did his Atlantis presentation, was so much like me. I mean, the way he spoke, his Atlantean language, and the presentation was not the same, but was similar in flavor. And so I'm really excited to present him and bring him on, because I definitely feel like that he is a star brother. So our next presenter is Flo Karuna. Yay. And he is a planetary guardian and visionary creator who has dedicated his life to his spiritual awakening and the empowerment of others. Flo's spiritual journey began with an instant awakening on a crowded downtown city street that opened him up to ethereal sensitivity and psychic powers overnight. I'd like to hear that story. As a messenger for the Great Spirit and devoted servant of Mother Earth, he has traveled the world, engaging in grid work, planetary service, and working with ancient sites and honoring the ancestors before him from the earthly and universal perspective. His natural ability to be plugged into the Akashic has led to his creations such as the Palladian Oracle deck, which I have, Delirian Oracle deck, Masters of Light board game, as well as the upcoming book Mermaids of Atlantis. Wow, I'd like to be in that. That would be awesome. If not, I'm going to get it. It's Atlantis and mermaids are my thing. Flo is also the founder of starcodes.com, and it's a large community. Now it's grown, so it was 70-something thousand. Now it's 98,000 star seeds. Good for you. That's awesome. Dedicating to empowering and bring forth galactic knowledge into his collection. He is a down-to-earth soul. He seeks to loosen up spirituality while integrating higher dimensional codes into the Earth's realm to be of service to this new Earth. And I thank you for that. If you want to find out more about him, we're going to bring him on. That is star-codes.com. I'll put it in the chat. And Flo, my brother, I am so thrilled to meet you. You're such a beautiful soul. I was just shocked that you and I have such a background together.
Sure. Wow. That was powerful.
You're powerful, and you bring together, much like Neil Gar in Portal to Ascension, you bring together star seeds. And I think that already is operating in the 5D, where you're trying to bring together that unity consciousness and bring these together that have a message to others to wake up and remember where you're from. And you're doing that. And I appreciate that so much.
Thank you. I'm honored in the depths of my heart and soul to be here, be with such a beautiful sister. I feel your Syrian vibes. I feel a lot coming. Actually, I feel a lot of Alpha Centauri also in your field. Have you ever connected to that place?
It's funny. It's come up. I've had a lot of things come up I've done a lot of past life regression, and now I can kind of do it automatically, but I connect to all of them. I've been Arcturian, Palladian, but the Syrians, I kind of represent the Syrian nation along with others here. For some reason, I see a lot of Syrian ships, but we're all connected to all different races. We've been around for eons.
Yes, exactly. It's just, that's the beauty of consciousness. We get to experience everything. And it's interesting how sometimes we could focus too much. I mean, I don't think people here, but in general, in the human side, we could focus too much on like the tangible, but we've been everything, which is beautiful.
Absolutely everything. And tapping it, it's been a real challenge. Speaking, I mean, it's exciting, don't get me wrong, with Portal to Ascension, because it's having me dive deep into those dark recessed areas of memories on other lifetimes and on other planets. And there's some, they always say the greatest journey you'll ever have is the journey of self. And that's so where we find all those goodies are in there if we're just willing to look. Well, we've been all things, and we are definitely connected. And I really honor what you're doing. I can't wait to hear what you have to say today. So if you want to get started, I'm excited.
Thank you. Well, welcome everybody. I'm glad some people recognize me in the chat. I'm honored to be here in this beautiful space and working here with Portal to Ascension, who are doing such amazing planetary work. I really want to thank all the organizers, Neil, Michelle, and all the other beings that I'm unaware of who have made this a reality. And at Star Codes, we do a lot of conferences too. So I know the bandwidth and energy needed to put on something of this spectacle, let alone 4 days. Oh my, that's amazing. So just giving my bows to each and every one of you, all you beautiful souls who are present today. So in preparation for today's talk, so sometimes they're like, hey, you need to plan a presentation. You got to get those slides ready. And then other times they tell me the complete opposite, where do not plan and allow for the spirit to flow through. And I believe when we weave with planning and the plan beyond the plan that we just surrender into, we enter into some sort of flow state. I'm not trying to mention my name, but the greater flow, the flow state, what athletes have talked about, that poets, artists, entertainers, these beings that enter this flow state just seem to be dialed into the present moment. And I'm currently here in Encinitas, California, by Paramahansa Yogananda's Self-Realization Fellowship Gardens. And as you enter Encinitas, there's this big billboard that says the present is the gift. So I've been seeing those words, the present is the gift. And I'm grateful to be in the present right now with all of you lovely souls. So have a general sense of where we're going to go today. And it's probably going to be a topic that's a little taboo in our society, but we are in the year of authenticity, baby. It's 2024, and there's no more time to pretend and not be yourself. It's the time for us to reveal and heal. And before I jump into our conversation today, I've been really exploring the topic of authenticity, and I've realized when every single human taps into their authentic self, all the mysteries of creation come to the surface, because we are holding the story of creation in our being. And all those cycles where we withheld information to appease society, appease leaders, we were withholding the truth. So your authenticity is a sword of truth, where you open up the veils for humanity to really receive. And this has been my commitment to myself, and it's been very liberating, family. If you're not doing it, I highly suggest it. Your true people come to you. You no longer have to dial down on your authenticity, your energy, your frequency, because the grids are ready. Can you feel it? This planet's like buzzing right now. 2024, we have completely entered into some sort of dimensional gateway. And at least from my intuitive awareness, what I feel is the ley lines, the grid works, the nervous system of Pachamama has shifted into a sort of fiber optic cable, where maybe in the past we had like a dial-up, just metaphorically connecting with the internet. So now I feel like these crystalline fiber optic cables of consciousness that are everywhere, and we're allowed to embody these dimensional codes and not have that resistance as we did in the past cycle. So congratulations to each and every one of you for making it here to this optimal time on Mother Earth, and this time for you to fully receive everything you deserve and to embody your soul mission. So I just want to honor you all, family, seriously, for making it to this point, because any soul who has been on this plane knows the feeling of going through the Earth journey. I don't care how advanced you are. You've gone through emotional cleansing. You've gone through ancestral clearing. You've gone through your psyche. You've gone through releasing the collective. Oh man, we have been trained. And what's funny is I feel like we're sort of enlightened janitors. That's been our training in this reality, to become an enlightened janitor that can clear all the craziness of the past cycle and open us up into this optimal time. So today, I'm going to be talking, as I mentioned, on a very taboo topic. And the topic will be sex, sexuality. For whatever reason, in this reality, we turn a blind eye from the gateway that took us into this realm, the ceremony that birthed us. And in order for us to understand ourselves, understand our human vessel, understand our creative powers, we must time to go into sexuality and sex and really unlock some enlightenment codes, some source codes that will give us insight. So the messages today are going to be channeled. They're going to be in the moment. I really don't like to say channel. I like to say oracle. They're going to be oracled. And I'm just going to put on some music just to get this going. So let's just share the screen. Okay, share audio, share a tab instead. Okay. Can you all hear that, family? Whoa. Okay, you know what? Forget about this.
We don't hear it, Flo.
No problem. We don't need music. We are living music. Okay, so let's all get comfortable. I'm sure you've been going on many journeys today, but this is going to be another journey, but it's going to be a journey of information from the masters. In particular, the master Yeshua, sometimes known as Jesus Christ, well, often known as, and Mary Magdalene. So my journey into sacred sexuality has been interesting. You know, growing up in this world and being exposed to so much toxic sexuality, I kind of lost my target on what exactly is this, right? The media, society tend to portray it in a way of pleasure only based. But as we go beyond simply that pleasure, we access a palette where this energy of sexuality, is Kundalini frequency, is a doorway to God and source. And in my experiences opening up this energy, I began to observe and experience in myself that to feel one's sexual energy it's almost like a superpower. It's a superpower that could access you to all of creation. So I'm going to let Master Christ come down while we all just relax. And let's just all take a deep inhale and exhale. Once again, deep inhale and exhale. And inviting you to open up your heart as these messages come down. And I will be relaying communication. Om Manayata Shiamanata Manashiata. Beloved family, when we enter into the energetical frequency of sexuality from its divine level, we find there is a residue of light that is embedded into every human and being on this planet. The act of sexuality is very deep, and it involves a multi-dimensional connection between you and your beloved. So this is Flo talking, we are trained in this reality through society program that it's simply a physical act. But in actuality, you have many energetical bodies, aura bodies. And in the act of sexuality, especially sacred sexuality, these auric bodies are interweaving. So what are these auric bodies that are interweaving And how does that relate to sacred sexuality? So as we feel the auric bodies on individuals, we find that there is a particular body that has all the codex of your ancestors interwoven. So firstly, this sacred sexuality is an exchange. Anyone that you exchange love with is an exchange of your ancestors' information, because the act of lovemaking was designed to procreate. This is why when we're born, we get the access way to the mother line and father line. Now we want to take it even a step further, because this is multi-dimensional sexuality. Another body, almost beyond the dimensional physical realms, is the Akasha body. Every soul has a sort of field around them that contains their past life and incarnational documentation. This is what we like to call the Akash body. And when you are making love to your beloved, the Akashic body is also interweaving. What this means is, similar to how our ancestors exchange information, the two individuals are actually exchanging soul information. And this is where we want to take the collective moving forward. When they're in the sacred ceremony of lovemaking, we want you to be aware of the multiple bodies of existence that are exchanging. And why this is so important, because to be consciously aware of your Akash body, whether by yourself or whether you're making love with your beloved, is to access a database of wisdom. And this is what we want humanity to start engaging in as our planetary vibration rises. Now, I want to be clear. When I speak on sacred sexuality, it's not just a physical act. It could also be an energetical act where you are in meditation, whether by yourself or another being, and you're just breathing together. And as you breathe together and make that act conscious, the Akashic body opens through the doorway of sacred sexuality, and your partner can begin to download mastery codes from your lifetimes, and you can download mastery codes from your partner's lifetimes. So do you see the importance of this act? The true act of sexuality is the doorway back to source. This is where it opens when you feel it. So I'm inviting you all just to feel into your root. And if there is trauma, because we've gone through so much on earth, just do what feels comfortable and take it easy. But we want to begin this process to shed light into this divine sexuality that has been misled by our societies. And as we, as starseeds, light beings, whatever you identify yourself with, as we access this sacred sexuality, we gain the access to recode all of planet Earth. For sexual energy is creation, creativity. So, in other words, behind the creativity and creation are source codes. This is where we want to guide humanity. We have unfortunately been manipulated by our past cycle that tried to downgrade our energy and make us see this act as simply a creation. As simply pleasure. But instead, we want you to open up fully. This is an opportunity for those present today. So let's begin. Let's all close our eyes. And like I said, only if you choose, because there's a lot in the field. And we want to begin this process by connecting to our sit bone at the coccyx muscle, the base of our spine. We're just going to start to do some light codes for those who are open to receive. Shiyamana Shyata, Shiyamanatya, Shiyamanata, Om Manaya, Om Manyata, Shiyamanata, Shiyata, Ayamanata, Om Manata Shya. We're sending the energy of the flowers to this part of your being. As these light codes come, visualize a flower slowly blossoming at the base of your spine. O Shata Shamanata, Shia Manata, Shambatata, O Manata, Shia Manata. Only opening to what you feel comfortable. You are your own master. O Shata Sha, O Manata Sha, Om. We are inviting you to own this energy at the base of your spine. Shia Manata Om. To take responsibility, sacred responsibility for this portal that rests within you. Shia Manata, Shia Manata, Manata. Om. Just feeling that vibration. And beginning to feel this area with love and compassion. Feeling your heart and seeing this part of your being as innocent. For reshaping the collective trance, for sexuality to be really perceived as the innocent nature it is. This is an innocent energy. Om Manata Shata, Shia Manata Manata, Shia Manata. Just feeling that. And this connecting here with that innocence might open up your inner child, because when we open and follow the sexual energy, we come back to our birth, because this is how we entered this reality. Shata Shamanata. Allow this energy to take you to your child self, your young self, your baby self. O Shatam Sham. And as you do this, let's begin to give gratitude to whoever brought us into this reality. Whether they're in our lives or not, let's connect to that energy. Feeling it as our gateway into Earth. And we're going to put a light portal in the quantum field of when you entered Earth. Shiamanatam. So there is no corruption or imposition on energy. We are rewiring the quantum narrative. O Sham, O Sham. Feel your young child, baby self, covered in divine light. Seeing us all shift into our young baby selves, being close to source. And as you get close to the source codes, inviting you to receive these source codes in your being. allowing these light codes to enter into your gut and go wherever they wish to go in your vessel. You are your own master. Shi Amanatam. And as these light codes begin to, of inner child, begin to integrate with your adult self, we want you to open up your current life energy body, opening the roots, opening the navel chakra, opening the solar plexus chakra, heart, throat. And as you're at the throat, feel your wings, your angel wings on your shoulders, opening up. Opening your pineal gland, third eye center. And opening your crown. Shifting us into the heavenly realms, where we entered the planet, where we came from. And I'm seeing a council of archangels that want us to journey up there if we choose. But they want to instill a divine innocence within all the participants. They are surrounding us. I see their harps. I see they're very big. And I see many of you are beginning to join us up here. And there's a guest speaker in these celestial realms. Master Yeshua. Master Yeshua sitting with us in a circle with a loving, compassionate twinkle in his eye. A deep love for your soul. A love that knows no bounds. A love that penetrates into all your truth. And this Master Yeshua is entering us into a collective Christ consciousness, where we are all part of this collective of teachers, guides, ascended masters. So the sermon is beginning from Yeshua. When you open your sexuality, you gain an ability to decode reality. You gain an ability to be multi-dimensional. God-loving source. Put the access codes to the heavenly realms at the base of your energetical spine. For he wanted, she wanted heaven to be on earth. And as we see from these celestial realms, we see this gateway of love making is the highest form of being one with God's source. We see this love making, this energy, as harnessing the creativity of the universe. There have been agendas on this plane, but as masters, which is all of you, We have to find our unique truth on concepts. Rather than being programmed, we must have the courage and bravery to explore through self-knowledge. And each and every one of you has this capability by following the energetical residues within your temple. And you will find, as you penetrate deep into your physical temple, even into the minute of minute atoms, that they all lead back to this portal of source. And this is your vehicle. You are a vehicle of consciousness. You are a vehicle of exploring realms. You are a vehicle of creating. You are a music instrument of the universe. From dimensional frequencies, you are radiating sound. Shiata. This is why flow speaks light language, for light language is the bridge to a deeper sensitivity to sound beyond the logical mind. O yata shata o manata shia manata shia. O shata manasha. Light language was designed for you to feel. Shia manata shata manata. O manasha shiata. To feel in your body the heavenly currents. To feel dimensional currents, for sound travels dimensionally in wave patterns, sacred geometrics. Oh, dear soul who hears me today, there's so much to expand into through the gateway of your sexual nature. Shiata mana. To reclaim your power, to reclaim the way for enlightened children to be born onto this plane through the vortex and portal that is you. Many of you have been looking for this grand source where it's been in you all along. Can you see now why these institutions corrupted this portal? For those who have access to this portal have access to who is incarnated on this realm. This is why Flow has chosen to serve this mission of sacred sexuality. This is the reclamation on planet Earth of a divine collective species. And it is imperative for you to sing to your body, sing to these gateways, and allow for the heavenly currents to flow through you and enter into your temple as this garden of Gaia was designed. Om Manashata. Mary Magdalene has entered the council. She is radiant. She is loving. She is motherly and very harmonized. She will speak now to all. She is in silence, and I'm waiting. Oh, so if you, this is Mary speaking, learn to look at your partner in silence. Learn to look at creation in silence. Silence and Tantra go hand in hand. For when a being is in silence, they receive. They give their heart energy, and a great love transpires energetically. You grow new flowers through your silence. You make love to all that is through silence. Can you receive the silence from Mary? In our ancient Egyptian mystery schools that I was part of, we would stare at a practitioner for hours on end to experience what Flo was talking about earlier in these subtle bodies around yourself. We would sense the mastery of the student by how they could handle the silence. Oftentimes, perhaps there was uncomfortability at the start. But after they got through the uncomfortability, a doorway began to open, a doorway of consciousness, a doorway of golden teachers and illuminated ones. We worked a lot with the elements in the mystery schools of Atlantis. Sexuality and elements go hand in hand, for creation is harnessing all the elements to birth. So in our Atlantean priestess schools, we would connect our sexual energy to, for example, candle flames, energetically, of course, water, air, earth, flora, and fauna. And this is our invitation to everybody here, is to bring your sexual nature out into the garden of Gaia. For the human was designed to make love outdoors in the cosmos. This is the missing piece we share to humanity. For they're showing me when one is outdoors, the stars begin to integrate with their physical temple. We have pores everywhere that are downloading the stars, the planets. This is why your birth chart is factual. The moment the child enters out into the universe, all the stars integrate with the child, setting the GPS of their life. So it has a powerful impact on the human, but it's a body impact. We need to be in the body to connect with the heavens, connect with the cosmos, connect with Ra, the sun, Shiamanata, and how Master Christ and Mary would make love is they would actually be conscious of the planets. They would be aware of the solar activity, the celestial activity, and form a conscious connection to birth children of God, goddess potential. This is what we are capable of birthing as enlightened beings. Oh. So that is enough on that. We're passing it back to Master Christ. What's called for right now in the field is further doorways of compassion and self-forgiveness to reign on the human nervous system that are carrying guilt, shame, for just simply existing and receiving the sexual energy. It is not shameful to be a sexual being. It's not guiltful to be a sexual being. They have used my name to manipulate this sacred act. And I can no longer stand for it watching the collective. To honor my Christ-likeness is for you to understand your own self-knowledge. And in that self-knowledge, you will find the truth of what this energy is. So they want me to talk about Kundalini. Okay. So Flo has been going through many Kundalini activations. And the more he rises it up his spine, the more he realizes it's like a supercomputer of consciousness. So the essence of Kundalini energy is communication. That's how I personally, wherever Kundalini goes, it absorbs whatever it touches. So since we are energetical beings, I have been directing my Kundalini to planets. I've been directing my Kundalini to galaxies and connecting in a bridge the Kundalini, this human vessel, to whatever you choose, downloaded me with packets of information. But it's different than a channeled receptivity. The channeled receptivity is more, it's hard to put in words, but I won't define what the channeled receptivity is. But when I connect my Kundalini to whatever you choose, it's an integrated in-body experience that activates past life mastery and your gifts that you were born onto in this incarnation. And this is what we came to do. We came to be living embodiments of the Christ. And I want to be clear, just because I speak this way doesn't mean I'm like some perfect being. I go through all my processes like anybody else. However, these glimpses are providing the doorway to who we are as a species. And that is our destiny. So let's just breathe that in the heart space. Let's begin to feel our masculine and feminine integrating in our heart space. So within your temple, you have a masculine and feminine. You have your ancestry line from your mother. You have your ancestry line from your father. And sometimes these channels can be at war with each other because they're so unique and distinct. But this is a blessing in disguise because these unique channels from our ancestors came to learn from each other and came to harmonize with each other. And what you can do is when you're in meditation, you can ask your feminine side what it needs from the masculine. You ask your masculine side what it needs from the feminine. And this inner peace can begin within you. This will magnetize your sacred union, your sacred relationship. But the true tantric work, it's not about just physical sex, which is obviously a piece of the puzzle. It's, to me, it's about the union within ourselves. And this is the opportunity. And when these masculine and feminine unionize in ourselves, we become living broadcasters of creativity. For these are like the lock and the key. The lock and the key opens dimensional fields and all is possible. So I'm gonna read some of these messages, and I wasn't paying attention, but I hope you're getting something like that. And okay. So it assisted me with taking the judgment off. Forgiveness of my mom, love, sex, strong Scorpion energy, forgiveness of self, ancestral membership to forgive my mother's side of the family. I love that. That's beautiful. I too have worked a lot with forgiving my mother's side. So I'm just being told to share my authentic truth. So my ancestry is from India, originally Persian, but we were in India for many generations. And oftentimes my ancestors were super sexually suppressed, especially from the feminine side. So there was so much conversation, healing, journaling necessary for me to be even having this conversation today, right? Okay, so we have from Michelle Anderson. I so deeply appreciate the way Flo brings this information through and doesn't only make it about an act between two people. I have witnessed many sexual predators using spirituality to gain access to others' energy fields. How perfect is it that we learn to bring the Kundalini energy up within self? I'm honored to hear that message. So it's dangerous for me as a man to be having this conversation this time, but I'm in service to spirit. That's all I care about. If people are going to label, judge, so be it. But I'm so thankful to be serving this energy where humanity has been completely asleep on, and we've been flooded with pornography, etc. Let's see what else we got here. Union within ourselves sounds righteous and correct to me. Absolutely. So I've actually married myself many times in ceremony. I've went to a sacred. It's interesting because one day I was wearing all white, and they're like, "Hey, you need to go to the woods, Flo." I'm like, "All right." So I went to the woods, and they're like, "You need to marry yourself, marry your feminine ancestors, and marry your masculine ancestors, and be the Shiva Shakti within yourself." So I literally did a wedding ceremony for myself in the woods. It was actually between these two large old growth trees in British Columbia that I would meditate by frequently and get information from. And it was very healing. Okay. Anybody else? My father's love for sex went so far that he really didn't care what happened to children. I'm sorry to hear that thing. I know. So I've been to Landmark course many years ago. And in Landmark, you really get to see what humanity is going through, and it seemed like 80% of the traumas that were coming to the surface were really intense family sexual abuse. And I was shocked when I was in Landmark. It's like, so maybe there's a room of 100 people, and at least 40 people were sharing like their experience of being raped, abused by family members, or something happened at a young age. And I feel we have to bring this to the surface, even though it might be messy. This is what's happening in our plane. And to me, it's just about the future children that want to come to our earth. And we're doing it for our future children, and we're doing it for ourselves. So anybody have any other questions? I'm just curious. We're going to feel like I want to vibe with you guys a little. Hello, Joan.
Yes. Hello.
Hey, Michelle.
Hey, you have more time.
Perfect. Michelle, you're on.
I was on mute, and Neil put me up, and I wasn't even ready to be put up. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm glad you didn't see. I was behind the scenes, but I've been watching the chat. I've been really feeling where this is going. And when I had you on Awakening Code Radio last week, you talked about this is something that's really close to your heart. And we had such a deep talk about you and why you're being led here. And I have talked to so many people that really are hungry for this, what you're bringing through, because you're bringing it through with the innocence and the purity of kind of like a childlike's heart, where I really appreciated how you brought us back to being little babies and children, because many of us, and I wouldn't want to venture the number, and guess how many of us have been sexually abused as children. But as I flow through the world and talk with people and am honest, candid about my own experiences, Neil and I have had talks about this. Neil has been very open about his own experiences in this area. We realize this is a collective trauma. And when Geraldine was talking about healing that family lineage and breaking the cycle, this is what pops up for me. that there is a cycle that is going on. And we wonder why so many of us maybe got turned on to porn when we were teenagers or younger. And a lot of us, that's how we learned to do sex. We didn't know the way it was truly meant to be experienced. And I really, really can't emphasize enough the beauty of you sharing that it doesn't have to be between a man and a woman, and that you're doing this within the masculine and feminine within yourself. I think that's so important. And the marriage, that's true Hieros Gamos right there, is marrying those aspects within ourselves before we go into relations with other people and exchange DNA and codes that way, in my opinion. This is just my personal opinion. I'm sure that the rest of our panelists here will have a lot to speak about, but it does bring up a lot, and a lot of tears for a lot of people in the room. There were some women or some people that were triggered. And I thank you to the audience here, the family who have been holding every person in this chat in a warm embrace, a very pure container. It was important to me to kind of watch what was happening there, because sometimes it can get distorted, but I really feel that everybody here is being so supportive with this exchange of energy.
Flo, I didn't expect it to go this way, but what you did is I think that you made this topic safe, and the fact that you talked about something controversial, because so many star seeds I've talked to have suffered abuse, and much of it is sexual abuse, including the men. I have, and I don't think it's anything we should be ashamed of, especially if you're a child. I mean, you're a child. And that's something that you can break. You can break it through lineage lines, and you can forgive them and do healing work over that, and to release them. Because you think, what kind of a twisted person would it be to have to do that to a little child, right? But the fact is, this is a normal part of life. And I think in our society today, you see such negative things on it. The island. I won't say a whole lot because we're live, and all the things that are going on that are negative. When in reality, this is a normal thing. And I love how you brought in Christ, because you made it so soft and sweet. And he's definitely one of my number one teachers. There's such a softness and a sweetness and a gentleness about his presence to bring in that. And that's how we should look at it, as like we do everything else, like gratitude and a celebration. And we should dare not ever think of it as dirty. But society has twisted what sexuality is, and they're trying to reframe that for us, and we should not allow that.
Absolutely.
Right.
To me, it's the baseline for entering this planet.
Mm-hmm.
And if our perception on the baseline to enter our planet is skewed, literally everything is impacted.
Wow.
Amen.
It's almost
So
like,
true.
the original sin, right, in Catholicism. It's almost like it's become so taboo that the form of us being created has been given this kind of original sin energy to it, shame from the beginning. And as Michelle said, we spoke about this before. I just had somebody on the podcast recently, and we're speaking again about hurt people. And it's like, how far back do you go for the original person that got wounded, right? And it's like, what happens a lot of times with abuse, especially with child abuse, is that the person who gets abused gets stunted at that age. And they're always looking for something in order to replenish the innocence of that age, right? And as we know, within this reality, you either have the opportunity to become a master of your traumas or a victim of it. And so a lot of people, become the victim of it, and then they become the perpetuator. The victim becomes the perpetuator, and it's a continuing cycle. So it's just like, how do we rehabilitate society? How do we see people as everybody as innocent children that's been hurt? How do we also hold people accountable for what's happened? And realizing that our sexual energy is the reason why it's distorted is because it's the gateway to the divine, And so it's been stunted for those reasons.
That's true.
Isn't creational energy the highest form of energy on the planet?
Yeah, it's creation.
It is.
Joan.
There's
So many
like
creations.
Sorry.
That's okay. So many things that are creative and uplifting, you know, education, sexuality, consciousness have been denigrated. And we're not falling for it anymore. That's kind of what I'm seeing. Because I'm looking back to the night I was conceived, as we're talking, and it was HELL. It wasn't a great experience for my mother, my father, or me. And I wasn't born into a happy family that really wanted me. Nor do we have happy teachers that really want to teach. And so our experience has to be really rebooted based on this information, that everything has to be sacred now. Everything has to really be uplifted to ceremonial for us.
Flo, wonderful.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Joan.
Go ahead. I'm done.
Flo, wonderful to meet you. Thank you so much for your courage and your sharing and your wisdom. As an interfaith minister, I've done many weddings, and one of the things that I do when I work with couples is I encourage them to marry themselves first, to find within them the wholeness, the completion of that masculine and feminine energy, and then bring that forward into their relationship. And it makes a tremendous difference. And thank you for sharing that wisdom.
That's beautiful, Victor.
That's so
wow, you're
beautiful.
such ahead of the curve. Look at you. Next level, Victor. Oh my gosh. You know, I want to make a comment to kind of lighten things up, but it's still on point, and I know we got to wrap up. But, you know, I've really gotten into the whole rave scene. I've always been into music and arts, creativity and art stuff. And what I notice is when you go to festivals or things like that, how people interact versus 20 years ago. And it used to be that it was okay to be like, hey, how are you doing? And to show, like, if they're interested, fine. If they're not, fine. But to be playful or sexual. And now people are scared to death to talk to one another. I just watch crowds. I just sit and so I watch them. I could see, okay, this group of guys really interested in these two. And they won't approach them. And I'm like, this is what society has done. And they've demasculated men of being men. And I'm like, just be a dude. There'll be one lone guy who's not even attractive. He'll go up to the girls and he'll win the day because he had the guts. But they've made it where that sexuality is a dirty word when it used to be like a sweet little innocent patter between, you know, the sexes or whatnot. Now I don't even see that. Everybody's all freaked out to talk. Then that's not right. It's like a high school dance.
It's like the pendulum swung too far the other way when we started doing all this. You know, Flo and Neil and I have had conversations about this individually, about where we sit. And Flo, I appreciated in Las Vegas what you shared with me. We were in the Velvet Lounge, and you lost your courage to talk to a girl. You wanted to. And then you were like, darn, I didn't do it, you know? And I could feel what was going on inside of you because you wanted to have the courage to talk to her. And I just wanted to encourage you to let go of that block and take the leap. And because you were interested in somebody, you know, and I think we're just having to relearn right now. This is a time of relearning. And what was it? Someone said, dare to be different. I think it was Raquel was talking about, was it her? I don't want to misquote. It was her. Dare to be different, you know, and come back and share those things.
And for women, there's nothing wrong with women today or anytime approaching a man that you find a spiritual or any type of connection with, and approaching them first. I have the blessing of having been married to a woman now who came to me because she found that the message that I was delivering was something that resonated with her. So initially, I was a quick story. She was the editor-in-chief of Playgirl magazine, and she left. And she left there. And she left there and went to work. And she went to work for other places. But then she became an interfaith minister. That's how we met, through interfaith ministry. And she kept smiling at me. And I said to someone, "Who is this woman who keeps smiling at me?" And they said, "Well, she's the former editor-in-chief of Playgirl magazine." I said, "She's not looking at me." Little did I know. Little did I know that my prior partner, who was also in the school with me, who graduated with me, was passing away from cancer. And little did I know, I was honoring her in my speech at the ordination ceremony. And this planted the seed. My current wife, Lori, was in the audience that day, and she said, "Where do you find a man who honors a woman the way this man is honoring that woman?" Planted the seed, and that's what brought us together. So I'm very beautiful.
Oh, that's
the most beautiful story, Victor.
Another incredible
Victor,
story.
we have to do like a whole 4 days just asking you questions.
I mean, I love this topic.
Ask Victor, the book.
You know, and it's been so controversial. I mean, this is funny you mentioned it, but it's very controversial. I have women that get mad sometimes because they don't want to show their sexuality. There's an anger toward it. And I'm like, it's kind of who you are. You need to just own it. Not, you know, you need to just own the presence of your divine feminine. What's wrong with that? And I think the same with men. It's okay to be a dude. It's okay to do your dudeness. But we stripped it away. And I think that they're just, and everybody can define what sexuality means to them. But I think that it is normal. It's implanted in us to be a part of creation. And we need to undirty this word.
Yes. And the Palladians talk a lot about sacred sexuality. I believe in The Living Library by Barbara Malkiewicz. I always get her last name wrong. That book has a lot of Marciniak. Yeah. That book has a lot of golden nuggets on, you know, coming back to our original nature.
Bringers of the Dawn.
Thanks.
No, it's actually Planet Earth, The Living Library.
Oh, the one after that.
Yeah. Oh, I have not read that book.
I love that book. It's my favorite. Actually,
really? Okay.
The Palladians put me into a trance
in
2010, and they led me to a bookstore, and literally that book was glowing. I picked it up, I purchased it, and I snapped out of my trance after I purchased it. And
wow,
it's very
that
powerful.
is cool. You've got people in the chat, Victor, that says, "I want to hear more about that Playgirl story." Yeah, it sounds like you took some of that out, but cute story.
We should, Victor. Let's have you on the Portal Ascension podcast, and we'll talk about many different stories.
Absolutely. But as I've shared before, I've been very blessed in my life. In my late 30s, my life turned around, my spiritual path reopened, and all these wonderful synchronicities started happening. And that's and every time something was presented to me, if it resonated with me, I had three choices. If it didn't resonate, I could say no. If it sort of resonated but not yet, I'd say yeah, but not yet. Or if it really resonated, I'd say yes. And every time the big why, the big yes, the next one came, and the next one came, and the next one came. And I've been very, very blessed, and I'm grateful.
Amazing.
Yes.
Well, thanks, brother. Appreciate you, man. And you know, since you're here, I think we should play one of our songs together really quick. You know,
sure, brother. Go ahead.
Wait. Which song is I Am the Greatest, huh? Okay, yeah. So we're gonna do a segue, guys, because we're gonna play some music. I was gonna play one track, but I'm thinking we'll play two tracks, and this is the perfect opportunity to play a song that Flo and I did together.
And bro, before you play that, can I just say something quick because this is buzzing in my field?
Please.
Okay, so my prayer for humankind is we celebrate sexuality. We celebrate this act, we treat it in its most sacred way. And I have visions of the future of temples in New Earth societies where one couple comes together and, you know, does their sacred ceremony. It's going to be honored. That's how I see we're moving as a species. And may you honor that energy within yourself. Flip the narrative, take back control. Starts with us.
They did that in Atlantis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need to, you know, look at things differently. And everybody looks at their phones too much. You ever been at a restaurant and you see people dating? I have. And what are they doing? Instead of making eye contact and just being there, they're looking at their phones. They have learned bad behavior they need to undo. They need to be present when you're with someone and be, you know, honor that presence.
Someone wrote in the chat, sometimes people feel they're getting too into texting and can't say anything to the person that they want to talk with because they can text it, but they can't speak it. That's another area I think would be well served to take back. Eye to eye communication. Right. Looking in each other's eyes is so powerful.
Yes.
Yeah.
So powerful.
Yeah.
This thing about technology freeing us up is actually not true. It seems to tie us up even more and make you busier than ever and not able to stop and connect.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I have one other thing, Flo, when you talked about sex being in nature, like that it was designed to be outdoors and in nature, that was something that I just loved hearing, to plant that seed in people's hearts and minds, that taking it back to the outdoors in nature in the ocean. How do you like that, Tamara? In the ocean.
That's a great place.
With water, so we'll just leave it at that. I love anything with water. I do. I love water. So, and dolphins, you know, so
mermaids.
Mermaids.
and in the words of Joni Mitchell, we are stardust, we are golden, and we have to get ourselves back to the garden.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Yes. Well
there's
said.
just a vision and message in the field. It's like when humans make love in nature, all the ecosystems are like honoring them energetically. They're literally the trees, the soils, the sky, the elements are blessing them in their union because Mother Earth recognizes that act.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we see cameras when we go out in nature. It's very difficult to.
Yeah, it's true. There is cameras everywhere.
Everywhere I look, I see a camera.
And-
Even when I'm hiking on trails, I'm seeing cameras.
And just watch out for the poison ivy, okay?
Oh,
You're kidding.
yes. Good point, Victor.
So, well, I can't find the track, so I'll try to play it later. But I'd love for you to share because I think you still have the dolphin, right?
Yes, we have.
Share what's going on for you.
Thank you. We have a wild dolphin retreat February 10th, the first day of the Lunar New Year's in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. And we have some incredible people. We have Aaron Lyons. We have Adewale Adoyo, who's a Akashic Records master. And we're going to be swimming every day, 4 hours a day with wild dolphins. And then going on some adventures, oceanic sacred sites, workshops to connect to your mermaid, Lumerian, Sirius lineage. I feel it's going to be powerful. I've been meditating by the ocean. And what I sense is we're collectively forming an agreement with the dolphins to embark on a new chapter together of interspecies harmony. So I think it's going to be very potent. I would love, we have a few spaces left, star-codes.com. You see Dolphin Retreat. Would love whoever is interested to join us. It's going to be fun and potent.
Beautiful. Thank you, brother.
And I hope when you do that, you have this game with you.
Ooh, the
Yeah,
masters.
I created that board game Masters of Light. You could, if you message me on star-codes.com, I could connect you. It's a game to play with the Ascended Masters in a playful way.
It's very co-creative. I think
get that.
I think retreats. It's on Amazon. We shared the link on Awakening Code Radio. I think when you were on Flow, but this is the year for people to play more games. I think and what it's that game emulates Monopoly almost, but it brings it to a whole different level. I mean, as far as the little players and the way you move around and you pick cards and stuff like that. But you can play it with all age groups. Little children get into it all the way up to adults, and they help you co-create and vision and bring you into your heart and random acts of kindness. And it's just incredible. I think I'm your biggest cheerleader on that game.
Yeah, I'm happy.
It's like a piece of art in my room. I don't ever put it away. I keep it out so that I see the masters there.
Well, I love your Palladian card deck. I think it's awesome. And it's really, these are really ahead of our time. I mean, you were doing this way back. So that's, a celebration to other star seeds from you. So that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, when the Star family talks to me, I take it seriously. Like literally, if they say you need to have fun, that's the way to create the new Earth. I'm like, okay. I actually made a post, my to-do list always has have fun on it. Because and I've seen it in my business. We're so quantum, and it's I'm taking life too seriously. Business not doing good. I'm having fun. I'm not even caring about work, and my sales go up. And I've realized we're all quantumly linked to everything, and our frequency is marketing to the universe. I mean, it's not about that, but that's just what happens.
Have you ever attended a laugh yoga session?
I have.
Wonderful.
Yeah, have you?
The dolphins really inspire us to be in joy. And then the orbs show up and they're attracted to that childlike joy. So I like to call it being the Pied Piper of fun.
Yes. I'm pretty sure the Star family would have not talked to me if I wasn't being playful. They'd be like, no. Move on.
Hey, I got a great idea for you, Flo. Why don't you create a little board game that says the Temple of Love, and you can walk through couples how maybe some good tenets, how they should interact with one another, because apparently people have forgotten how, and they have forgotten how to flirt. There's nothing wrong with that. I flirt with women, and that means it's always sexual. I flirt with Joan all the time. I'll go, hey, how's it going? Right, I get with you, right? I said, look at you, look how cute you are. You know,
everybody flirts for
that's
Joan.
Pure appreciation. It's really good. You know, it's really good to purely appreciate and let each of us know we're brilliant, we're beautiful, we're creative, we're sexy, we're
all that
sensitive. Michelle, you do that all the time. Every speaker, you have broken down what they talk about and how it's totally amazing.
Oh,
and take notes. Take notes.
Thank you. I don't normally. This particular retreat has really inspired me to take notes, and I circle key phrases that I think I'm being guided to use more, and give credit to who inspired that phrase. I think that's really something that's important too. Is I got a message from Shakara Tosha, who's a friend of mine, who I think will be on one of these retreats at one point, because she's got a lot of information, and she'll be speaking light language to each of you, I'm sure. But she sent me a beautiful message last night, because she's been so drawn to watching the retreat and being in the chat. And she loved the new ism that I used the other day, that I got a kick in the astral. And I wrote to her and I said, I got that ism from Dr. Sharon Forrest, who was my mentor. And when she said, we get a kick in the astral to move through our stuff, I was like, oh my gosh, I have to use that. And the other one that she uses a lot, she said, and I've been saying this for about 10 or 11 years on Awakening Code Radio, is letting go of the word should, and what you should do or what you need to do, should and need, when you're talking with somebody, that it's a trigger that you're projecting onto someone else. And so I was saying that to somebody up in Mount Shasta and said, what you need to do. And he said, don't put your projection onto me. And I said, I just did. I realized that. This was years ago, like 2010 maybe. And I said, how can I reframe it? I want to reframe. I don't want to say you should or you need to. And he said, preface whatever you're going to say with, I invite you to consider. And that phrase, now Shakara uses it. Now my daughter uses it on me. I hear my husband using it in business. And I think that's, when this is like extending out the use of words, our words, and how effective we can be when we communicate by taking our projections out and being a little more graceful with our words. So
Michelle, I wrote an 8-line poem about the shoulda, coulda, woulda. Can I share it real fast? Sometimes we have regrets for decisions left unmade. Sometimes we have regrets for debts left unpaid. Sometimes we choose the wrong horse out of the remuda. And all of these may lead us to say shoulda, coulda, woulda. Don't dwell on things undone, and that time has passed. Act on the here and now, your goals will be surpassed. Be mindful in the present, the teachings of the Buddha, and you'll never have to chant the shoulda, coulda, woulda.
That's great. Amazing. You just pulled us out at the perfect time. I love it.
He's got a poem for every speaker. It's perfect.
He does.
Flo, appreciate you, brother. Love you, brother.
Thank you so much.
Take
Love
care.
you all, and have a beautiful rest of the conference.
Love you so much.
All right, amazing. So we're gonna get into Tamarai in 1 second, but we have a little 2-minute video that I want to play, a music video.
Yay.
And I just connected with this person recently, just a couple days ago, and she sent me some music and I love it. So I wanted to showcase it. So I'll go ahead and just put us in the green room, and then Joan will be back to bring on Tamarai in a second. Let me share. First, I want to share her Instagram. So Niki Neek is her name, and her music is amazing. Straight up genius, looping music with soundscapes, and also vocals. And the song that we're going to listen to is called The Matrix.
What is life in the matrix? When we do what we done love, meditating every day to evolve. Keep your mind out of it, there is nothing to solve. I have to let go, I have to let go. I miss the sun, I miss the warm weather. Being in the forest makes my day better. All these vibrations are so much better. These energies make me feel like I'm a feather. Green energy, I'm in the forest absorbing this frequency. Forehead to the tree, trying to maintain that awareness if I lose it's on me. Walking on the beach, I guide the streams of the sea. I want to know the secrets of the universe and who I came here to be. What is life in the matrix? When we do what we done love, meditating every day to evolve. Keep your mind out of it, there is nothing to solve. I have to let go, I have to let go. I have to let go. I don't wanna live in fear, nigga, I'd rather die. All this programming and lack of self-love makes me wanna cry. Reaching for the root and cause, cause I wanna make myself fly. With the evolution, I don't wanna stay the same, so I gotta keep it moving. Movement, breath is so soothing. Focusing on the body that the energy is always moving. What is life in the matrix? When we do what we done love, meditating every day to evolve. Keep your mind out of it, there is nothing to solve. I have to let go, I have to let go. I have to let go. What is life in the matrix? When we do what we done love, meditating every day to evolve. Keep your mind out of it, there is nothing to solve. I have to let go, I have to let go.
Right, so that's Niki Neek. So if you guys are interested, you could checking her out, Niki NEEKI_Neek NEEK on Instagram. And she sent me her music a few days ago, and I listened to a bunch of videos, and I fell in love with the music. It's so beautiful. So check her out if you want to tune into more of her stuff. All right, let's go ahead and bring Joan up. All right, Joan, it's all yours.
All right. Well, guys, I have the privilege of introducing Tamara Calder Richardson, who is also known as the Southern Belle Medium. And she's an amazing person. You can see she looks just like a Syrian star captain today. But she's had 6 near-death experiences. She's an angelic Syrian messenger, ultra-dimensional channeler, evidential medium, director of Academy of Divine Wisdom, Ascension School, and host of YouTube Seeking Heaven channel. She's a born psychic medium, trained 8 years in the British style of mediumship with the renowned UK's Tony Stockwell. She's been certified by international medium Lisa Williams, and she's trained with other mediums such as John Holland and Janet Novak. She is a higher level than just medium. She's also a mental and physical medium. She does trance channelings to the higher realms. But these days, and this is so true about her, she's known for being a conscious channeler that works with ultra-dimensional beings and ascended masters. She channels Christ regularly, and also saints such as Yogananda, Sai Baba, Gandhi, Mother Mary, St. Ignatius, and others such as Tesla and Einstein, and these channelings were used in Mark Florentino's book, The Masters of Reality. And she's had 6 near-death experiences where she was a spirit. She might tell us more. One where she met with Christ. He taught her many things, and Anyway, all of this makes her up to be the most fascinating person, one of the most fascinating on the planet, and just being in her presence lifts your energy. So, founder of Academy of Divine Wisdom, Tamara, welcome.
Oh, thank you, Joan. That was so beautiful. My angel sister, I think the world of you. And I'm so grateful to be here. And I want to thank Neil Gar and the Portal to Ascension staff, as well as the panelists and everybody watching. And my heart has been overjoyed to co-host, except for I missed this morning a little bit, but I know that everyone was hailing. I figured between Victor, you, and Michelle and Neil, it would be fine. But so excited to be here today. And it's interesting, from Matthew John all the way up, that we found, I don't know if you see this, but we found that through this conference, there has been an unwinding and a synchronicity and an unfolding. And so I feel like this is going to, some of the things that Matthew John was talking about, I was like, oh my gosh, this is what I'm talking about. But he didn't know that, right? So it's that synchronistic, getting into that field of oneness, that we're actually showing that, the speakers. So I'm ready. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready to.
Perfect. I want you to take it away. You're in the perfect place. We love you and very happy that you're here, Tamara.
All right. That's okay. Let me get this background going. All right. Then I'm going to do this, and all right. And I've got to add this to the, okay, I got to add this. No. Okay, I got it up there. Now what? I got my presentation. Thank you. I think Neil had to do that. Awesome. So we're all set. So thank you all so much for attending this conference. And I do want to say before we begin, if you feel it in your heart, and if you have gained some shifts these past few days, and if your heart so feels, if you could donate to Portal to Ascension, that would really help. And Neil can put that up to the portaltoascension.org, because that's so important, that it's showing a flow. And so we can do more of these things. And it's a way of showing your love. Every little bit helps. So so let's go ahead and start. So my topic today is, and here we go, star beings, the modern Jedi. And I'm going to go over, I have a little bit about me and how we're going to move forward today. But let me tell you just a little bit, so you know a little bit. Joan covered some of the things that I do. When I have always been a seer, and with I'm not going to go too much into this, but just to give you an idea how I came into my spiritual superpowers and being a Jedi master. I think that might be sort of important, so that's my topic. When I was, I had my first NDE as a prenatal, and I remember being in spirit and just felt an intense love for my mom. From there, I had one at 3, 4, and at 5. And at 5, I was dead 2 hours, spent it 3 days in induced coma after they brought me back, barely, spent it with Christ and these heavenly realms. And he taught me things. And then I had a couple after that actually opened the veil every time to these higher realms. So that's why I can go at will to these different states. Then I own an advertising agency. That's why I love visuals. You'll see I'm a big visual person. And so I like to do things big because, own the advertising agency, went to art school, went to communication arts and design and marketing, and did that 4 years. And then I own an advertising agency, and I use this now for me. And it's so joyful to use it for me and for other star beings to help them and promote their events or my events. And so I get to use it for me instead of for, an industrial company that wants to sell, bolts or nails. This is a little bit more this is much more to my heart. So this is how I came upon this. And then later in life, I was called spirit. I know you watching probably have had that moment where you've had spirit call you, and it's not always exciting when you hear that. You're like, really? You want me to do this? And I was called to be able to move forward with my abilities and come out publicly. And actually it was Christ. He said, it's time, and it's going to help a lot of people. And I said, yeah, but I don't want to be seen as a charlatan. He said, so you won't. And I haven't been. And then I eventually trained 8 years extensively in the British style of evidential mediumship. And we were all at a very high level. I've trained with over 600 mediums, but I trained with my teachers as John Holland, Tony Stockwell, Lisa Williams. I'm certified by her, and Janet Novak, and trained with them and all these mediums around the world, because I wanted to be able to hold up against the entire world this ability. Either it was going to be a big go or not. And there's whole stories on that. But I ended up doing a lot of stage work. I've done stage before thousands of people when I used to do these women's expos. I toured 3 years, which gave me my honed in on my ability for stage worker, hecklers, and all. I can handle all that. And we would have like 35,000 people in a weekend. But then when we had the pandemic happen, the isolation, whatever you want to call it, that changed things, right? And so it gave me then I got another message. Christ came to me, said, carry his messages. I started channeling. And then it started from there, the Galactic Federation and contact. And that's what we're going to pick up. All right. So what are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about what is first contact? How do we prepare? Then we're going to go into the modern Jedi. What is the modern Jedi? Okay. And then the final message and summary is a call to arms on how do we mobilize. So I'm using this whole Star Wars theme because I dig it, number one, because I'm like a nerd at heart. But I think it's appropriate for this. So what is first contact? How do we prepare for it? Isn't that cool? Look, you just be in the countryside, the mothership lands, and then the doors open. It's like, it's like a cruise ship. You go down, have a little galactic coffee. All right. So what is the first contact versus being a contactee? So first contact, in my understanding, is when an extraterrestrial life is witnessed by most of the general population on planet Earth. However, first contact is not, we need to take into consideration that those persons that have already have or having contact experience, including myself, or ongoing communications on an individual basis with ETs or ultra dimensionals. And so the extraterrestrials, more physical form, the ultra dimensionals, the more the higher realms, that they can either form a body like an angelic, they can come into our visual field, or we can just see them like light, colors of light, or we can more importantly, see them with our etheric bodies. So let's keep moving. All right. So how would people react to first contact with these non-Earth beings? And I have to, the Syrian goofy side here. We're not always serious. I have this image in my mind, like, whoa, how would people react? We must take under consideration, what is each person's level of awareness? What is their understanding already? What do they already think of ETs? Do they already have a bad image of them? Do they think, yay, I can't wait, like us watching? What kind of understanding do they have? Would they be in fear, confusion? They could be lost. It could be just excitement. What would it be? So, and I have this here just to, thinking back on humanity's history, we haven't always received this well. And that's where we come into play, the star seeds, to make this safe and normalize it and let people know that we are them. All right. So would world governments assist humanity or spin the truth once more? If first contact happened at the same time around the world, like in the series V, which was very cool. I hated when that went off. That was a really good series. And yeah, there was one in early 80s or whatever. That was okay too. But the later one I really liked. What type of worldwide emotions would this evoke? Would this be outside of government control? I'm leaning yes. This would be ultimately when the Confederation of Planets agreed to make themselves known to all persons on Earth. This is way bigger than the governments of Earth. Okay, this is a planetary thing. And they're not going, in my opinion, going to just show up and just invade. The governments that in power, whatever, they would most likely they would have some kind of indication, but they may not agree with it because it would change so much. But first, before we dive too deep, I want us to look at humanity's current emotional scale or state. We're going to have fun in this one, right? And you got to take, we're going to have a good attitude about this because they don't have to stay there, right? So we're going to look at the asleep, the angry, and the waymakers. All right. So the first one is the asleep. And I know, just think of people that you know that are like this. It might be in your family. We all have that. That's why we were born into them. Signs are, they're just content, non-questioning, awareness as it fits their own self needs and desires, turns back on the facts. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. They won't even look at it many times. Fear of truths that don't fit their reality and their conformist. Now, I had to pick this picture. This is me with my sarcasm. The family has literally, the whole family. So there, it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 of them have turned their back on humanity, and they're just in a like a glazed over state, looking at the fireworks at Disney, which I had to use Disney because they're not even aware of what's going on there. So, which has really bummed it out for a lot of us that used to like Disney. But anyhow, there they are, unaware, just want to have their fun. Then we go into the angry. Now, the signs of this are intense desire to be right. And that could be, in politics, either side. Okay. It's just the intense desire to be right, usually not open for debate of another's reality, which is why I kept, did the finger pointing. Can only see the reality within a spectrum of duality, rarely engages in mind opening topics. So that's something that we I'll see. I don't need to explain a lot of that, but I do want to explain more about the Waymaker. These are the heroes, and that's you watching. And the signs are selfless, love-based philosophy that offers conscious, expanding solutions to assist humanity. Martyr for the greater good. Yeah, y'all got to admit it. A lot of y'all are martyrs. You've done it. You've died a few times in life trying to come back for this big kickoff now. But, we don't die. We live eternally. So that's good news. Passionate about helping others through the healing or spiritual arts, the arts themselves, because we can communicate like Victor has this weekend. Neil, poetry, music, art, like Joan, community, civil rights, or through humanitarian services. The Waymaker. So the definition literally of the Waymaker is a noun, one that makes a path in the road. So we are us here today, we're making a new way. We're making a path through the road because people are going to need to turn to someone. And this was a term. I like to look at the derivation of, where words originated. A lot of times when people get hung up in words, it's because they had a lot of life, let's say in France in the 1800s when it came out. And so they have to clear some words back then because they had maybe some death issues associated with that. So I always look at the derivation, but it's the 16th, 17th century, and it's about keeping things in good repair. Now, another waymaker is that you might hear people in the Bible talk about waymakers, and so this is being God in the Bible, being a waymaker. And I am the Lord who opened a way through the waters, through a path through the sea. I called forth the mighty army of Egypt and his chariots and horses, and I drew them beneath the waves, and they drowned, and their lives snuffed out like candles. But forget all that. It is nothing compared to what I can do. And I am about to do a brand new thing. And see, it's already begun. Do you not see it? I will make a pathway through the wilderness for my people to come home and create rivers for them in the desert. But I want you to think about that. Aren't we doing that? What is the desert? It could be a spiritual desert. And we're going to offer a Shangri-La. All right. So our consciousness is creating a new and better reality. We're doing it right now. We're doing it, this weekend. We're doing it right now as our consciousness is shifting as one. It's important for us to enhance our reality to have a love-based, Christ-conscious mind. We do that through that individually, and we also do that as a soul community, just like we're doing. We join our intentions for a better world through thought waves, our soul consciousness, and send them to each other through the crystalline light grid system that surrounds this earth plane, which, by the way, I helped create. Since I'm a Syrian celestial, I did. I had Chiron come to me one time and said, well, you finished he did a channel message. I mean, I was like, Chiron, okay. And it was funny because I was on Lee Carroll's thing. I said, I've never channeled him before. He talked about being magnetic a lot and about me finishing my crystalline grids. So I thought that was kind of exciting. So I don't know. I'm busy at night, I guess. We all are. Actions that can enhance and raise our emotional state, awareness, and consciousness. Having your own spiritual should be spiritually transformative experiences. And those would include things like this: witnessing UFOs or ET or ultra-dimensional phenomena, ghost, Kundalini awakenings, out-of-body experiences, astral travel, or having an NDE. Being part of an ascension community like this one, being plugged into people that you've met so many people, right? So you've got a lot of resources. Reading spiritual books and watching YouTube channels like Portal to Ascension or Seeking Heaven channel or Gaia TV, anything where they discuss mind-opening spiritual topics. All right. Where did my interest in UFO and space start? Okay. So my mom had me super young. I felt like that I should show a little bit of myself. Ugh, so here we go. And so I live with my grandparents. We moved in with her. She had a shotgun marriage, didn't work out. A couple weeks later, they were just too young. They were 18, just turned 18. So we moved back in with my grandparents, and so they would show me all these old movies and these old toys. As a matter of fact, I found this toy. This is literally a toy they gave me, which is that dude over there, the high wheel robot. When I was a kid, and he used to work. You hold this up, and then you wind him up. I gotta grease him or something, and then he would walk, which is really cool. And then another toy they gave me, which I love because it was space, and you put this here, and this is flying saucers. See, this is so cool. Okay, so these were toys. I wasn't, 10. I mean, they'd had batteries and stuff back then when I was born, but because of their generation, I was able to see all these really cool toys. And this one at the bottom, when the spaceship one, I just bought that in Robot Land because it's really cool. So I want to tell you how I kind of opened my eyes up to this whole UFO thing. I was always very interested. I love watching Star Trek with my grandparents at night. I just thought I was amazed at all these characters in space they could meet. I just loved it. And I would just fall asleep looking at Star Trek. So later on in life, okay, there I'm holding a martini. Yes, that is me. I'm about 34. This happened actually more around 24, but I didn't want to dig around pictures too long because, I've been co-hosting and doing other stuff. So we'll go with this one. So in the late 80s, I went to this MUFON meeting with my sister-in-law to Atlanta, and she used to be in MUFON. Okay, she used to be the secretary of the Charlotte area, and she would bring in these people. And so I didn't know much about MUFON. I was like, okay, we'll go. I was just open-minded. I was like, okay. And we went to this social party. Yes, I probably was drinking a martini. That's me. And Bob Lazar, which I didn't know that was Bob Lazar, ended up talking to me. I thought he was kind of, because, I'm a young chick. I thought he was kind of goofy. I was like, who's this goofy guy? And he was very quiet. He was just very introverted, wouldn't talk to anyone. And he wedged himself in between a doorway. It's just kind of weird. It was his safety area. And then he started talking to me because I was like, hi, I'm just so friendly. And he began to tell me about, I work for this place, for Area 51. At this point, I'm like, Area 51, I don't know what that is. And he began telling me the proportion of spaceships and how they work and how they work with travel, and that they bend time and it snaps back like a rubber band. And I just went, oh, okay. And I was so non-threatening. So he just told me all this stuff. And at the time, it didn't dawn on me till later on in life, like that was pretty substantial, that I'd spent probably 30 minutes talking to Bob Lazar before anyone knew who he was. He was actually on the run back then. Now, of course, everybody knows who he is, but there is a picture of him around 1989, which is right around this happened. And this is they took his drawing and then they made it into a nicer rendering. And then you can see his sketches below. He's got his identity card where he worked, whatever, for the government, 51. He said, well, my identity has been taken. I'm not even registered that I've been born. And I was like, and at that time, I remembered that. And I was going, how's that possible? So he was very brave to come out, and he explained this propulsion system, which, really is special now, look back on it. So as we went along, my sister-in-law still involved with MUFON. Now we're in the mid 90s. So she was not much of a hostess, and she was kind of an odd duck, very smart though. And she said, "Hey, why don't we? I have some people MUFON. Why don't I?" At the time, my husband and I had an apartment. And why don't we bring them over? And we're like, okay, because we don't mind entertaining. I mean, we were fine with that. And so she became good friends with Linda Moulton Howe. But I remember that's back when Linda was young. She came over to our apartment one or two times, and she for a long time had a friendship with Ginger, my sister-in-law, but she came over when she was doing the research, which is really fascinating now, for an alien harvest. And she literally had notes and research, and we still have the old VHS or whatever, from way back when she was doing the research. And she stumbled upon this. Of course, now we all know she's an expert in this area, ufology and so forth. But at the time, she was doing an HBO thing, and she was doing research in this candle mutilation, because there's just no way that we have the science to do this. And it led her on her path. And then we also had Donald Smith come over to the house, and he would bring all his clippings and things in his research in his first book with Kevin Randall with UFO Crash at Roswell. And he would bring that over to the, when he would come speak to the Charlotte MUFON, that's what we would do, as a courtesy, have them over, have some food. And they would just talk. And they would just talk about all this stuff. And I was just, we didn't say much. We just listened. And I look at what an honor that really was now. So my own personal experience, now we're going to fast forward it to present time. And so 2020, just to get a new unit of time, what's going on. All right. That's just a little back history. So 2020 was when a lot of stuff happened for a lot of us. But I got a message in March 17, 2020, and Christ came to me and said, I need you to carry my messages to people. And, they were sweet, like you'd imagine. There were about 15 of them. One got taken down. I have no idea why, about how he's in charge of the angelic realms and all that. I don't know. I got taken down. But he would literally give me messages, and then he would give like scripture, like First Peter, but I'm like, I don't know. And then I would put it down, and then it ended up being exactly what he said. So I guess because I'm evidential medium, maybe I needed that evidence. I don't know. But there were things you would expect: be calm, focus on spiritual matters, all these things. And then he told me, I got taken off of Facebook because I was posting the links to these videos. I didn't even know anything about YouTube, because I had an argument about that with him. I said, YouTube, really? Can't we do Rumble? He's like, no, you got to do YouTube. So anyhow, July of 2021, he said, you need to go on and start the Seeking Heaven channel. It was started Seeking Heaven, the near-death experience, and other phenomena. And I had a lot of other phenomena, which ticked off some of the end of years. I had Bigfoot, Dog Man, Starseed stuff, Galactic Linguist. I've had, Neil and Portal Ascension and Joan of Angel, all these people. But because I think that our consciousness is a big topic, you don't want to limit it. But he said, start this and have all religions and all topics of spiritual and time travel, everything. I said, okay, because I loved all these topics and love learning about that. So what happened during this time is I didn't realize that I would be activated on multiple levels. Not only did I get actually an activation accidentally from a Palladian in South Africa, and by the second, when we did, the Syrian staff showed up, the council, and as well as others, and I lit the room up blue. I did that 3 more times. I literally emanated blue. So there's abilities we have that are really still untapped. And so I started seeing crafts, and big ones too. So after my final DNA activation, I think it's July 2021. It was after, I think, my second one, after I had it. And my husband and I were going to Asheville, North Carolina, which, by the way, Dr. Stephen Greer lived in Charlotte and saw his UFOs, and went to Asheville and saw his UFOs. So I'm not trying to copy Dr. Stephen Greer, but that's just a little tidbit of information. This is where I saw these. So we're going to go to Asheville. It's about 2.5 hours from Charlotte, North Carolina. And we're running late because we got to bring everything. We got to bring blankets. We got to bring our favorite pillow. We got to bring a blender. Oh, we got to bring food because we like our favorite foods. Oh, so it took forever. Then we got the dogs. So we finally leave, and it's about 6:45, and the sun's going down at this point because it's summer, and we're going over a mountain. It's kind of like twilight, or not twilight, but it's not totally sunny yet. It's not dark. And my husband, very casually, like it's the most normal thing, says, look at that. And he said it just like that. There was 5 huge crafts by his side of the car. Like, and they were closer than, and I want to show you, if you look at the middle slide, it was glowy like that, but much closer. Now, it wasn't the full shape of these over here, but that's what the highway looked like, because we're going in the mountains. They were closer than this glowy thing, but they weren't like that. But that's what the landscape looked like. They were much closer. And I was like, and it was the strangest, most spiritual thing. It was beautiful, really. But I looked and I was like, wow. Like, I knew what it was. And I was like, it was the most normal. I see it every day. I go, look at that. And then he goes, well, look at that. Over to my side was this massive, it looked like lava, this red lava. And it was beside me. And I was so excited. I didn't think of getting my phone because I was in this euphoric state. And I wasn't wishing to see a UFO. I actually didn't expect that. They actually followed just our car. It was great for a long time. I mean, like 7 minutes. I was very sad when they left, but they were by my side of the window. And I started telling them how much I loved them. And I knew they were my family. And I knew that it was a Syrian ship. And I said, I love you so much. And it's been so hard being here. I'm so happy to see you. I wish you'd just land. Why don't you do it? And so you can tell I'm one of the Earth New Earth crew members because I was not phased at all. I mean, seriously, I was like, I love you. So we had a little vacation, rain most of the weekend. As soon as we got back, I started doing these light codes. Anytime you see a UFO, per Mary Rodwell, who's been in my Seeking Heaven channel, she goes, Tamara, and I got her book. It's very good. I think she's coming up next. She said, you get a download. So I started drawing these writings, and I looked and searched and searched. And I finally realized they were Syrian, which kind of, again, evidentially kind of played into, I knew they were Syrian ships. So here we go. Now it's July, August, September, October. Okay. So what is it? 3 months later, same time in my backyard in Charlotte, I saw a freaking mothership. So what this mothership looked like, I was getting a pizza, the accidental ascension. I got a pizza, bringing it back. It was dark. I'm pulling in. We have this long driveway, pulling in, and I'm thinking, I'm thinking at first glance, it's a helicopter because it was awfully bright. I thought maybe they're looking for someone. I don't know. I couldn't, I'm humanly just thinking the first thing. So as I'm pulling in and I'm looking, I'm moving in slow to my driveway, and I'm going, I had to literally go, what am I looking at? And what I was seeing was this, and I have to explain this based on this picture. It was big, huge. It was longer, but it was still oval, but it had more on the top. The bottom had individual lights, yellow, green, blue. They were individualized. However, around the ship was a spray of lights that looked like a prism. And it was the whole freaking, it was a mothership. I believe it to be the Galactic Federation because I started getting messages from Aster. I'm like, who is this guy, Aster? And so it was like, oh my gosh. And I had to look. I said, what am I looking at? So I called my husband on the phone. I said, run outside. There's a big ass, a mothership. So what it was, I don't know how it fit in my backyard because it obviously couldn't, but it's like it shrinked in size and fit. And it lasted about maybe 3 minutes, maybe 4, no more. And then it was gone, but it was very detailed. And I even shook my head and looked around, make sure I wasn't having a mirage. I mean, it was the craziest thing I've ever seen. It was beautiful. I liked it. I wish it would happen every day. It was awesome. But I mean, I literally looked around and it was still there. So they have the technology to make it that fit smaller. And then it went, and then it went, and it sucked back. That's what it did. So then I started getting in my dream state. I'm going to tell you one particular about my Galactic Federation being on the ship, and I'm going to show you what being on the ship was like. So, all right. So this is me in my galactic outfit. You like that? That's where I want to live most of the time, right? I have a t-shirt that says that physically I'm here, but mentally I live in a planet far, far away. And that's about the truth. So, my dream, I had a dream, and I actually shared how I found out it was not a dream. Is I had a guest on president who's written like 20 books on UFOs, and he's been with MUFON, and he's also a contactee as well as pretty good medium. And it was really cool. I had him on a couple times. We really connected. I was very appreciative of having him on. But I told him in between our recordings, I told him what I'm about to tell you. And he was almost finishing what I was saying. He said, yeah, I've been in there too. I said, I was a very important guest. He goes, I understand, but I didn't know that he had heard all this before. So basically this happened, started in 2020, the beginning. and I had this dream, and I woke up in my dream, and I'm still in my dream. And I realized it's not a dream. I was there so strongly astrally that I was there. And I looked, and I was on this bridge, and I'll show you. Well, this guy came to me, first of all. He had a little wider face. His eyes were further apart. He had, he looked like someone who would be in a Swedish 80s glam band, but he also probably looked Palladian, right? But he had the further eye set, and he was greased kind of behind his head, came down here. He had a collar. I'm somewhere. I got to find the drawing. I have it somewhere that I drew it. And he said his name is Astor. And so I want to tell you about this now. So I said, "Who are you?" He says, "I control this ship." So in the ship, now I'm going to explain it more than what's here. It was open. It was massive. It's bigger. Okay. Imagine the Star Trek bridge. Okay. Now imagine bigger and all the way around open. Okay. It was huge. And all around the perimeter, there was like people like this guy, but they were standing. Everybody had little tight jumpsuits on. And since then, I've talked to other near-death experiencers. Said, "Yeah, have you been to the place? Blah blah blah." Because we don't just go always to the heavenly realm. Sometimes we'll go to Andromeda or different places, or the Galactic Federation. And other people have seen this, but they had little suits on with the collars. They were very fitted. Everybody was thin. They had the little belts that connected. They had a little emblem. And they had these holographic things, and they would just pull it up, and they would just start doing this stuff, right? And it would look like this, and they were all over the place. In the center was the bioluminescence engineering system that was propelling everything, the energy of the ship, and it was connected to Astor, okay, mentally. And so, first of all, if you look at this picture, I don't know if it's your left or right, but the one with the globe in it, these little chairs were not there, okay? It was not there. It was more open all the way around, but then it had more things around the side and more machines and so forth. The thing in the middle, it went up higher where you could actually sit on it if you wanted, and there was a light source of a ball, but then there was a light source that went all the way up through like the top of it, okay? And it was just exposed. I mean, and no one seemed to be upset by that. And so it was much bigger than this, and there was a lot more people. It was just really busy. Okay. It was busier. It wasn't like people just sit in chairs like Star Trek, even though it's really cool. They were busy doing stuff, but it was very organized. And then as we're walking, he said, "Walk with me." And I said, first of all, I remember sitting in the front before we get further in the front, and one of these open windows, I sat down, and I was like really nervous, and I looked down, and all these freaking ships were coming off of it. Like it was a mother freaking big ass ship. Okay. All these huge other crafts were coming off of it. And I was going, I have never been up this high before. And that's where I remember being afraid of the heights, even that feeling. And he said, "It's time for you to know who you are and your mission." I said, "Okay." And he introduced him. He said, "Astor." He said, "You've forgotten." He said, "You are an esteemed member of the Galactic Confederation, and you're here on a mission, and we need to talk." But he was like serious but nice. He said, "Walk with me." So we started walking down this hall, and I'll show you more, but we start walking around, and he first waved his hand, and there was like a door. I was like, "Oh my," I was so amazed. I was like, "Oh my God, it's a door." It just popped open because you couldn't see it. It blended in with the side. It was curved, and he went like that. And then we walked into this area that looked like Shangri-La kind of jungle. It was paradise. And I was like, I don't know if it's a holodeck. I don't know what it was. I'm just saying he just opened it and we were there. And I was so amazed. I said, "Oh my gosh, how did you do that?" He didn't say anything, didn't have, personality like that. He's kind of more serious. And I said, "Oh, you want to talk about," we were talking mind to mind. Okay. But just as clear as right now. And I said, "Oh, you want to talk about, you're afraid that we're going to blow up planet Earth." And he didn't laugh. And I'm like, "Okay." And I said, well, what can I do about it? And he said, you need to assemble the troops. You need to find the ones like you. You need to nurture them. You need to train them. You need to bring along where he said, the time is now. The time is now for you to wake up. We remember, he said, we're supporting you, but you can be asleep no longer. So we talked a while and I just listened. And then I felt like I was a very important guest and he was very important, but he was taking time out. It felt like a scheduled appointment. It felt scheduled. And so we leave and we start walking through. There's areas of the ship and there's social areas. And that's the area that I was telling Neil. I actually found it. It was July 23rd, 2021. They said that they watch us and like Portal Ascension, and they've been watching me because they told me to start this. They tell me the people to have on my channel or who not to. Some people get mad when I don't have people on, but I just get who I'm supposed to and follow that instruction. And so they have holographic screens. They're watching what we're doing, and they're so delighted to see the progress. And so this was an area, and they all can think through telepathy. So as you're walking, everybody hears your thoughts. So, you got to keep it super clean and don't go that looks weird or whatever. You gotta keep it together. And as you're walking, everything's just so big. But what I want to say, this other picture where this guy's standing down, looking down, there were different levels, but they had it open where you could see the stars. Then when we're walking around the hallway and we're talking, I'm like, where are you taking me? And I never felt any threat at all. I felt he said, well, I'm going to show you around the ship. He showed me around a couple places ship, kind of like I'm on a tour, like a tour. I used to, with my advertising agency, I would go to many manufacturing plants. And I would go on these tours of how things are made. He took me on one of those tours. This is propulsion. This is the engineering room. He said, now this is where I'm going to stop. I'll let someone take you from here. It was a tall blue Octurian that took me down this hall, and we kind of went around. It got quieter, okay? And the hall looked similar, okay? See these little open areas, but then you'd have a panel. Sometimes it'd be closed. But where this is, the ceiling was open, so you could see space. That's the only thing that was different. You could see the ceiling. You could always see the space. Then we go further. It could get smaller, and it slides open. And I'm like, where are we going? And they're getting ready to drop me off the ship. Apparently, per Preston Denton, they love cleanliness on the ship, even in the astral. So they take me to these baths, and I'm like a Japanese, or a bathhouse. And I'm like, what? And there were these little, looks like Japanese people, okay, with the eyes that kind of went up. They were little, and so you can see the showers down here. The showers were actually. They actually had them on the left side, and they had little walls. They didn't have a pool area here, but they did have an area to the left where you could just sit, like benches, like a little sit there. And I'm like, I just thought this was where I said, you feel better, you have a warm bath. That's how they talk to me. You feel better, you have a warm bath. I'm like, I don't need a bath. I don't want to be naked with these people here. And they just acted like they could care less. Like, they were bored about it all. So I was like, oh, and then next thing I know, I'm taking a shower. They put a robe over me. I sit down, and they give me something that looked like hot miso and hot tea. I'm just telling you. So I was telling Preston Denton this. He goes, did they give you a protein bar? I said, no, I like protein bars. They didn't. He goes, did they give you the hot tea? I said, and hot miso? I went, miso? I went, yeah. And he goes, yeah, they love doing that. And I've been on the ship where they blow you with air too. They're just obsessed with that. So I've been on there several times, and they're still obsessed with cleanliness. And a couple times I've went with Astor, and I'm like, I need to talk to you about these reptilians, and they're creating a problem. And he told me, a few months ago, he gave me a big download. I said, I need to talk to you. And he was actually in a meeting. There's an order to things. And so he was with some other being. It looked kind of amphibian, and he said, just wait a minute. And so I was in an area, and then the door waved again. Here I came in, and time is different there. So he allowed this time. He knew I was coming. Okay. He knew I wanted to talk to him. I said, I want to know about these chemtrails. I don't want to know about these reptilians. And so he said, they have hovercraft cars that they scout. They're called scouts. So they scout out to certain areas of the planet. And he said that these reptilians, the one that are nefarious, he goes, they just do the same thing over and over at every planet. So they like to take over. We know all about it. Don't worry about it. He said, we got it under control. We have seen this so many times. Is they do the same old thing. And I was like, okay. I said, what about the chemtrails? And then you can see on my Academy of DivineWisdom.com what he said about the chemtrails. They're neutralizing the nanobites, so they're not effective. And there's some science stuff in there. I asked a science friend of mine. He said it made sense to him, which is also evidential. So you can check that out. Oh, before we begin. So I want you to think about what is your astral or physical experiences. And do you remember lives on other planets? I remember a lot where the sky was pink most of the time. So be thinking about, some of these are not dreams. You're actually visiting them. All right. So why are star beings, us, the seedlings, walk-ins, and hybrids here now? Really important. To be the waymakers and to offer humanity gentle, loving solutions regarding post-disclosure, and by our presence to raise the vibration of Mother Earth and to hold the space for others. We do this through how we talk, present ourselves using our innate spiritual gifts. Oh yeah, a lot of you came in with that. Some of you too chicken to use it, which I can help you with. The time is now. But we do this through our soul essence and thought wave intentions to create a new earth based on Christ consciousness. And there's my little example of new earth, which kind of looks like Lemuria, right? So let's get into this portion of the star beings. The star beings, the modern Jedi. What does that mean? What is a Jedi? And this is the fun part, okay? As referred to in Star Wars, the Jedi works for the Force or the light force. They use their bioluminescence within to control the elements, including metaphysical power through telepathy, mind reading, moving objects, healing, speaking to former master teachers, sounds like mediumship, and to ultimately maintain balance in this world for peace, harmony, and for good of all. Why are the star beings the modern Jedis? And if you can see, I'm in an actual master Jedi council room. I don't know if there's Yoda behind me somewhere. Where's Yoda? Oh, he's little. You can't see him. He's behind my chair. So why are the star beings the modern Jedi? We carry the code of the Jedi. We came here with the code of the Jedi. Our life mission is to offer harmony and peace through our life force and our Jedi powers. We are the peacemakers, the spiritual leaders, the ones to go against the empire. We're the spiritual rebels or the status quo and think and speak for ourselves. We are self-aware. What is the code of what is the Jedi code of ethics? There is no emotion, there's peace. So I think controlling your emotions, we'll get more into that. There is no ignorance, there's knowledge. There's no passion, there is serenity. There's no chaos, there's harmony. There is no death, there's only the force or the life force that goes on. So I want to just briefly cover this. There are other people on this planet, don't know if you've noticed, they're not working by that code. They're working by what we would call the Jedi, not going too deep with this, Old Republic versus the Empire, which is the Cabal here. You know, I thought, you know, when the topic's tense, you know, I try to lighten it up, have a little fun with it. But you look at the Jedi code we just went over, and then that would actually be the gray code of the Jedi. The Jedi code for the Masters is a little different. But it's very similar. And then the Sith code, that's about there is only passion, strength, power, and victory. They just want to conquer. So not really in that whole flow of love. So what emotion should we avoid that can lead to the dark force? Jedi were taught to accept the inherent dark side within themselves, and then they conquer it, and not to let it control them. And the when I look at that, I look at something you have. What is it? The old thing you have to deal with it, go through it, come out the other side. But isn't it like a river? The river must flow through you and out through you. It needs to pass through you. And some people call it purging. But it's important we recognize that. And we're all doing that right now because we need to. Whatever's lingering, you know, we're always doing this, but we're really doing that now, fine-tuning that so we can be prepared for this new earth and our new self, right? Enhancing our new self. Dark energies include fear, anger, hate, jealousy, greed, and other negative emotions. All dark emotions had to be eliminated by ongoing spiritual training. It is a constant spiritual purge. How do you access and maintain the force or the light within? Well, you live the code of the Jedi, whether it's a Jedi Knight or a few that reach Jedi Master that sit on the Jedi Council, and those are the ones that work all the time. one of them I worked on toward this, okay? Like the many of you watching, okay? Surrender to the divine and higher self, or I say higher selves, right? We want to not be fragmented and acknowledge there are higher selves, like this, the seed of life, and pull that together as one. Daily commitment to removing dark, negative, fear-based emotions. Fight with the light within, with unconditional love and for truth and peace for all. So I thought, well, if we really need to know about this, I did find a Jedi in training, and he wants to speak about this. And he has something to say because he's been in training. And this is Grogu. Yeah, you're okay. So what do you think about training as a Jedi? Has it been difficult? I know you've been hanging out with the Mandalorian. I know. Yeah. Do you have any advice for everyone? Okay. Eat more cookies. Oh, you like cookies. All right. Well, we're going to let him continue to go to training. And I have training school. He might need to attend the Jedi training school. Okay. We're going to put him back there. Okay. All right. See, hey, it's important to have fun, don't you think? Especially with such tough topics like this. Together, we, the modern Jedi, are stronger as one. Now is the time to leave behind low frequency people, things, bad habits, dogmas, old thought processes, and embrace the way of the Jedi. The way of the Jedi is to be united in their quest to serve as the guardians of peace, ancient knowledge, harmony, and maintaining good balance throughout the galaxy. The Jedi ground themselves in spiritual existence and give up individual desires in order to focus on serving and leading humanity to positive outcomes. Join us now. And I have a call to action. It's called formally a convocation, but it's the same thing as a call to action or a call to arms. Okay, that doesn't mean literally pick up a gun, but to step forward in who you are and being who you are with boldness. And I say to you, remember who you are, an eternal spiritual soul from the stars, this present now, to illuminate your DNA across all multiple dimensions, here and now, in all multiple dimensions. Remember why you're here, to lead and usher others into a new way, a new world filled with love, loving, non-judgment, and to travel to the stars once more through intergalactic travel. That's going to happen. They've already told me that. Can't wait. Intergalactic travel, communications, trade, and relationships. This puts a whole different spin on what Flo said. We're going to marry intergalactically. Relationships with other non-Earth beings, which I'm all for that. I'm totally open-minded. But it's going to be a new way. It's going to affect us not just socially, but every way you can imagine. Accept and appreciate who you are and what you have to offer this world. Now is the time to use your superpowers and combine yours with others like you, which will amplify and enhance this unity power. Be the change. I am, you are, it is so. And how do we mobilize? And I love this. This is some earthlings with some aliens. Again, new look at relationships, new spin on it. Mobilizing and unification within ourselves and our soul tribe. Remember who you are. And I just went over that to lead and usher people through and accept who you are and all of that. I just kind of repeated it. But I love this image here because we need to look at things differently. And how would we handle that scenario being in front of another being that is not from here? They work in telepathy at high levels, so they know what you think. So we need to work on our spiritual manners. So in closing, I want to tell you a little bit about myself, what I can offer you, and then we'll end off. And I appreciate so far everyone watching. So Star Beings, you are the modern Jedi. And because of that, I'm offering, because you're watching now, because you're on Portal to Ascension to this Ultimate Star Beings Conference, a free $65 value. If you go on my school, I'm charging everybody else $65. I'm just going to tell you, but since you are a Jedi, if you use code Jedi, you get this $65 class for free. And what I'm going to do, because I know all the spiritual art, psychic, medium, I can actually energetically connect and see what you're doing, who you're talking to, who's this or that, where your blocks are. I can, because I'm a Jedi master. Seriously, I've spent my whole life, I've been a spirit and a few times, and trained at the spiritual arts. I've been doing this a long time. I'm very committed to it, and can help in all the areas wherever you are to bring that out, enhance it in areas that you've never thought about. So this is hands-on tutoring. Okay. And that's why I'm going to do Zoom, because I want to see faces. So it is super powered training. And I want you to sign up at academyofdivinewisdom.com. And I actually do have a direct link for you. And I'm going to put this in the chat real quick. Okay. Because it's free. I'm not, look, don't, you know, get the deal. No one else, I'm not telling anyone except for the people at the conference. All right. So let me go ahead and at the very end, and also if you're interested in this, is it next weekend? I believe so. It's January 27th, Saturday, not this Saturday, next Saturday. I'm doing a webinar. It's live streaming, but you get to see the replays. It's only $44, but it's for how you can learn to quantum. I should have put astral. It's quantum time traveling. Anyway, quantum time traveling, dimensional exploration. And I can talk to you about how to change outcomes and how I do it and how I go and work on things and change time and slow time and go back and forth. And also psychically, those of you that are intuitive, how you can look at things, and I can teach you what time do you think this is going to happen? What timeline is it going to happen? What's the probability? We can do that too. And you can go in and shift and change that. So I'll actually be going through different exercises and techniques, how you can do that. It's pretty wild stuff. So this is for the advanced, but it's always fun and it's always safe. And I always work in a loving, safe, Christ conscious environment with the archangels of the angelic realm. So it's all good. All right. So then finally, I want to mention that I do have starseed sessions and services, light code activations, past life and soul discovery, earth mission channeling, angelic transmissions and coding, galactic starseed channeling, spiritual mentorship and coaching for whatever you're doing. And so I do light codes. I speak several light codes. I do Atlantean, Elohim, Syrian. I did quite a few. I do reptilian, which kind of freaks out some people. I used to be a reptile. You know, don't judge. Some of them are very nice. And then for those of you that have a loss or really want to hear get messages and information on an Akashic level about your life now, I'm very good at that. Very good at that. If you want to look into that, I really love it. I'm quite good at it. I draw a lot when I'm doing this too. And I channel and do healings. I do whatever's necessary at that time, but it's very involved and a lot of fun. And then finally, anyone watching, I do ascension teachings as well as live medium demonstrations. I have everybody laughing. Again, I'm kind of like Matthew John. I think I'm funny. Again, Syrian, I don't know, but I enjoy doing that. So keep that in mind. I've taught at the Edgar Casey Center. I taught in 2018. I think that's where that picture's from, when I taught at the Psychic Conference, Day of Mediumship, using Christ consciousness. And so I had about 200 students, and we even showed how to cross someone over. It was so beautiful. So beautiful. And then my YouTube channel, which is streaming right now from Portal of Ascension. And I'm so excited about that. And I have an array of topics, light codes, multiverse, time travel. I mean, we get into it. Whoever I feel is credible and fascinating and will help people, I look to have them on. And I have had many people from Portal to Ascension. I'm going to have Alan Steinfeld on sometime soon. We're doing an interview, I think, in a couple weeks. So excited about that. Had Neil on several times and Joan. And someone mentioned that it was Michelle about T-shirts. I have my own line. I am a highly trained designer, visual designer, writer, dancer. I'm also a martial artist. I'm a first degree black belt, which I did this in my late 40s, 50s. I did this. It was very hard, broke a few bones. A combat in martial arts. So that would be Hapkido. I did that. Just in case, you never know. So I'm a lethal weapon too. But yeah, I designed these T-shirts. I'm a designer, and I work for the Office of Christ, Rockstar Seed, Galactic Federation. and check it out on my store. And I'm going to be putting more in there too, because we need that. And that's what I do. I'm a designer and artist. And finally, I want to say, may the force be with you. I want to thank you for your time today, and let's unite in one positive force for good. Much love. All right. So I can unshare right now. Here we go. How do I unshare? I got to unshare this slide. Perfect.
Yes, you did it perfect. Oh, well, Tamara, you hit it out of the ballpark. All I can say is, yes, let's let the force be with you. And we're going to have a deep dive into your presentation and bring Michelle and Victor on at the end of the program. But it's just phenomenal. I loved how you brought us on the ship, particularly on the ships with your encounters and with all the photos and images. So you really brought your experiences alive, Tamara. And the Jedi code of behavior. You know, there's more and more talk about developing our superpowers and our Jedi skills. So not developing, remembering. So all of that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. It was my joy, and I'm very passionate about calling people to step forward.
You did great. You did great. You did great. You're a rock star. Of course, you're married to a rock star, but you are a rock star.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me be here and have this message to my star family. I love you both. Thank you.
We're honored. She's great. I remember the first time she came on Portal to Ascension. And
which event was that? It was before Atlantis, right?
It was before Atlantis. It might have been Dolphins. But wasn't there one before Dolphins?
Neil had me on, I think, with my indies. I don't think he knew what to do with me, but he felt gravitated. He's like, I don't know about her.
Well, I was on your show, and I mean, as everybody probably notices, your energy is just so amazing, and you know how to communicate how you feel very well. You know how to interact with people. So as soon as you had me on your show, I was like, oh my God, we need to have Tamara now.
Really?
Right. And I was telling him, I was like, oh my God, wait till you do this. Wait till you do this. Because, yeah. And
I wanted you to co-host this event, you know, you're helping everything flow perfectly. And I really appreciate it. You know, I wanted, because, you know, I want to stick with time. So that's why we're going to have a conversation later. But I really appreciate that you've had so many experiences, NDEs, regressions, that it's not almost, it is like we can put you in any event and you have some sort of recollection about an experience that has to do with that, right? So you can be on the Lemurian conference. So it's beautiful.
No, thank you. I mean, you give me a place that I can speak to my star family. I just love and respect you both so much, and all the panelists, and this is fun for me. I mean, where else can I do this and be dressed and be in a Jedi Council? Yeah, I mean, where else can I do this? I'm like a kid, and I can bring my toys. I mean, come on.
Well, you can do it. You can do it here for now, but pretty soon you can probably do it anywhere in the world. That's what we're trying to create here, you know.
Oh, well, I'm creating that too, and I want to do this message, but I want to do it with humor and love. So let's do it together.
You do a great job with that. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I'll be on your show on your Jedi training, and all of you guys should sign up. I think it's an exciting program. Yeah. And I remember when she didn't want to present live. So look at you go. Like, you are here live. We're in gratitude, and we'll talk after the next presentation.
All right. All right, Angel Sister. Thank you so much, brother.
All right, everybody. So now we're at a little pause here, a little break before we have Mary Rodwell in about 10 to 15 minutes. But I wanted to take this opportunity. You know, it's been four amazing days, a lot of awareness. I didn't want to really do this at the end when we might be a little tired, or we want to kind of phase out and have a closing discussion. So I want to just share with you one more time things that are coming up at Portal to Ascension. First of all, everybody who signs up, I'll say this again, everybody who signed up for this event gets unlimited replay access. And if you're on any of the social media platforms, you need to go ahead and go to portaltoascension.org, and you can sign up there and you get unlimited replay access. You know, I've been creating events since 2008, but since 2016, when I did the first online event, we have over 10,000 hours of presentations now. And I can't even count how many events we've done, but around 80 to 100 events a year are going on at Portal to Ascension in this moment. And so we have a lot of content. And since we have that much content, A lot of it is available for free. So once you sign up on the website, and all of you guys that are already signed up, everybody in the webinar room, you already are signed up, have access. You can go ahead and navigate to your Watch Now page, your dashboard, and you can browse your content. The new website, I just spoke to the web developers today, is going to have amazing features for you to be able to categorize the different events, to add to your watch list, continue watching when from where you left off. We will have timestamps on the videos. We'll have dates when the videos are released. We'll have bios attached to all the videos. Basically, I went to all the streaming platform pages and I took what I thought was the best from all of them and I gave it to a web developer. 3 years later, they're almost done with it. So it's going to be really amazing. I highly would suggest and recommend that you guys check it out, because we're not only Portal to Ascension, we're not only here for the people that are in this world, right? So for what I feel, the demographic, if you will, for Portal to Ascension is twofold. One is that a lot of us here in doing this work right now, we are at the beginning stages of a new zodiac, a new covenant, an awakening on the planet. We wouldn't be here if we didn't think there was going to be one. And this awakening is going to be spreading viral in nature, millions of people, billions of people, until the whole entire planet is in the know about this awareness, or at least levels of this awareness. So all the individuals like yourself and the speakers right now, we're at the beginning phases of it. We just chose, there's no one's better than the other. We just chose, us collectively here tuning in, to just be the ones at the forefront of this awareness, whereas other people chose to be unconscious to certain things for a little longer. So the way this game is played, I feel, is that we are now remembering, re-educating, deprogramming ourselves so that when more and more people wake up, when the energies of the solar system are bombarded with more cosmic rays, when the ascension continues to unfold, that we are learning this information and remembering this information to be able to teach to the masses, right? So each one of you, who knows what we're going to be doing in the future? A lot of the jobs that we see in the world, right, are feeding into a false narrative, a fake program, that once we realize what really matters, deep connection to each other, connection to ourselves, understanding our place in the universe, what is vibration and frequency, what is the nature of reality? Do you feel that these systems, like Wall Street and financial banking and, so many other things that we can list off, are going to still be valid? Many of these organizations and businesses may shift into something else, but a lot of the industry in the world, a lot of the economy in the world is going to be obsolete. And that is happening now, which is why we're seeing a huge crumbling of so many systems. What's going to be the new industry, for lack of a better term? Well, the industry, or the reality of consciousness, the reality of understanding the bigger picture and the nature of reality. So we're all here learning, right? We're all here learning and remembering. So not only do we create events for people that are in this know, that need to take the next step in their evolution of their awareness, right? Like something you might have heard for 5 minutes, we do like a 2-day event on, right? Getting really in-depth knowledge, like the Atlantis conference, like the Lemuria conference, right? And then we also have, we're there for those people that are just waking up, that aren't aware of all this stuff. So it's a one-stop shop for, I like to say we're a one-stop shop for consciousness, and we have something for everybody. So please do utilize the platform and, and just get this awareness out there to more people. So I want to share with you a few things that are coming up at Portal to Ascension, and kind of just go over some events here, and then also show you what's going to be happening in the next 5 days on our YouTube channel. So the way to navigate to our online events is you simply just go to portaltoascension.org, click on upcoming events. Again, in about a week, the actual template of the site's going to change, but it's pretty much the same thing, upcoming events, Portal to Ascension. And in about a few moments, you're going to get to experience Mary Rodwell, who we've had on Portal to Ascension quite a few times. And that's the follow-up event to this. Originally, we had Mary Rodwell scheduled in April, and I asked her like a month ago to change the date to the weekend after. And the reason for this is we're not just finishing today, right? Obviously, this work doesn't finish today, because we're learning information and remembering information for implementing it into our future, into our reality. So when it comes to past life contact with non-human intelligences, Mary, hopefully, I know Mary's listening right now, so maybe you can take a moment and talk about where you're going to speak in this presentation, that's a continuation of the container that we're creating today, plus what we're going to be releasing on our YouTube over the next few days. I want to start this year out. We at Portals Ascension want to start this year out with a huge infusion of galactic awareness for this whole entire month, right? And then we're going to carry that theme onwards. So the weekend after that, we have Laura Eisenhower, Astrology of 2024. And I'm just going to quickly go through these because we have so many events. We have the Arcturian integration and the Joy Ray coming in the beginning of February. We have the Essenes and Ancient Judea Conference also in February, which I showed you guys the trailer for. We went over the page. Brad Olson, The Lost History of Our Pre-Diluvian Origins in February as well. We have Geraldine Orozco, Extraterrestrial Genetic Discoveries and the Enigma of Hybrid Beings. Divine Neutrality Conference. I'm just going to list them off without the dates. Tim Tactics, 70 Years of Unacknowledged Extraterrestrial Contacts. The Arcturians Conference, first ever Portals Ascension Conference just on the Arcturians. And I'm going to do a deeper dive than what I showed for my event. I'm going to do a deeper dive than what I showed for my dragon presentation earlier, which was my journey into the dragon realms. We have the Great Awakening Free Conference. That's our next free one coming up. We are going to do a 3-day sound frequency event with people like Jonathan Goldman, Stephen Halpern, many amazing people in sound frequency, the Ultimate Harmonic Resonance Conference, Truth of the Bible, Organized Religion, the Palladians Conference, Phil Gruber, the Kabbalah Code, Unveiling Lemuria. I showed you guys that one already. ET Species Almanac with Craig Campobasso, the Orion Portal, Reptilian History, and Galactic Wars. So there's a lot of things coming up. Hopefully I'm still sharing my screen with you guys. I think I am. Yes, I am. Okay, cool. So tune in to that and just look forward to some emails where we're going to be telling you, what's going on at Portals Ascension. So the other thing I want to share with you is I shared it a little earlier that after this event, since we've spent 4 days with so much awareness, I decided let's go ahead and release last year's event, because last year we did this as well, but it wasn't free last year. It was a paid event. So I'm releasing all the content for the next 5 days for the Ultimate Star Beings Conference of 2023. So you can see here, youtube.com, Portal to Ascension. And as soon as this event's over, 30 minutes after this event's over, okay, so if you guys want to celebrate with an after party, go to our YouTube channel, and we're going to have day 1, 2, and 3 going back to back, right? And then 4 and 5. So, this whole event's going to be on YouTube. You can go ahead and check it out for the next couple of days until we put it just on the website. But then we're going to go ahead and launch day 1, 2, and 3 of the conference as well. And then, 4 and 5. So by the time Sunday hits, Saturday hits this week, we'll have all that content out there. And if you think that this event was beautiful and long, this event right here that we're about to launch, every single day is 10.5 hours long. It was much longer than this conference, actually. And that's going to stay up on our YouTube. So you can go ahead and navigate and check it out at any point. So please do enjoy all of that. And then one last thing, and Dana's saying a whole conference on divine neutrality. Yes, because I've heard that term so often. And a lot of people, when it comes to the term divine neutrality, I've also heard people in resistance to that. Well, if you come from a place of neutrality, what about all the atrocities in the world? How are you going to actually make some change because you're so neutral to it? So what is divine neutrality? And do we still take action in order to make sure that we bring peace and harmony to the world, make sure that we don't say yes to atrocities, but actually confront them? So that conference is specifically going to be about that. So lots of amazing things coming up, Portal to Ascension. I didn't even show you half of the events, really. We have a lot happening. And then, of course, we have the Galactic Origins Cruise. So the Galactic Origins Cruise is going to be starting at the end of this year, December 14th to the 21st. The website's not up yet. portalatc.com is going to be the website. And pretty much 7 days, we're going to visit the Honduras, Belize, and the Yucatan Peninsula. Then we have some amazing individuals on it. Sarah Brexman's going to be there. JJ Desiree Hurtak will be there. JK Ultra. Right now, we're in the production phase of this event. So I literally just got this flyer done just a couple of days ago to show you it. but it's going to be kind of the pinnacle and the accumulation of everything that we create throughout the year. And we're going to close it out with this celebrity equinox cruise and go to some sacred sites and also do CE5 on the boat. So it's going to be an amazing year, everybody. And I hope to see some of you guys at these events, right? And if you could choose any one event, I would love to see some of you guys in Glastonbury, because that's going to be probably one of the most powerful experiences that we're creating this year. And I'm really just excited just to keep growing, keep creating, you know. There's a lot happening on the planet right now, so it's really game time. It's like somebody said a couple of days ago in the chat, there is no holding back. There's no holding back at this point, right? It's really time to step up and to create the reality that we want, because the reality that had been created for us or that we said yes to is no longer sustainable. It doesn't work for the masses. It doesn't work for us. So we need to create something different that works for all of humanity so we can live in peace and harmony. There's so many different organizations and institutions that will change with the awareness that we're not alone in the universe. Shared this a few times. The economy, the criminal system, energy, petrol, electricity, poverty, religion, right? All of these things have been utilized in order to create a power structure over humanity that keeps us controlled. As we start disclosing this information, these structures are going to start crumbling and a whole new reality is going to emerge. So I just want to say thank you just to be here with all of you. It's really an honor to be here with all of you and being a part of this movement, because it's the biggest movement on the planet right now, right? So that's all I want to share. Love you all so much. So now we're going to get into Mary Rodwell in a second. So I'll go ahead and bring Victor up, and then we'll get right into Mary. So.
My brother Neil, on behalf of everyone who's listening and watching tonight, and on behalf of the entire spiritual community of the world and the universe, thank you for everything that you bring to us. Thank you for everything that you do. And I know you would discuss that very personal transition in your life that you were thinking about quitting and giving up. Well, thank goodness that you didn't. Thank you, Brother Neil. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce Mary Rodwell. Mary is recognized internationally as one of Australia's leading researchers in the UFO and contact phenomenon. She's the author of Awakening: How Extraterrestrial Contact Can Transform Your Life, and producer of the EBE award-winning documentaries Expression of ET Contact, A Visual Blueprint, and Expressions of ET Contact, A Communication and Healing Blueprint. Researching for more than 3,000 cases suggests that this is a global phenomenon. The star children, she says, exhibit a maturity and wisdom beyond their years, and awareness and connection to spiritual realms. Indigos, or crystal children, as they are often labeled, have telepathic abilities, are spiritually awakened, describing many species of non-human visitors with the feeling that they are as real to them as their real families, because they feel supported by them. This research also explores evidence from a scientific, biological, psychological, anthropological, spiritual, and historical perspective to support what Mary believes is a genetic engineering program for upgrading Homo sapiens, leading to a paradigm shift in human consciousness. Data suggests children are being altered and transformed on many levels through extraterrestrial encounters. On Saturday, January 20th, Mary will be presenting on Portal to Ascension Past Life Contacts with Non-Human Intelligences. Her website is maryrodwell.com.au for Australia, and it is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce Mary Rodwell. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you, Victor. It's lovely to be here, and such an honor to be part of this wonderful conference with so many beautiful souls sharing their heart, their understanding, and their awareness and their truth, which to me is, you know, such an amazing thing, because every one of them is making a difference to this planet and to everyone on it. Today, I would like to focus on something which, and I presume I pressed the presenting button to share screen. So I hope I'm going to be able to do that right. I'm a bit of a...
That's right, Mary. Click share screen, go to entire screen, and then select it and click share.
Share screen.
And I know you normally have audio, so if you have audio, make sure you toggle that as well.
Okay, audio, hold on. I don't know what I've done here, but I've pressed something I shouldn't have done, I think. screen recording. So I'm sorry, select tab. Let's see, entire screen is the one, isn't it?
Yeah, entire screen. Click on the screen and then click the audio thing and share.
Right. Okay, click audio. Won't let me do that. Entire screen. Share. Is that right? Let's see, unlock screen.
What do you see there?
Lost permission to capture your screen. To fix it, go to system preferences, it's telling me.
Okay, try it one more time.
Okay. Present. Slides, share screen. Share screen, click audio. Share screen. Select tab to share. I practice this, you know. I practice this entire screen. So I've got entire screen, and now
you're selected.
I need to find where I've got my presentation, but I can't.
Well, the share screen hasn't come up yet.
Right.
So if you click entire screen, it'll just show your whole computer, and then you can just navigate to that.
I'm clicking it and nothing's happening. Entire
select
screen.
Select the actual window that you want to share. The entire screen window. You got to you have to actually select it.
I'm accepting that. To share audio. Cancel. It's still not allowing me to do that. Let's try. Do you know, I practice this, and it's always the same.
It works when you practice?
I watched the whole thing that you'd sent, actually. So present, share screen.
It's basically 4 steps. So yeah, go to entire screen, right?
Yeah. Share screen. Go on.
Yeah, and then entire screen.
Entire screen works better. Screen sharing is the easiest. Share screen.
And then click on the actual screen that you want to share. It should highlight the screen.
Entire screen. And I'm looking for, that's when I can't find my presentation.
Well, you don't have to. You got to share the screen, and then you can navigate on your computer.
Okay. Entire screen.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's not allowing streams. It doesn't allow me. It says go to system preferences again for some reason. It's not allowing me to do it. Present. I'm not sure what else to press. It's come up. Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen. To fix it, go to system preferences.
Let me look into it. Okay, stay tuned, everybody. We'll figure this out.
Select lock. Check Google Chrome will already check.
Okay, the other thing you can do is you see where it click present, and you know the tab that says slides at the top there. So present and then slides. You can you can actually go to your computer on that tab and just upload your presentation right into the platform.
Okay, slides.
See that one? Slides, your computer. Yeah.
Okay, got that. Desktop. Open.
It might take a couple minutes, so we could.
Okay.
You can talk a little bit while it uploads.
Right. Hold on. That's it. Open. Right. So are you downloading it now?
Well, it'll show you on your end. Do you see the presentation uploading there?
I can't see anything at the moment. Keynotes are not supported. Please export to PDF files, which I can't do because it's on a different PowerPoint system.
So you try to upload the slide, and what did it say?
It says export it to PDF first.
Can you export it to PowerPoint?
No, I've got it on Keynote at the moment.
Well, on Keynote, you can click Save As, and you can save it as a PowerPoint.
Keynote Save As. No. Options. Nope. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do, guys.
All right. Well, we gotta make this work. You're the grand finale. You want to see this?
This is, yeah. It's, you see, it's on Keynote, so it's playing up video file. Does that allow? Oh, wait a minute, video file.
That'll play an actual video, like an MP4 or something. So
right. So should I do that one?
Well, no, it's not MP4. It's a Keynote, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Let me think. Okay, so when you upload it, it won't upload because it's the wrong file.
That's right, and I don't know how to.
When you go to Keynote and you click Save As, there's no PPT option for PowerPoint. Keynote allows you to save in PowerPoint as well.
Yeah. Keynote. Let's see. Save as.
Yep. And then you should be able to just save it as a PowerPoint. I'm not sure what it looks like on there. It might say PPTX, it might say PPT, it might say PowerPoint.
It says save. A file with the same name exists, placing it under rights current. It says, do you want to replace it? So that's not really what I'm talking about.
You can go to export to, and then it will say PowerPoint.
So, okay. A file existing, replacing will overwrite its current contents. Replace. That's all I've got, Neil.
When you click on export?
It doesn't come up with export, actually.
When you click Save As, do you see a PowerPoint option?
Let me have a look.
I'm going to bring you on, Joan, because you've been on this platform many times. You're muted.
Save. No, it just says replace. I'm sorry, guys. This is.
I'm looking at the Mac features, and it says you go to Export from the File tab. So File, Export, and then select PowerPoint.
Export to. Oh, okay. Export to PDF.
You can do PDF or you can do PowerPoint.
Or PowerPoint.
Yeah, PowerPoint. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Joan, you're muted.
Save. There we are.
Okay, Mary, the PDF would make it easier.
I've got a PowerPoint file. It says, okay. It says it's done that.
Okay, now go present, slides, upload, and then find the PowerPoint.
Okay, so I go to slides.
Yep, present, slides, upload your PowerPoint, find the file.
Okay, so I've gone to slides. Then what? I've got Google Slides. Your computer. Oh, you have no slides. It's got
your computer.
Yeah.
What did you do that before with your Keynote?
I've got it all here up. So it says slides. Slides. You have no slides. It's saying.
Yeah, if you go click on your computer, it'll open up your computer, and then you upload it just like you would upload a file somewhere.
Right. Okay. So would it be in Mail?
No, it'd be wherever you saved the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. I'll have a look. Hold on a minute. Awakening. I see it. This has come up. So let me just close that one down. Okay.
Okay, did you click it?
Yeah, it's opening activation on Awakening. Right. So
okay. You clicked it, you went to slides, upload, and you selected it,
yeah,
right?
It's come up now. So what do I need? Yeah. So all I need to do is always change one more slide to the font. So do I just start the presentation now?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, you got to select it after it uploads. You got to click on it.
I have done, and it's come up. So what do I need?
Well, did you go to your file manager outside of StreamYard and just open the file just normally, or are you opening it on StreamYard?
I'm opening it on StreamYard.
You have to open it before.
Oh, right. Okay.
No.
Okay. Let's do present again. So slides.
Yeah. And is it listed there now?
My computer. Unload file.
Mary, when you go to present slides, do you see your slideshow there?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
When you go to present slides, do you see your slideshow
there? I just looked up slides and I clicked that, but is that the one I click or share screen?
No, we're uploading it because share screen wasn't working. Actually, because your share screen was erroring out. When you click present and you go to slides, do you see your slideshow listed there?
It says I have no slides.
Yeah, so you did not upload it to here then. So you see where it says your computer? You see where it says your computer? Click on your computer and then select it and it will upload it to StreamYard.
Okay.
Stay tuned, everybody. Hopefully we're done in a couple of minutes here. But if you want, maybe grab some water, shake it out of it, and we will be up as soon as possible.
Good suggestion. Let's do some stretches.
Take this
do
as a break
stretches, everyone.
Yes.
You know, Neil, I came to the decision last time that from now on I'm gonna turn it all into a PDF. And I could scroll through it. I don't have to worry about expanding it.
Well, let's keep talking about this. Mary, okay. So
right. It's saying Keynote's not supported, so I've exported it to PDF. I've uploaded file. So I've done that and I can see it.
Click it.
Open. But it's saying choose a smaller file. The size limit is 50 megabytes. Size limit.
I think the only other option to do is if you email me your presentation, I'll just go ahead and run it for you.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. But you have to email me the PowerPoint because I don't have,
Right. Well, the way I need to do that is WeTransfer. To send it as a file on WeTransfer. I can do that.
How long do you think it'll take? Because maybe we'll just take a 5-minute break.
Probably wouldn't take more than about 10 minutes or whatever. And what email should I send it to, Neil?
Yeah, send it to NEIL.
Yeah.
PTA, Paul, Tom, Andrew, Portal to Ascension.
Yeah.
NeilPTA@gmail.com.
Right, I'll do that.
All right. And we'll bring the crew on and we'll have a little discussion. And
right.
I guess we'll take you off for now, Mary, so you can handle that.
Yeah, I'll get this. It'll come on WeTransfer in the next 10 minutes or so, all being well.
All right, we'll start in 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, well, Victor, do you have a poem for that?
Yes, I do. Actually, it's not about technical difficulties. It's about boundaries. We were talking about boundaries a couple of times during the course of the conference. And I was one of these people who, because of experience as a child, became a people pleaser. Because I found when I did things for others, I felt loved. And I didn't feel loved if I didn't do things for others. And that wired me to be a people pleaser for most of my life, until I learned at a certain point of my life that you have to say no. Especially to people who will take advantage of the things that you have to offer. It's wonderful to have compassion. It's wonderful to reach out to those who truly need it. But there are those who sometimes will take advantage of that. So this is called the healing power of no. A time comes for choosing rather than losing the essence that makes us so. And in the bestowing, there's power in knowing the freedom that comes with no. When said with compassion, not angry in fashion, and letting the self-love flow, there's a sense of renewing and deep soul imbuing the awareness that comes with no. So with gentle voice and the power of choice and the courage to make it so, I'm still here, my friends. There's no means in this end, just the healing that comes with no.
Oh, so cute.
That is good. That is good. I learned how to be what we call a BAA this year, which is a badass angel. It still makes me laugh.
You did, didn't you?
It was about boundaries.
Yeah.
And being able to say no, which seems to be the hardest thing. And to say no before someone acts out is even harder. So
I just got to share something. Tamara, do you say Tamara or Tamara? How do you do it?
It's Tamara.
Tamara, okay. I love your North Carolina colloquialisms and your adjectives. A big-ass mothership. I love that. That was fabulous.
Well, when I called my husband on the phone, I said, "Oh my God, there's a big-ass mothership!" And he came running out there, and then it went, whew, Like it's just sucked backwards. It was the strangest thing. But yeah, well, we come from everywhere, right? We lived a lot of lives, and we have to be born from somewhere.
But I love that. I love that. That's wonderful.
Well, I like your New York sass. So there you go.
I like your blue Syrian lipstick. Hi, Michelle.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Hi. I had to take the 3 dogs for a walk, and I did get to hear the beginning of your presentation and loved it, and then had to take them for a walk, and I couldn't get you on YouTube. But I do see that Mary is in the backstage. And I know Neil wanted us to get on to Mary and then talk more about your presentation.
We were having a technical glitch. Mary is sending me her presentation so we can go ahead and play it.
Oh, okay.
So we can talk about it now. Let's take a few minutes.
Oh my gosh. Where are my notes? I was taking notes on you too, Tamara. Well, I was trying to get my work done at home and multitask.
Oh my gosh. I tell you, well, the dogs, I have to go along with that. You got to take care of your dogs. Sirius is the dog planet, so your dogs have to come first.
Yeah, my husband's like, you're the one that wanted 3 dogs and you've been tied up for 4 days. When are you going to walk them? And I'm like, okay, I had to go like this.
Is that what you call a 3-dog night when you take them out for a walk?
Oh my God.
One of my favorite songs, Shambhala by 3 Dog Night.
Shambhala.
Yeah. How does your light shine?
On the road
to the halls of Shambhala. And we recognize each other by that. Oh my gosh.
So do you have your biggest takeaway from Tamara's presentation?
I don't see where my notes are, but one of the things that I love about you, Tamara, is you call it straight. You're just a straight shooter, and I love the way that you are bringing so many people around to this information. And when you shared your story, it was in the beginning, it was so interesting to me to hear that you were born to a young mother. I wondered about your mom, because on your Facebook, I see that you do a lot with your mom.
Oh yeah. Well, it's we've been through a lot of healing together, and I have a lot of really respect for what she's been through in life, and so we really get along a lot. My mom's a fae at heart, so she likes to giggle and cut up wherever we go. So I just try to appreciate her as much as I can while she's here.
I did the same with mine. I'm adopted because I was born to a mother who was too young to keep me, and she chose to give me away. And it took 3 weeks for, I would tell my mom that I think my soul chose my parents, and I was 3 weeks late, and it took 3 weeks for me to be in a home for unwed mothers with no mom, because I was saying, you have to find these people to be my parents. And luckily they were found, and I just adore my mother, and I adored my mother and my father when they were alive. And 2023 is when my mom transitioned. But I'm sorry. Isn't it interesting to see the weavings that we all have with and people in our chat talking about their parents? And that's a big part of our journey, is healing those ancestral wounds.
And just
100%. Well, that's so beautifully said. And it's crazy because it's literally like ancestral wounds on Earth and off planet. Because that's what it comes down to. Is like, I forget, I had some conversations recently about the different types of experiences that a lot of starseeds from specific areas in the universe come onto Earth with. And a lot of those experiences were kind of like karma and trauma that was taken on there. And it seems like Earth is a place to work this stuff out.
And also the microcosm of the macrocosm. Isn't that like, that really makes sense to me when it's presented in that way, that what's going on above is what's going on below, and vice versa. So in a lot of our presenters' presentations, I felt that theme coming through as well.
Yeah. Well, so guys, I'm just going to bring Mary on really quick just to see how everything's going, okay?
From down under, Mary!
Hey, Mary.
Hey, Mary.
Almost half loaded now, Neil. We're almost, it's 48%. So it's another 50% to go. So it's getting there.
Okay. And you send me the PowerPoint, yes? Or the PDF?
Yeah, it'll come up on WeTransfer, and you just click on and download.
Okay, but it's not the keynote, right?
No, it's the one that I changed to the P.
Converted? Okay, perfect.
It's called, you want to know what it's called?
No, it's fine. I'll know when it comes in.
It's, okay. Yeah, you will.
Okay,
it's 57% now, so it's only another 40%.
Okay, almost there.
We could all send it energy to get Mary's presentation.
We will transfer. We transfer.
Free flowing. Removing all the blocks.
I tell you.
So have you been traveling a lot, Mary?
It's because only this previous years, the only one I went to was overseas because I've got a lot of family stuff going on at the moment. And Neil was there, which was wonderful at the Awakening in Manchester. Unfortunately, I didn't get to have much time with everyone because I had family there as well. So I was between family and everybody else. So it was, I didn't have as much time as I would have liked to catch up with people, you know, especially Neil and everyone there. But still, it was very good. But as Neil has probably realized, is you're working between the nuts and bolts of ufology and conscious and metaphysics, and it's getting a balance between the two so that you can meet needs, and that's the challenge.
Well, you're a trailblazer, and I still appreciate you coming on the Seeking Heaven channel. And I got your book and I read it, and I was a bit startled to find that so much of the bulleted points that you gave for contactees that definitely fit that. So thank you for your work.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's a pleasure. And what's so fascinating for me is the fact that so many people across the globe, and I get emails from literally across the globe, is that not everybody really fully understands what it is they're experiencing because they're seeing it through the lens or their own belief system, and they don't adopt often to what is actually what it is that they're experiencing. And so for them, it's, is this really what other people experience? This huge, and that's what I'm going to be addressing really today with what I focus on, is the fact that so many are manifesting the awareness of star seeds, but don't actually connect the dots to what it actually means, or they think they're just busy. So
nothing random.
That's right? The standard.
You're the dot connector for sure.
It's
and so is Neil. Look what came in the mail today, Neil.
Oh, nice. That was quick.
Beautiful cover.
This is Neil's book, Mary.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I ordered the Kindle because I'm obsessed with my Kindle. I've had like 10 of them.
Oh, nice.
So I can read through it at night. So you're on my reading list.
Yeah, let me know how you feel about it. Leave me a review on Amazon.
Okay.
I will. That's a good idea. Thank you for the reminder.
Mary, while we're waiting, I'd love for you to let us know what's been going on lately for you. What have you been working on lately?
Okay. Well, I'm just telling you now that it's finalizing and it's sent now. So you should be.
I got it. Let me see. Okay. I'm downloading now.
Right.
The show must go on.
And it will. It is.
Oh, I tell you what, this has been such a challenge.
Well, I think, Joan, that's a good idea. What you mentioned about always with PowerPoint, put it in a PDF form because then it's going to be okay. But, that's how you learn.
It would have been much better for me yesterday, too. And I really meant to tell people for StreamYard, the PDF is, but, it's a learning curve. We're learning together.
Mm-hmm.
Mary, your wisdom and work is worth waiting for.
Oh,
Yeah,
you are a star.
true.
Thank you for that.
Man, no wonder that amazing woman married you.
Okay, I got it, everybody.
Amazing.
Okay, we're ready to go. I have it.
Yay!
All right.
Thank you, Mary.
We're supporting
Mary,
you,
so-
Mary.
Okay, thank you.
Mary, you just have to tell me when you want me to switch the slide, okay?
Right. Okay, because there's a couple of videos in there as well.
All right, so let's make sure you see this. Okay, I'm going to take my camera off, and then you'll see the presentation.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Right. Okay. Welcome, everyone, to this presentation, which has been an absolute pleasure to be invited to speak to you about a little bit more of my research. And one of the things that has been so powerful for those that are having experiences is the fact that they change from an old paradigm into a new one. And that is a huge shift for many, many people. And as you can see from this particular slide, what you've got there is we've been visited, as Lloyd has done this beautiful artwork, we've been visited all through history. And this is really the crux of who we are and what we are. And as many researchers have mentioned, and there have been some wonderful researchers mentioning, we are a product of many star seeds or many star origins. Some say at least 12, some say 22. Whichever way it is, that is in our DNA. And that is what I believe is being activated now. So the next slide, please. What I want you to see here is something very important, and it's bringing it into a context that, you know, on every level that we can understand. And the important thing with this is the fact that we have had contact all the way through our history. And here you see it with this really interesting script there. The script that was supposed to be glyphs from Brazil. Look at the script there, and it looks very random and looks very strange. But it was a famous archaeologist, a Professor Hummel, who published this in Ancient Civilizations, said in Peru that this was from the star beings. And what is happening, and what I need to say here more than anything else is when I was first exposed to people, contactees, those that star seeds, one of the things that was very hard for them was to believe it was real. And because as we know, nuts and bolts ufology, what you get is often, well, where's a piece of the craft? Prove to me that this is real. And even those that are having the experiences, having communication, and finding themselves drawing strange beings, doing strange scripts and what have you, there's still a part of them thinking that they may be crazy, that there's something wrong, that they're just doodling or whatever, because we are programmed from birth not to believe in our multidimensional abilities and awareness, right from the very beginning. What you see here is something that shows that we are literally, from our very beginning, having this kind of downloads of information. And the one to the right is one of the scripts by Tracy Taylor. And you will see so many similarities in both scripts. Can we have the next slide, please? And here's another one, a script similar to that found in an Aztec flying saucer. Once again, for those that are bringing in the scripts, here is more evidence that what you're bringing in has validity, that there's something very important to it. And I think this is really important that you are, you know, that you give yourself validation for that. Look at the CGI of the symbols. How many of you, I wonder, that are watching this presentation have done similar scripts and wondered whether or not that's valid and that it's coming from a place that you believe. Next slide, please. Symbols on a craft by an experiencer, Chris Bledsoe. Many of you will know of his story. Look again, it looks random. It looks, you know, strangely geometric, but again, it's what's seen on the craft. And what I have been told by a number of experiencers, when they see these symbols on the craft, what seems to happen is they unpack themselves and give information or directions. So what we're seeing is, you know, a two-dimensional but a multi-dimensional bit of information, although it looks two-dimensional. The next slide, please. Dr. Francis Crick was co-founder of the DNA molecule, and he said something very, very profound, because he always believed that we were intelligently designed. He said they programmed the molecules so that when we reached a certain level of intelligence, we'd be able to access their information and therefore teach us about ourselves. And this is crucial because there's so much coming out about our understanding of what our DNA is and the holographic DNA. So next slide, please. So here is something really important, and it's been acknowledged many times in science, but particularly the science team in Russia. They demonstrated human language does not appear coincidentally, but is a reflection of human DNA. And we have to take in the star language, the light language, plus the scripts here, because both are very significant here. Because they're saying the vibrational behavior of DNA demonstrated that living chromosomes function just like a holographic computer. They modulated specific frequencies onto a laser ray, and with it influenced the DNA frequency, thus the genetic information itself. They proved chromosomes damaged by X-rays can be repaired, and the potential of the vibration and frequency waves on genetics to have more significant influence on the formation of organisms than biochemical processes. So what it's saying is it's about vibration and frequency, which is affecting our DNA. And this is really crucial to where I'm taking you in this presentation. Next slide, please. One of the other bits of information that I think is really crucial here is we have the capacity to hold incredible amounts of information in human DNA. Just 1 gram of DNA can potentially hold all the data stored on the internet. So what is stored in human DNA? And is it related to the so-called dormant DNA, previously called junk by geneticists? Because it's still not understood. Apart from about 5% of our DNA, the rest is still not understood. So what is this? What is being stored in our DNA? An amazing storage device with just 1 gram. So several DNA studies demonstrate intercellular, environmental, and energetic variables where we modify DNA at the same time. So we've got epigenetics that's also part of the mix. And some scientists now believe DNA is related to our higher spiritual selves. Ghost DNA, the DNA phantom effect. So we've got an understanding, at least with some scientists, that there's more going on than what we see is in our physical understanding. Next slide, please. So let me explain a little bit more about the scripts and the codes that were designed as an access tool. Tracy Taylor has the understanding to say this. What is going on when you're bringing in the codes? What is it that's happening when you're bringing in the star language? It's clearing and opening us to a higher consciousness. It's acting as doorways. It's to heal the damage done through learning of and the use of English language in particular, because that's programming us out of our awareness. Also the healing of physical structures of our human technology that are affecting us. Receiving and integrating brain hemispheres, which is the other part of becoming whole. Bringing people into a state of alignment within the present moment. The process of writing the script, and it awakens access to multidimensional realms of creation, enabling the proper downloading of information. So we are getting, apart from everything else, and I'll go into more that's going on, it's acting like a clearinghouse, enabling us to reach once more our true nature, the higher spiritual selves that have come into this planet to act as galactic warriors, as well as galactic healers, so that we can actually come here to be what we are. So what's the cosmic agenda? And Lee Capitelli, a wonderful young lady I met 15, 20 years ago now, and she says this, that she's a homo novus that is, coming in to help. And there are many of you out there as well that would be called homo novus. It's trying to wake humanity up through your drawings, through your music, through the sacred sites, We're a species in transition. We're being upgraded to Homo novus. Experiencer said that for her, this is her role. And as you can see, the energy beings, the drawing she has there, are one of the beings that she interacts with. And she's drawn some amazing images of the beings that that she has interacted with, as many of the star seeds are doing, and doing such a wonderful job of waking us up. So Homo novus is a mix of Homo sapiens and ET genes. Homo novus' purpose is to uplift, to alter the offspring of sapiens into the next evolutionary step, humanity to Homo noeticus. Homo novus is a subtle way of mutating humanity to the next stage by our parent ET races that never saw us. We, the novus, our primary objective is to awaken humanity. Individuals, we have different roles to play to ensure this consciousness shift does happen. They have talents in sports, art, language, dancing, science, philosophy, mechanics, maths, and politics. And if you look at some of the amazing children now that are on the planet, that are coming out with all these gifts and all this awareness, they're bringing in through their singing, through their awareness, through their talents, the new frequencies that are waking us up. And we also have to acknowledge that this part of these frequencies are acting not just in our DNA itself, but in our very nature, as the human body is 75% water. And so star language frequencies are altering the nature of the programmed water that affect, what effect does that have also on the human body? So these are all the ways that it's occurring. Next. So frequency and codes. This is what I would like to look at in terms of the codes, because I want to focus on that particularly in this presentation. Next slide, please. Awakening to our multidimensional abilities. We've always had them, but they've been suppressed in many cases, derided, mocked. You're probably told that you were a bit crazy, all those kinds of things. So what wakes you up? Sightings of spacecraft, encounters with the beings, downloads of information through encounters, past life connections and recall to ancestors. And I will be talking more about that in another presentation I'm doing for Portal to Ascension. Music, artwork, scripts, symbols, starlight languages, healing frequencies, channeling and telepathic communication, sacred sites, crop circles, shamanic encounters, near-death experiences, hypnosis, artwork. All of these are ways that we're being triggered to awaken, and it depends on the soul how they've chosen to do it and at what time. So what does that mean? It means perceiving spirits, and that may be different beings. Some of them may see them in a more religious terms, like for some people they'll say I'm seeing an angelic being, for someone else it will be a light being. What we have to understand is there's physical, there's interdimensional, there's extra dimensional, there's transdimensional. There are beings from our future. So we have all these different intelligences operating within our reality in different ways. Out-of-body experiences is another part of this. And what is really important, and one of the surveys we did with the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation, we found out of the 4,000 that were surveyed, that 75% of their encounters were out of body. I'll say that again, 75% were out of body, only 25% were physical. Healing experiences and healing abilities are activated through these codes, through the vibration and frequency. Heightened intelligence, the number of people that said, I know things I never learnt in school. I have information from quantum physics right through to healing information. Downloads, heightened multidimensional senses such as telepathy, clairvoyance, clairaudience, past life recall on Earth and other planets, telekinesis, expressions of contact producing scripts, artwork, light language, etc. Ability to affect matter and mind influencing and remote sensing. So activation through frequency, sightings of craft. When you see a craft, there may be more going on. In other words, you may be deliberately shown a craft and something happens and you're not aware of it. There's often a download, or they're saying, hi, we're family. Are you taking notice of us yet? So when somebody says they've seen a craft to me, one of the questions I will say to them is have you found yourself feeling different in any way since you saw that craft or whatever, because often without them realizing there's been a download or there's been an interaction, even though they're not aware of it. Healings and energy work, and the downloads, of course, of scripts and music. All of this is frequency. Next slide, please. So one more part of the science, which I think is really important because it helps us ground the information. And for me, it's very important for my left brain analytical side to work it out as much as I possibly can. And this is explaining now the multidimensional nature of DNA. Living chromosomes function like a computer, using endogenous DNA laser radiation to modulate certain frequency patterns, influencing DNA frequency, thus the genetic information. So DNA can cause disturbing patterns in a vacuum, producing magnetized wormholes, tunnel connections between entirely different areas of the universe. Through information can be transmitted outside of space-time. DNA attracts the information and passes it to our consciousness. So explains things such as precognitive insights, clairvoyance, intuition, telepathy, spontaneous and remote acts of healing, self-healing, remote influencing of weather. What we are is, through our DNA, we can access not only portals, but we can access information that we need by our intent or our frequency, which is multidimensional information. And that's how the Akashic records and all these other information, if you like, our information to understand our greater reality is available to us. We have the ability to access that. And then this is exactly what it's saying. It's a biological, multidimensional link to consciousness itself. Right, the next one. So hypercommunication is another word for this. And this is what Tracy explained. It should be borne in mind that the nature of extraterrestrial communication, that in a majority of instances, star visitors communicate with humans by telepathic transfer of mental images and concepts rather than by words and speech. Everything is made up of the same matter, resonating at different harmonics. So the ETs are able to communicate with us directing thought on subatomic levels, and so activate the subconscious. The symbols are meant to communicate the nature of the macrocosm. So what we have in essence, when we have a symbol, for example, I've been told many times, we are just seeing what seems to be a simple symbol, but contained in that multidimensionally may be enough information to fill a room with encyclopedias. And that is just one symbol. So this is how we have to understand what's going on when we bring these symbols in. And they're already then in our energy field once we see them or we create them. Next slide, please. Dr. Lena Olson, a molecular biologist, also looks at this from an experiencer point of view, but also as a scientist. And this is what she told me. The information of the donors and their background is there. It's a hidden key. And like a PC programmer, they hide their work. This key can be activated and the programmers know the person is ready to be contacted. The activated ones spread a signal to wake others up, and she feels this is now speeding up, which I believe is exactly correct. Okay. So hyperlanguage, light language, another step to telepathy. And this is all preparing us to operate fully as a multidimensional being, I believe. The drawing of the light language is by a young man, and the Octorian Collective by Antonio. And I'm going to, it should be the button to play it in a minute, but I'm hoping that we can. The language is more accurate representation of an individual soul vibration. Is the no? Oh, we haven't got the button. Okay, so you won't hear that then. It bypasses linear space-time. This is one of the steps from words to telepathic communication. I could probably play it from my computer, but I don't know whether you'd hear it very well. That's the only problem with that. Okay. Okay. I don't know why that's
I think
coming.
it is working, actually. Let me try it again, okay? I think the sound works. I heard it. Let me try it.
Okay.
Yeah, let me know if you don't hear it.
Summa tataka parakateka sita takata, summa takata, ritika tinga tapatumsa, rokatingo taka parakatin, sikataka parakatin, sitataka matata, so ringa tataka paraka, rikingi kopataka parakataka, singa taka, shung patakatin, sikatika parakatin, siltukuna pakataki, sung patak, sura patataki, igrit sikata, sienta tatatata, inkurupichinchta. Ortikata, singatata, hopata, rukatinska, praktinska, hani, tsikl, skropraktinska, praktinska, skumatak, singatakat, suklitskart, unatitsi, runga, unity, shumba, rakupistaka palzer, sientataka, ratsit, shumbratitek, kumantek, nyurkatinsawata, singarakotak, insules, raktingat,
Thank you. So the language is a more accurate representation of the individual soul vibrations. So you're going to get differences, but those coming from similar star systems, for example, will recognize the frequency of their latest soul, their previous soul origin, and will resonate to that. But we're getting more and more of different types now, depending on where they've come in from, whether it's another dimension or this dimension. Okay, next slide, please. This was sent to me many years ago from the UK. And this is the reason I put this in, is he was 3 years old when he did these symbols. He ended up putting them as a tattoo on his arm because he wanted to see if anyone would recognize them and he could feel a little bit more normal. And this is what he said: 3 times a week, I'd be woken by a glow, a woman with long blonde hair, green eyes, no beam me up Scotty. We'd be in a room, walls were metallic, which when touched, rippled like water. A window-like plasma screen showed stars, nebula, and symbols. When put in the correct order, would show me things. And there is one of the scripts. So if your children start to do or draw strange images or whatever that you're not quite sure of, it may be that this is relevant to them. And this is, we need to be a little bit more aware of that. Yes, the next slide, please. This is other children. One of them is her daughter's script about New Earth in a different galaxy. Not everyone will be going there. People don't know about this. It's a secret. And this little girl of 5 script sent a copy similar to her daughter's script of Dolores Cannon's book. So what I try to do, and hopefully it's helpful, is to give more validation and more information to help people with this, because it is so bizarre to many people when they start doing it, and they do wonder whether they're okay. Here we have 2 4-year-old, a 4 and a 5-year-old. The 4-year-old said to his father, I don't know what it means, but it's important. And somebody else, another 5-year-old, wrote this on his arm and said, help the parent understand. So when you're getting this with small children who are aware there's something significant going on with themselves in some way and not knowing how to tell you, it's just really useful to be aware that this may be part of their experience, particularly if you're an experiencer yourself, because it is in intergenerational lines. Here's another one from an 11-year-old in Canada. Again, there is the script. So it's just giving, some context to how this in the different generations is coming through. And there's no way that they understand what this is. This is from a graphic designer experiencer. One of them, he said, came from Sirius. But again, you see there's many different types of script, but some is very, very similar. So we have another one after this. This one I was fascinated by because of his understanding. A gentleman in his 70s in Ireland, and he said, studying his hieroglyphs, he's astonished at what he's done. The characters are totally consistent throughout, and not only flawless, but to his senses written with the bold confidence and authenticity of a piece of Zen calligraphy. He's honest, he doesn't have a clue what's written, but I do know when only one character is wrong, I throw it in the fire and I start over, and I don't know how I do it. So this is what also is fascinating. Some do have an intuitive understanding, and I think for many cases, not all of it is translatable. Some of it is, but some of it is actually a sensing and a feeling. Now, I'd like you to show you the process from Rochelle. I did this recording many years ago, but she explains what's going on.
Can you tell us what you're writing?
Sure. It's really like translating information that has been lost, information that was known by ancient civilizations. I'm not able to give you a more accurate description of this writing. My style is really like a shorthand, if you like. It's probably quite messy. But within each character, again, like the languages, it's really like a block of information in itself. If you were able to get three-dimensional, depiction of each character, because that's how I see each one, that would be much more accurate. With all the information that comes through me, I'm aware of it being multifaceted. When I do healing work, I also will see coding in the air, in the energy field, and I may see this coding in either numbers, like you may see mathematical configurations, or I may see them as dots, or I may actually see them as portals. There are many different ways that you can view them, or you can see them as sound. It's the same with the writing too.
And what are you feeling at the moment that you're doing it? What is the sense that you have?
I feel very happy when I'm expressing in these ways, when I'm expressing through what people might call ET languages or ET writing. It feels much more natural for me than many of the human forms of expression. I guess this has to do with my dual consciousness and the fact that for me, it is really learning about being human rather than learning about being extraterrestrial.
Rather than being extraterrestrial, she's saying there. That's sufficient for that particular slide. But I've got another lady explaining as well. If we can go, this again should have audio with it. So what's interesting here with what the physicist is saying is many of the glyphs are actually formulas on their way to forming matter, and that's another clue to understanding what's actually going on. And this lady, Deborah Lapatina, she said, it's hard for me not to sing, as singing the frequencies are an integral part of the transmission. These languages carry billions of bits of information in a bridge format. Human language is linear. Speaking, singing, light language feels spiral and wave-like. Sensations are being awash with layers of knowing that is understood but cannot be articulated in a linear word string. Advanced beings use telepathy or direct thought transference. So we should have audio with this, I hope.
Asnete apota semo kiana chetsi sesiana astata mota se apote ki ai no toma kaya tachati e dama tai kona che semo tiana astaka plus no ma chana mama kia aina tosi ama taya omo noiki istinata oma ka te echika astamo defne botui ritike astu miate este Samo ikito atiata akoma daesanado medike.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to hold this camera.
This is Emma Strong, and she's explaining her process in her scripts. Again, notice the similarities.
I'm going to try to hold this camera like this, but it'll be shaking and moving, but I don't know how else to get the whole picture in. But this is me writing, and I don't meditate or anything. It just comes in.
As you can see, there's no hesitation. It's just continuous. And hopefully this will help those that are finding themselves doing this to get a bit of sense.
Then I turn it over just to give my hand more support. So I write in this direction. I don't think it matters to them where it stops and where it ends because, like I said, like I've told before, it tends to, it goes someplace once I get it down on paper, and I don't think it matters if I tear up the paper. Apparently the writing or what is said in the writing's always going to be. It just is, and it's already recorded. It's almost sort of backhand, and it sort of has changed over the years. But that's the writing. See, it more or less goes that way or that way. And they put a lot of dots. For some reason, I'm dotting things in there, and I'm not quite sure why that is, unless there's extra emphasis, or it's like, I don't know, that it could be a period at the end of the sentence. But anyway, that's my writing. And I do have to hold the pen sometimes more or less. It's easiest to hold it like this because I have more. If I were to write like this, you have to move like this, and that's not how they're grabbing it. They're wanting to use my whole, a lot more of this rather than this sort of thing. And it gives me better control because it seems like they grab the pen and it just is taken control of. But I can't tell if it's like perhaps an outside source or if it's actually just me, my higher self doing it. Okay.
There we go. Two very interesting accounts of what's going on. And another wonderful soul who allowed me to tell her story in my latest book said that she also uses this language to help activate a person's DNA. Now, Dr. Batchelor is a medical doctor, even though she calls herself a shamanic MD now, had an activation in India and changed her life. And she said, I'm not sure of the origins of what she's bringing through. She just knows it holds a frequency to upgrade a person. She suspects her galactic team, together with past life aspects on Earth and elsewhere, incarnations of herself, bring this language forward and through her for the purpose of healing. So this is part of her work now, is to activate DNA. So healing with star languages. Dr. Lena Olson gives a scientific spin to this, which I think is very helpful. The spiral formations I've been working with in my water research are loading energy back into the water and helps healing, recharging, strengthens the energy field and the aura, whatever it's pointed at. Rightly used, it could be a bliss for humanity in rebuilding Earth. Healing works on a cellular level, whether you believe it or not. The healing from my hands affected the protein binding to a gene, P53, which plays a role in turning genes on and off. So this is, again, frequency. This is, harmonics. It's all part of what's actually going on our planet, and it's helping us understand. So now I'm going to focus on the indigenous cultures, particularly because I'm in Australia, and we have got wonderful pictures of indigenous artists showing us how they've been visited all through history. And here's a beautiful one by artist Teddy Chesels. There's another one to be shown next. And this is an interesting one. It was a gentleman in Alice Springs near Uluru who gave me a copy or a print of this wonderful artwork from an Aborigine artist. And she said this: the planet's a half a day's journey. They're friendly and just watch the Aboriginal way of life. They have no guns, spears, or weapons. The air on their planet is food. The green uniforms protect from Earth diseases. These space people speak all languages. The elders say the space people showed them how to grow food, find water, and showed them amethyst stones for healing, which is really important here in terms of what we are connecting to. And so many of the children are connecting to crystals and understanding the nature of crystals. So the next slide, please. Now I'm going to introduce a wonderful lady I've known several months now who lives in my location. She's a beautiful soul. She's a grandmother of, I think, 5 grandchildren she has. She was a nurse and a social worker, but she is an artist. And she has said this: the star people have always been here before the dream time in painting and stories. They help connecting the land, Mother Earth, and crystals. Connections through music, art, plant essences, nature, crystals, and healing, helping to recharge the land and the portals of energy points. Now, what you're seeing on the right is an activation code that she didn't fully understand. She was bringing in these several months ago and didn't understand what she was doing other than she was driven to do it. And now when we talked, she realized exactly what was going on. And it was a great relief to her because she was beginning to wonder whether she was going a bit crazy. And this is what she did as an activation code, but I'm going to explain and show you some more of the codes that she's bringing in. So the next slide, please. This is her art, and she's does wonderful artwork. And again, very interesting. There's a lot of dots, as well as you notice with the hands as well, that are very, very indigenous in terms of their perspective. But she is, a very talented artist. And she's I think this is preparing many of those that are bringing in the codes often have a talent with art, or if it's music, they're bringing it through the music. Next slide, please. She told me this: she was speaking a language as a small child. She was really about 4 years old, talking to the old ones, the star beings. And she said, I saw some of them were blue, some were tall and green, different shapes, and some were very alien looking. She saw the greens and the blues the most. I was closed down for a while due to other cultures with religions that impacted on me and blocked me, and I couldn't get home, as she called it. What she was saying was often, more conventional religions were imposed on her, and she was told she shouldn't be talking to the old ones. So she was shut down. She said, it began again when I started soul healing, meditation, crystal bowl frequencies, to hold and to put pen to paper and get my head out of the way. It came up, down, across, around the page. It came in fast. I felt I needed more hands to keep up. I didn't know what I was doing until I spoke to you. And it was when I saw what she was doing, I said, do you know what you're doing? And she said, no, other than I've got to do it. And then I showed her some other images of codes, and I explained to her what was going on. And it's coming in thick and fast now. So the next slide, please. These are the different forms that she's bringing in. And this is what's really interesting. It's not necessarily one type of script. And she's aware there's several different origins to some of the script that she's writing now. And as she was explaining, as Emma Stone was explaining, that sometimes it's across, sometimes it's right to left, left to right, down, up, diagonally, or whatever. And they literally are coming in thick and fast. And as we heard from Tracy Taylor, some of them are clearing, realigning DNA. Some of them are healing. Some of them are information. So we're getting a whole smorgasbord of information coming through these scripts. And that is why they're so important. Here's some more of the scripts that she's doing. Sometimes it's in color, as you can see with the hands. And you'll find a lot of experiences, if you look at their artwork, have hands where they're showing chakras and what have you as well. There's something very significant about that. And so I think it's really important that if this is what you're producing, there's a very important reason, and about accessing that awareness within you to help you understand what's going on, because you do know on some level. Okay. And this is a picture of artwork that Liz did many years ago in 2008. And it was her dreaming pathways. And she believes that this seemed to be more personal to her on one level. She's now identified many more energy lines. It may be the lines of energy power, maybe as we understand them to be ley lines or power points across the globe. And what was interesting is she did this triangle, which I'll explain. She's got more information about that triangle that's in the center there. But these were her own, she thought some will call them song lines. And that is often how they're understood by the indigenous cultures in Australia. But energy lines, ley lines, but they were, she believed, her personal ones. But I think there was more than that going on there. What we've discovered is when I asked her now in today, looking back on that picture, what was in that triangle? And you will see when it's turned another way, it looks very much like it might be a craft. And I think that's in the next one that I've, next slide, I think I've done. I'll explain that to you. Information, what is the source? I've asked her. And she then quite spontaneously, without really thinking too much about it, mentioned Venus, Algoria, Andromeda, Pleiades, Lemuria, and Mantis. The new children can understand and transcribe the codes is what was also conveyed. But it's often quite interesting until you ask someone, who is it that you're tapping into? They haven't even thought to ask that question. So why are they important? I began at 3 to begin with. Now I speak at least 5. Bringing in the languages that are not traditional is a good thing, as language connects us all as a mob, which is, you know, a group, a tribe, and a culture back to Mother Earth, and it's universal. It needs to happen, it needs to be shared, and to know that you are not crazy, because one of the big issues, particularly in the Aboriginal indigenous cultures, they've had a really hard time in honoring their spirituality and honoring their understanding and their connection to the star beings. Next slide, please. So this is a script from the Light Beings with Mike Oram, who is a wonderful gentleman that wrote about his own stories in the UK. And he was only 4 years old. And with the next slide, I'll show you what he was saying at 4 years old to his parents. This is what he told his mother at 4 years old. And it's in his book, Does It Rain in Other Dimensions? A wonderful book. And many years ago, he told me, he said to his mother, there will be a change in human consciousness. The energy is headed this way, and the essence of this energy is light. The energy will repair our DNA. It will make us complete in who we really are. This was what he was trying to convey to his mother at 4 years old. And so what we have is the children again reminding us and awakening us to the fact that we're all here because something major is ahead of us and we've come to be part of it. And this is really difficult to remember with so much going on that is really hard at the moment, that this is now the transition. And like any birth, it's challenging and it's difficult, but we know it's going to happen because too many of these beautiful souls have come to this planet with their awareness and understanding to help this happen. Next slide, please. So we're awaiting arrival. And what really for me is the most important part of this is understanding that we are not only awaiting arrival of our star family, but we are the star family. And we're waiting an arrival of the rest of human consciousness to catch up and wake up and realize who they are. So we're waiting the arrival of activation and consciousness. And ultimately, that's really what we're all doing today. And what we've done over this conference and what so many beautiful souls have done in this conference is actually put out bravely, courageously, and often with derision from more mainstream communities, is that this is all crazy, this is all airy-fairy nonsense and whatever. And I hope that even with this small presentation, this, I can show that it is based on real tangibility, and it is real, and it is important that we honor how we feel, even if we've been shut down, and many of us have. educational systems that are deliberately shutting you down. And one of the things that I will say here is what I have done a lot more work on, although I work with hypnosis as well, where somebody has missing time, or they've had other experiences where they've seen beings or wanted to understand whether they've had experiences as a child or what have you. We can explore all of that and help connect the dots. But the other thing that's been profound, and more work I've done in that field, is the numbers of people right across the planet. Doesn't matter what culture, what profession you are. And I've worked with all sorts, from farmers to, PhDs, that are opening up to this awareness, opening up to the fact that they're having some form of communication. And the one thing that they've all struggled with is giving themselves validation and honoring their experiences, because it's been such a program of disinformation on this planet, where you're not given the respect that you are a multidimensional, intuitive, enlightened, amazing being that's come to this planet to help shift consciousness and to waken up those of the soul family. And what I hope today, with what I've shown, is that there's real tangibility to this. There is real science behind it. It's just, and we have to understand that ultimately consciousness is primary. And this is what we are. We're a conscious being that is operating not just in a 3D, but a multidimensional one. And if we can bring them together, then we become whole. And that's what I think the star beings that are helping us are encouraging us to do. So ultimately, we can be part of the galactic community. I hope that's made sense to everyone, or at least they've enjoyed it. I will be talking about the past life connection in the next event that I'm doing with Neil. And in that, I'm showing it isn't just this lifetime, but there's been other lifetimes where we've tried to do this, but didn't necessarily have the success that I think we're going to have this time. So very, very important to understand that there's many journeys that have brought us to this point. And for some of us, it's the first time being on this planet, so it doesn't feel like home. And others have been on this planet and found it very hard to shift and make it happen. But this time, I believe it's without question, it's going to happen. And you're all part of it. Right.
Oh, fantastic.
Beautiful presentation, Mary.
Thank you. I hope it's made sense too. I like to.
You said that you closed out with that sometimes, some other times it may not have happened, but this time I think it's going to happen. What did you mean by that? You mean that we've tried this before? We've done this before?
Oh, yes. And one of the ladies I worked with in hypnosis, we found out that the reason she's come back is because when she was in Atlantis, they tried to create this and make it happen, and they failed. And in my book also, it was a young man who was supposed to bring in the artwork to trigger consciousness. And what he found was, because of the First World War, we went to war, and so that opportunity was lost, and he wasn't able to create the artwork that was going to trigger consciousnhave and awareness. So he's incarnated this time so that he can do that. So I'm finding more and more those links that from the soul that have had different roles to play. And I know we've heard the stories from some of the beautiful souls in these 4 days that have this understanding too.
Yes.
So we've had opportunities, and this time it's the stars are dictating that this is the moment for the awakening, right? And I'm curious, like, a lot of your presentations have to do with children that and their experiences. How do people find you? Is it just word of mouth within the community? Are they mostly in Australia? Like, how does it work?
Well, some of it's because of the New Human, the book that I wrote several years ago now. And what fascinated me, and I will say this to this wonderful audience, is I did wonder where they would think Mary's lost the plot, as we'd say over here, but it had to be their truth. And what I discovered was not only were teachers that were aware and awake, but the psychologists aware and awake, as well as parents. And they find me and tell me about their children. what's going on. And the psychologists who are awake, the ones that have gone into psychology for more than just one reason, maybe to understand their own journey, have said to me, how do I help children when the parents are asleep, and yet this child is no question, she's a star seed, and I'm trying to help them because they struggle at school. They often get bullied at school because they may be healers, they may be highly sensitive, and so they're tuning into the energy around them and what have you, and don't cope. And the other children, not as aware, often bully because they don't fit in. And so many of the parents have written to me and said, well, what can I do about that? And I said, well, there's only one option. If they're not happy in a school environment or whatever, there's only really homeschooling is the only other option, unless you find others. And that's been because some of them have really wanted to end their lives because it's been so toxic for them and what have you. And I remember one, Zach in my book, he told me when he was 11, his family all said to him, will you stop being weird and wonderful and talking about all this weird stuff that you talk about, that you're tuning into this, that, and the other. Just be normal and do normal things, and say normal things. And he said, Mary, I tried it. I shut myself down, and all I did was just talk the way they did and share things they did. He said, I became so depressed, I wanted to end my life. He said, the only way, he said, I could survive was open up again. But he said, the trouble was, and you go to school and you're tapping into everybody else's emotions, feelings, and what's going on with them. It's also crucifying, he said, because, you're not capable always of shutting yourself down sufficiently that you can deal with that. And that's why so many can't handle, going to supermarkets and go to big areas where there's crowds, because they're so sensitive to everything, especially healers, the empaths. There's so many children that are being born as empaths now, and they can tap into everything. I remember talking about a little 8-year-old who said she was a hybrid water being. She came from a water planet, and she was part water being and part human. And she was saying that when she looks in the mirror, she's seeing her water being self. She's not seeing a human self. And she explained that when she hears music, she taps into not just the music itself, but the frequency of it. And it takes her to the person who created the music and what's actually going on for them in terms of energetically. So this is the kind of sensitivity that we're talking about. And, and if the parents are blind to that, and sometimes one might be awake, the other one isn't, and the other one that's not awake thinks the other parent's crazy. So you've got all this other human dynamics going on that make life for a starseed child sometimes really, really difficult. And that's why I think the more that we can educate and put out what this is going on, the more parents that are open to it can help these beautiful souls that have come in to change and help us change this planet, which is, why I'm so excited about that, is because I know it's everywhere. It's not in one particular place. It's right across the globe, even if it's not fully understood in terms that we understand it. It is happening everywhere, and these children are everywhere, and we're hearing them on talk shows and being extra talented with their singing and you listen to an 11-year-old singing like a 30-year-old, and they're coming out and the frequencies that they're bringing in. And I'm thinking, that's it. There's another one bringing in the frequencies. You can see it everywhere. And I know you know what I'm talking about.
And Mary, this is why we refer so many people to you, because you have a way of presenting the information that appeals to people who maybe this is so foreign to them, the parents especially. I've referred so many people to you because I know that they've been chastised by family members and they're not understood. And I remember the first time I saw a presentation you did on YouTube. It was so many years ago. It was like a big amphitheater. You might have been in England, maybe, and it was a big amphitheater that you were speaking to people, and you talked a lot about your nursing background, and you didn't sound crazy like a lot of a lot of people are considered crazy when they start talking like this. And so you have been a way shower to how to get the language there to connect the children with their parents, with the school system, and bring what feels like rational thought to something that seems so abstract to so many people, where they just can't, they feel like it's unbelievable. Like that light language, I can't tell you how many people make fun of my friends that speak light language, or that sing it, or that write it, or that, you know, in my world, in my reality, they think it's a bunch of, you know, crazy stuff, but you make it not crazy. And that presentation really hit home. I know there were tears in my eyes as you were sharing it. Some of my friends were texting me, "Oh my gosh, this is incredible." They're not even writing in the chat, they're texting to me. You know, shout out to all my friends that are watching right now, because they're in awe of this information finally coming out and feeling validated for who they are and what they've gone through. Because there's a lot of trauma when people come out and share this. So that's my 2 cents. And I just wanted to thank you so much for what you're doing for all of us.
Thank you, Michelle. And it is really sad, because I was in Sweden some years ago, and one of the young men, he was about 28, and he said that what he'd done was he was amongst friends, and he came out with the star language, and they called the police, and he ended up in hospital because they thought he was crazy.
I hear that. I hear so many stories like
this. Is so it's often just the language, Michelle, in what you're actually saying is how you say it. Instead of saying someone's psychic, for example, I'll say they're intuitive. Intuitive's okay. Psychic isn't okay, because it means you're probably a bit crazy or whatever. So it's just about finding the right language in whatever. And when I was in the expo in England, I kept my presentation a lot more 3D. Let's put it like
refined. The word refined came in.
There's a lot of nuts and bolts, as I call them. You know what I mean, Neil, because you were there. So I had to keep it very, very grounded, very tangible. But you can still get it in if you provide them with the background and as much of the understanding of the science behind it, which we need anyway, because it helps us ground it. But to understand the process.
Yeah. You know what really helped me when you were talking in your presentation, I had heard before that I'm a key, and I'm like, and it was Syrians, and I'm like, I don't know what that means. And I felt frustration from them. They said, you're the key. When you explained that the key, that they're actually the symbols, and they said it's with the frequency, and the symbols, they told me they're not symbols, that they're portals and manifestation of creation. And I couldn't really quite understand that, because I was trying to understand that initially with just my human brain instead of just feeling it from my heart. But when you explained it, then when we talk about frequency, then we're talking about the whole Tesla thing and frequency of healing and all sorts of stuff. And I feel a great sense of relief that you explained that, because I couldn't understand the connection, what that meant, and they couldn't explain it to me really in human terms. And so when you said it's the language, so really it's the language, and it's the essence of that frequency within us. It's not, it could be written, it could be, spoken, and that it can also help each other with far as healing and remembering. So I didn't realize how powerful just speaking light languages, and how now I'm having different ones come out. And I think that I don't know why. And when they come out, I'll know what they are. And the whole people don't know why they know things. I don't know why I know how to build a Stargate. I mean, I did horrible in math and science in school. I was bored usually, but I think what you said about all of that and how you gave evidence of that gave me a lot of relief, because there's a lot of things within me I don't always speak for. At Portal to Ascension, you can speak forth these things, but you have to, like you said, be careful and use discretion where you speak of all of these things.
I think what's been helpful is that, I've been a counselor for 35 years, and you meet all sorts of people, all different professions, awareness and what have you. And I always taught to speak the language of the person that's in the room. So it's an academic, you use academic language. If it's, a tradie, You'll talk like the tradie, so that you can connect and whatever. And so for me, I look at the audience and say, where's their level? And my team say, this is what you can say here, and this is what you can say over there. I know you all do that because you're all connected anyway. But I get the team telling me, this is okay, but you know.
Well, it's
You're
important.
safe here.
It's safe here. And I love that you took it to a different level, because it was at Portal to Ascension, and you could go to that safer levels and talk like we all can, because you were speaking to your people. Even as a child, the childhood information, especially in your book, I identified with all those as a child, and certain things that there was no one to talk to about that was painful. I remember sitting in the energy and knowing stuff about everyone in there and how I hated being there, and I wanted to just create and draw, and it was difficult.
Yeah. And this is, for me as a grandmother, I've got 6 beautiful grandchildren. I want them to be all they can be.
Yeah.
And we all want this for the future of this planet. And the only way is to assist as much as we can. And ultimately, they'll tell us what they need. We won't need to work it out, because they'll tell us, this is what we need to do. And all we need to do is keep them safe so that they can actually come here to do. And that is my mission, if you like, is to do what I can to help the parents help the kids, or help the educators help the kids, or whoever else is supporting them, as you're doing in owning your truth right now.
I found it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Tamara.
Just real quick, I just think we need a Junior Jedi Academy that all these special children around the world can go to, because they're going to be needing this at some point, right? We're going to need to have everyone watching. Some of us are going to have to support that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Joan, what were you saying?
We're going to have to support it. I found it really reassuring, Mary. You're the last speaker, and you brought in this message of, look, this awakening is going to happen no matter what. It's already in the stars. My clients see it. I found that extremely positive note to end on, and the conference on.
Powerful.
This is going to happen. All the forces in the Galactic Center are geared to us having this ascension uplift, and nothing's going to stand in its way. And that's a great, that's a great way to complete.
Right. And it's a testament to the new generation is coming in awakened, right?
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to close out with your presentation, Mary, because I know you're kind of giving us hope to show us that that's happening. I often feel that, children, they end up forgetting their lives, their past lives, and the connection to source, right? Because of the conditioning of society. And I often wonder, is that a vibratory frequency thing of this planet, or is it just the way that we project our own beliefs on them? And what would happen if you had a conscious family that continuously asked them questions and probed them with, do you remember your past lives? Where are you from? Asking those questions and being open to them even explaining about their imaginary friends. And maybe there is some sort of book or some sort of textbook we can eventually create that shows the families and parents on how to cultivate the gifts and memories rather than do the opposite, make them forget.
A workbook for the parents, a workbook for the child or the children, and they can work together with it if they're so open.
Or through games, playing games with your kids.
So many of the children and adults that talk to me say I was shut down when I saw things, and when I saw Granddad after he died, and I'd say I see Granddad. And Liz Childs, she said, an Indigenous grandmother, she said to me, Mary, I was hearing them, I was seeing them, and then I'm talking to the old ones or whatever, and I was told, you can't do that. This is wrong. And she was brought up in one of the, programmed into Catholic religion, and said, this is not cool. It's not okay. You can't do it. And so she shut down because she was told it wasn't okay. And she said it's only in recent times that she's allowed herself to, with her healing that she's going through, she said she started to own more of that. But she didn't know when she was doing this. And I saw her writing. I said, what are you doing? It's happening. This stuff, it just keeps coming through, and they keep pushing me to write it and what have you. And I said, yeah. I looked at it and I said, you know what this is, don't you? And she said, no. I said, these are codes and these are scripts from... And I brought some of my books and showed her, and she couldn't believe it. She said, I had no idea what I was doing. And then, of course, she started to ask the questions then. She said, I just thought I was just, you know, I'm a bit crazy anyway, you know, she sort of said.
You know, Mary, you're gutsy, because I know that you have, you know, from mainstream, had attacks or whatever, but you have such a passion and believe in what you're doing, and you really fight for your clients and people that are like that, because you know that they're genuine and they're telling the truth and they're passionate. And so I think that the time is such that we're all coming out, the ones that have been here, that have been silent, and the new ones that are already awake. And it feels like a momentum is happening. And I think that now's the time to keep pushing forward. And that's why I always say we're stronger as one, because we're saying the same thing, maybe in different ways, but we're saying the same thing. And I'm just excited about your work. I know you're going to be doing so much more even. And I appreciate you hanging in there, because I know I've followed you. I know it hasn't always been easy. And I just send you love, because you're gutsy. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mary.
I just say I'm a crazy 70-year-old who really doesn't care a stuff whether people think I'm crazy or menopausal or getting Alzheimer's or, you know, dementia or whatever. I really don't, it doesn't matter at my age, you know. So I can say it's not so much courage as I really don't care. You know?
That's the great thing about age. You're setting an example for all of us, because you know, instead of being worried about the judgments and other people, you know, maybe not agreeing with us, can we be fully ourselves and be our own energy and be authentic to what we know is true?
Exactly. That's the invitation for all of us here. Really, the invitation to just be ourselves, stand in our truth, even in the face of all the judgment that comes our way. When we stay in our heart and stand in our truth, we're modeling this energy. We're modeling what it looks like to be the new human.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to be a starseed. To be a star being. We've modeled that the entire weekend, you know, like we have human qualities as a star being, and we've brought them both together. And how do you live with this? How do you grow? How do you walk on the planet and relate to other people who are human? Knowing you're human yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, the truth is we're still human.
Exactly.
Oh, she just fell off the table.
I did. Thank you, Joan. Oh my goodness. And it is true. It's like, it's all about remembering where we came from, our origins, and feeling that in our heart, and really allowing our heart guidance to lead us on our path as starseeds, because all we have is our inner compass. Recently I had a client say that I'm awakening my inner church. Right. And that is so true. It's like awakening our heart's vibration and our frequency and just allowing it to lead us.
I love
We're
that.
doing it. It's happening.
The quickening.
Exactly.
Mary, thank you so much. Really appreciate you and everything you do. And I'm excited to see you next week.
Thank you.
Next
Wonderful
week.
job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So Neil, somebody's asking, where's the donation link again? If you want to throw it in the chat for them.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Awesome.
Well,
Hey,
it's
there
so
we,
hard to
there we have it,
believe.
guys. How you feeling?
Oh my goodness. Wow. What a weekend of activations.
So amazing. Just really appreciating all that happened and all that transpired, and feeling a real up-leveling, healing.
Yeah, there's a lot to integrate, a lot that we received.
Neil, you did it, man.
I feel we successfully infused the timeline with some good stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh
Amazing.
yeah.
We did it. It's a group effort.
Welcome back, Matthew.
Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Syrian brother. How are
hello.
you? And
another Styrian
you
from
also like Star Wars like me.
Yes, I do. I love all that stuff. And you're coming from the ship. You're broadcasting from the ship. I've lost my ship and I'm floating out in the stars right now, but you are in the ship. So if you could come and get me, if I could give you my coordinates on our device, our Syrian device here.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna make that happen.
Come pick me up, please, and let's get some food or
I'd
something.
like to have total recall of us being on the ship together.
Well, we do that in the etheric. You know that because like
yes, I know. I'm like
call.
Matthew.
That's something I do in my regressions is bring people like to the ship, like not just to their planet, but to the ship as well.
Right.
A ship, one of many possible ships that they may have been on.
But they do call us in to the Galactic Confederation every now and then, and it's all hands on deck because I've seen it. There's been a couple key points, and there was it was huge auditorium is the best I can say. And meeting them there.
You know, like you like Star Wars. You know how they actually portray it in Star Wars, right? Where it's like those floating, you know, kind of little decks and I don't know. The way I've seen it, it's not too far off. The way they actually Lucas portrays that of what like the actual physical meeting ground of the Galactic Federation is like.
Well, you know, he has inside information.
Oh,
so
yeah, he does.
One way or another. He's a channeler or he's in the CIA or something like that.
Up in
you know?
the valley in Northern California.
Yeah.
And there used to be UFO events back in a couple decades ago. And he was there. He used to attend them, channeling events.
Really?
Yeah. So did Gene Roddenberry.
Wow.
I mean, the prime directive, the law of non-interference. I mean, come on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Straight up. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now, do you guys believe the story about that Stanley Kubrick on his deathbed like confessed that the moon landings were filmed in a Hollywood studio?
Are you saying do we think the moon landing fake?
True.
Yeah, but like that he actually confessed it like on his deathbed. Because
I heard that.
The rumor.
Well, it sounds good.
I believe it.
I believe it.
I feel what happened is that they actually did. There was actually a mission to the moon, and there was filming in the studio at the same time, and they cut over.
That's very possible.
And,
wow.
And they cut over to the studio because they already knew they were going to what was up there. And
wow.
The leak recordings of Neil Armstrong, like, hey, they're at the end of the crater. There's somebody here already. You know, all those things. And then there was a gap in the footage, right? And
really
for a certain amount of time, and so I feel that they directed us somewhere else just in case they were going to visit someone.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what's fascinating? Like astrologically speaking, that was a Jupiter-Uranus conjunction during the first moon landing. And guess what? We have another one this year in April. So there's going to be a lot around like flight and disclosure, you know, of like different types of crafts this year because of that. And also like inventing, you know, like I think we'll start to see the first flying cars like prototypes maybe this year or next year.
They're already happening.
Oh, I'm sure they have them, but actually like, you know, on the Today Show, you know, showing us.
Publicly.
Yeah.
Well, one of my clients actually, he is a book called Masters of Reality, and he talks about the propulsion system to be able to get these out there. But there have been people before him that they've been shut down because think of what to do to the economy. So we need to open that up. Every time I see like Blade Runner or anything like that, I get very upset. Or even what is it, Minority Report? That where are the hovercraft cars? We should have had those.
Well,
and
the Jetsons showed us it would be there by now, right? And we all watched the Jetsons growing up. It's like, come on, what are we waiting for, right?
Well, not only the hover cars, I mean, there's all this type of technology, teleportation.
Right.
You know, there's so much technology that is going to be disclosed. We could really go hundreds of years advanced in technology in a very short period of time.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
That needs to be coupled, as I always like to do as a disclaimer whenever I say that, coupled with a shift in consciousness. Because if our consciousness isn't shifted completely, that's when those things get used for, you know, maybe not so.
Yeah. Or they just stay hidden,
you know?
Because there's too much pressure from the powers that be to keep them suppressed.
Right.
So it's all about our consciousness level. Yep.
That's true. But, you know, I believe that the old republic is going to step up and the spiritual rebels are going to step in their power, and we're doing it. And we're deciding through our consciousness and through our soul essence. We're going to change this. We're going to change this for the better.
Yeah,
Amen.
Yeah, straight up.
It starts right here, right?
I really enjoyed your presentation, brother.
Thank you.
And
Thank
I
you.
wanted
Thank
to,
you.
because we're behind schedule, we didn't get to chat about it. But
yeah, no problem. No problem.
So many different things that I wanted to go deeper into. But I think we should have some podcasts. We're going to do a webinar together.
Yeah.
But the whole, like, I'm doing a presentation on the Orion Wars and DNA and the DNA Wars because of my regression. And I would love to have a conversation with you about it because I feel, because I was a part of the Orion Wars. I was on one of the planets.
Yeah, I was
the third planet. The third star to the right was a portal planet that got invaded during the Orion Wars, and I was trying to protect the planet.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, they showed me the middle star is the one I was in, and I don't think I was fighting. I think I was more trying to just protect, loved ones. But I've had a lot of clients that during like my starseed regressions, they actually saw themselves in crafts, like actually fighting in space. Like
I was in the death squad, and we were bad asses. We knew that when they were coming in, we had the perimeter right before they came in, and we were vicious, and we had fighting like kind of like football. We had plans, and we knew we were going to die, so we went all out. We just went there. We were vicious.
Wow. Fierce.
You're the Valkyrie.
No, we were vicious. We were trying to save the planet. It was all out war. We were going there.
You were saying that a lot of people that were part of these wars had incarnations on Earth where they were part of basically choosing to be soldiers, right?
Yeah, and usually at least one experience of being like on the dark side of things, right? Like we talked about on Thursday night. And the reason being is because it's about, the karmic experience is that part of the healing of an Orion starseed or a soul that had experience on Orion is it has to be a re-experience in some way. And the third density is a great way to do that because it's like going back to school in a lower density, re-experiencing it, and then you can rise back up and ascend back. So it's a part of both sides, both, playing the bad guys and being a victim as well.
So it's like you're being put back a grade, right?
Well, but it's not being put back. It's not like some forced doing. It's actually very intentional. I get what you're saying, but it's very intentional, just so people know that they're not like getting booted back. Like that's not how it works. It's intentional in order to actually heal it. And it also helps to heal it for the collective, just like everything we do on Earth, like everything we did in this conference is not just healing the people watching, it's healing the planet. That law applies everywhere.
That's how I've seen it. It's really upsetting when you see you do horrible things in past life, but you learn from that. And I think the main thing is right now in the present, what can we do right now?
Yeah, but it was always intentional. Like every one of us, I would imagine that we've had at least one or two or three past lives where we did bad things. And it's so hard to fathom as a light worker in this lifetime because we would never want to hurt anyone or an animal or a plant or anything in this life. But it's part of the soul's experience of the 3D is to play both sides of polarity.
Seriously, that's why you can't judge anybody because we probably done it.
Exactly. Everyone is playing their role. Everyone out there, Putin, Netanyahu, every world leader, they're playing their role. And it may be a dark role in certain ways, and not just them, like many others, right?
Yeah.
But that's their role. Everyone is just is playing a role they chose in order to interplay with the rest of the chess pieces of the other 8 billion people.
Yeah. All right, guys. So as we wrap up here, this is how we're going to do the little closing. First, I want to give it over to Matthew just for 5 minutes, brother, and just kind of from your heart. It's great. As we said, Mary really took us into kind of gave us a lot of hope and showed us what's happening and kids doing light language and channel this information. This is a reality. So I want to do, everybody here can go for 5 minutes and we'll do a little closing intention, whatever you guys want to share. Then I'm going to show one slide which shows different parts of society and civilization and how they can transform. Right? And then we'll close out with some spoken word poetry. Sound good?
Yes.
Sounds great.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Go ahead, Matthew.
Okay, so I wanted to discuss basically where we're going from here, right? We've all enjoyed the heck out of the last 4 days. Hopefully you learned a ton. Hopefully you're feeling activated. Hopefully you're feeling like you're kind of more aligned with your soul's mission than you were before. Right. But where do we go from here? Because it's great that we get to, join together in these conferences, whether they're online or in person. What do we do with this energy? Right. And just like I started to talk about, like I was talking about from the dark side of things, that like, every player out there in the world games, in the world, in world politics, et cetera, has their role, right? Well, every person on the planet, from your kid's school teacher to your kid's school's janitorial staff to your Uber driver to the pilots that fly your planes, every single person has a role that they're playing, right? And as light workers, we're, those of us that are on this panel, we've chosen both ourselves, the personality self, and our souls have chosen for us a life of this actually being our career, right? And it's a great thing. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of freedom with it. Get to meet amazing people like we're doing, on this conference. But a lot of you watching that, it's not your soul's chosen path to do light work per se as a full-time career. Okay. But does that mean that you're not a light worker? No. Does it mean that you're not making an incredibly a crucial difference in this ascension process? No. It's just that you're meant to do it in your particular bubble of influence. Okay. Our bubble of influence that our soul has chosen for us at any given time, one of the laws of the universe, one of the laws of reality, is you are always where you need to be, no exceptions. Okay. A lot of you, I'm sure, think that if this would have happened or this wouldn't have happened, you would have been somewhere else, right? Some of you, maybe if this world event didn't happen, you would be somewhere else, right? And it's hard to kind of reconcile when really difficult things happen, like a pandemic, like those that are in war right now, for example, right? But there are no exceptions to that, because this is a reality that is crafted by a higher aspect of self, right? We're playing out the script that our soul has crafted for us. And, I think it's one of the most important things to kind of come into a place of surrender with. And the toughest time is when tough things happen to you or to your family, right? Tragic things like, how can this actually be in the plan? But you all can always see from years down the line, and sometimes sooner. And sometimes for those of us that are really kind of getting into more alignment with the spiritual values and with our souls, with what our soul has planned, we can kind of know in the moment that like something, the reason something happened is because it's meant to happen, right? My my dog passed away in October, right?
I'm sorry.
He was, thank you, yeah. He was 13, almost 13. He had been sick for a while with respiratory issues, but he had been doing great. And out of the blue, he just started going downhill, and he left us within a couple days, and it was very unexpected. But I was planning on going to Stairway to the Stars, right, in November. When he started going downhill, I told my mom, because it's just, my dad passed away last year. It's just my mom and I. We take care of each other, right? I told her, I'm not going to Vegas. Like, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to take care of Hank, the dog. He needed 24-hour care, right, at that point. Well, his soul chose to leave us, a couple days later. And when I got to Vegas, I realized, and I was so overcome with awe and gratitude, that his soul wanted me to go to Stairway to the Stars to present what I needed to present to the world.
Amazing.
And that's why he left at the time he did and not after. So everything, sometimes you can see it in the moment. Sometimes it takes years to kind of see it and understand. Everything always happens for a reason. You're always where you're meant to be. So the question is, okay, if I can acknowledge that I am exactly where I'm meant to be right now, okay, I'm exactly with the job that I'm meant to be in right now. Maybe that changes. I'm in the living situation. Okay, the relationships I'm meant to be in right now. Maybe that changes down the line. What can I do with it? How can I infuse the most light? How can I spiritually elevate what I'm in right now? How can I spiritualize it? How can I take my situation and all the Capricornian kind of, 3D aspects of it, right? And elevate it to a 5th dimensional frequency. That's my challenge to everyone watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I want
you.
Oh, and I want you on my Seeking Heaven channel, Matthew. You're awesome.
Okay. Yeah, email me.
Okay, we'll do it. Okay, put
Thank
your
you.
email. Is your email? We're gonna get a hold of you.
Yeah, Neil's got it.
Okay, cool, Neil. All right.
Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Neil, so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. I really appreciate the sharing about the dog. That was
tender.
Isn't it really eye-opening to hear somebody speak that way about your loved one, your dog, giving his life so that you could go do something that he
And
knew
it's
that
I never would ask that of him. Like,
Right.
he,
That's why dogs
I would have stuck with him,
unconditional love.
and taken care of him as much as he needed. But
Yeah.
and when it was happening, his soul was telling me that he was ready to go, that he didn't want to, burden my mom and I any longer. But the timing was so odd that it was right, because it was right before I was going to leave for Vegas. And, if he had just kind of stayed stick for, my mom, there's no way she could have taken care of both dogs with him, as he needed around the clock care. So it's just fascinating. Like, everything, it always seems like in the moment something is really fucked up. And look, I cried and 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 I still cry. We got a new puppy, but I still cry over Hank. And I cry over my dad almost every day. He, passed away a year and a half ago. I cry all the time, and I grieve everything. I'm a Scorpio. I'm a crier, right? But I also know that.
Too, bro?
What's that?
Did you're a Scorpio too?
Are you?
Yes, so is Michelle.
Really? Oh my God! Wow.
Okay. All right. So what's everybody else? I'm curious now.
Wow.
Yeah, you got 3 Scorpios.
I'm
you,
October
Michelle?
30th. I'm October 30th. What about you?
Michelle, what are you?
I'm November 5th.
So what's that?
Oh my God.
Okay, let's get all our signs out here. We got a Pisces.
I'm serious. What's the sign? You got 3.
This can't be all water, right?
All right. Who here is not a water sign? Is there anyone
Jane,
on here that's
Oh
not
my
a water
God.
sign?
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm the cusp. I'm fire. I'm Aries, but I'm on the cusp of Pisces.
What is that?
I'm June 12th, so I'm a Gemini, Leo, moon rising.
I don't know why I literally felt the half second before you said that you're a Gemini. I don't know why. Well, maybe because I'm psychic, but you just, I don't know. Maybe it's the rainbow. It's Gemini vibes, Total Gemini vibes.
Yeah. I'm a Pisces with a Capricorn rising and a Libra moon. And I like that we have aspects of other, first of all, I like that I have aspects of different star families in me and aspects of the celestial, the angels in me. Like, I don't want to be just one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And most aren't. Like, most are more than one, star origins, which is, one of the biggest misconceptions out there. Like, oh, you can only be Pleiadian or Syrian. No, you could be from multiple,
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
I shared, I think it's about 50-50. About half are from one place, half are from multiple.
So I heard this from, I forget what it was, a past life or ET regressor, that, a lot of us here, like, Earth is a gift, right? Like, and it's a gift to the masters of the universe. Like, we've done so much, and it's almost like, hey, you're gifted a more crazy experience, more intense experience.
Yeah.
And so my question is that, a lot of people, I used to say I'm Arcturian all the time. And then I started realizing I've incarnated in so many places, I probably don't even know the names of them all.
Yeah.
So is it that the theme of specific incarnations are valid for your experience now? And that's why we say you might have been an Arcturian 10 times, Pleiadian twice, but you keep saying you're Pleiadian. And is it because of your experience on the Pleiades is relevant to your journey right now to Earth?
Probably, yeah, probably. And also, I think that, people, I found this, that people will discover one. That's what happened to me. I discovered, I was Syrian first, then I discovered Blue Avian, then Orion, then Andromeda, right? In that order. So I think it's just whenever you're meant to have that awakening of like a new piece of yourself, just like whenever you're meant to have that past life regression or that reading that, or that, ayahuasca experience that opens up like a new piece of your Akash. Like, we all have a book of our Akashic records, essentially, right? And there's pages that, all of us haven't yet read yet, but we will at some point, right? So I think it's a progression.
Right.
It is.
Okay, let's keep flowing. Anastara, would you want to go next?
Sure, it would be such a blessing. Thank you. This weekend has been so full of surprises and amazing synchronicities and alignments for me. And it's been just such a blessing to be here to witness and share and ultimately just be surrounded by family. I really do feel a connection with our entire star family here, wherever you identify with. Sirian, Lyrian, Andromeda, all of the star beings are connected here, and the realization that we are the star beings, that we are the ones that we've been waiting for, and that this path of awakening is something that is happening on such a grand scale. Like our planetary ascension right now, we are being looked upon and observed by the entire universe right now. And our ascension is so important to the growth and expansion of our universe and all the sentient beings. So I'm just so appreciative of this entire experience. And Neil, I know that you went to Egypt recently. We're going to be taking another trip to Egypt this year. 1111 Ascension University will be there October 26th to November 14th. I can throw the link in the chat. But ultimately, like, I am here to be in service to awakening souls and to walk this path with you. Like, we are all sitting at a round table right now, and we all have so much to learn from each other, and we are co-creating our new earth together. So remember that you're not alone. You are here as a starseed during this pivotal moment of humanity's awakening and our planetary ascension, and you have support. You have nurturing support. You have community. You have family here. And Neil, thank you so much to you and your team and everybody who's been involved. It's just been such a blessing, such an honor, such a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastara. And thank you. I'm so happy that you came and you're part of it. When we put this together, we got everybody together, all the speakers, MCs, and then I just felt that you needed to be a part of this, because this is what you are all about. You host the 1111 Unified. You've had me on 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
And, this is your wheelhouse here of facilitating and hosting conscious presenters and bringing them to the forefront. You know what I mean? So, and it's all about collaboration.
Yes.
So that's another reason why I brought you in, because we have two separate organizations doing similar work, right?
Yeah.
So it's like we're joining forces to create even more of an impact. So appreciate you.
Of course we are. And Neil, I do want to go on that cruise with you, even though I'll literally just be getting home from Egypt at that point.
Next week, I'll send you all the details. So
okay, great. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, he's totally hosting this amazing cruise in December, and I hope to see you there.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to send all of you guys, everybody on the panel right now, the info, because we're in the production phases right now, so we're still kind of figuring things out.
Awesome.
I want you there too, Matthew, so I'll send you the info, see if you can come.
Where is it? Where are we cruising
Galactic
to?
Origins cruise. We're leaving from Orlando. We're going to Honduras, Belize, and Yucatan, December 14th to the solstice.
Oh my God, sounds amazing.
Yes, on the water.
Luxury cruise line. I mean, there's one thing I love. It's luxury, to be honest.
Me too. Me too. I'm a Leo rising, and I think that. But Scorpios in general, we do. We expect like a certain level of things to be nice.
Is that what it is, dude? You can teach me a lot about
we do.
Like to be served.
Can the boat pass through the Bermuda Triangle though? So
we will.
Yeah,
we will.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh,
do you guys believe the rumor?
So.
Do you guys believe the rumor that there's a giant Atlantean crystal like the size of an NFL stadium underneath the ocean in the Bermuda Triangle? And that's why ships and planes disappear.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Well, I posted a meme. I posted a meme.
I think it is. Yeah.
I posted a meme on Instagram a month ago, and it's like, is it just me, or does no one disappear at the Bermuda Triangle anymore? But like,
I get it.
Well, that's true too.
Yeah, we don't hear from them again.
Crystal was moved. I don't know.
They're not posting on X from the other dimension.
Oh, that's funny. David Adair talks about that on Cosmic Disclosure, about actually figuring out that he was assigned by some governmental whatever project because they kept having problems with the planes, and they kept going through planes. Not only they were disappearing and then they would reemerge, but also the equipment wasn't working right. So he figured out what that was, some kind of magnetic something. It's a portal. Some kind of magnetic thing going on, and there's a whole show on it.
People lose like track of time, like a plane will, on the watch only 30 minutes will go by and they'll be like already 400 miles. It just like all sorts of things that aren't explainable scientifically.
Right. I like that. I like things that are unexplained. So then you get to figure out something to give you to figure out.
It's like what's that game? Clue? A game of Clue?
Yeah.
That's what Earth is. Right?
I love that game.
It is, right? By the way, that's Orion starseeds in particular, number one, and Andromeda, number two, get most excited about this like discovery aspect, like the investigating.
Very interesting.
Yeah. But then from an astrology standpoint, anyone with Scorpio sun or Mercury, or moon. And then
what if you're Orion Scorpion?
What's that?
What if you're a Scorpio from Orion?
Yeah. Well,
then you're just like
I am. Not only that, my North Node is in the 9th house, which actually Alan Steinfeld has the same. He has his North Node in the 9th as well. That's like a seeker. Our life purpose is to seek and seek knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, esoteric knowledge. Yeah.
Wow.
Right, let's keep flowing. Joan, do you want to go next?
I could go next, absolutely. So my biggest takeaway is again that it's time to remember. It's time to really say yes to the vision, say yes to this feeling like what you've learned this weekend, to say yes to what really resonates for you, and to take it and then keep moving forward, because the energy of ascension, the energy of 2024 is all about transformation. Even from Friday to Monday, there's been a transformation because our awareness of where we're going is really important. And so Matthew reminded us, and I think it's true, you're at the exact right spot you're supposed to be, glued to your computer screen right now, but you're at the right exact spot in your destiny. You're following the voice. And the more we fine tune that, and the more we fine tune our yeses and our listening, the more you're going to be led to where you're going. And the beauty is you're not alone. Like, one of the most beautiful things is that everyone on this, many people on this event are like you, just like you. They woke up, they like, what the heck is going on? Who am I? And it's changed my whole life suddenly. I can't go to my corporation anymore. This is like normal. All your speakers had the same thing. So, and we had to cope. We had to turn to experts for advice. So we had to get help with mentors like Tamara or Matthew or myself, that to help guide us to the next steps. So I say, be at peace now. Know that the future is ours. I really do believe. Alan said something about hope the first few days, and I got a lot of comments about that on my YouTube. We're beyond hope. We have a knowingness that this is going to unfold in the highest way for all of us. And I truly trust that. And I'm not a person who trusts that easily, but this is something I totally trust, that it will unfold for the highest good of our planet, for each and every one of you, for our children, for our loved ones, and for our animals. It's going to unfold in that way. And partly because millions, maybe a billion, who knows how many star seeds are waking up. I read somewhere today that there's something like 200 plus million star seeds on the planet. But as those,
I think there's a lot more. There could be, but I think there's a lot more.
And as each and every one of them wakes up, they are, just like I said on my presentation, they become a virus in the system. They bring a new awareness. They wake up people. They are they are contagious for this knowledge and attracting people who want to know more. So just remember, your purpose is to be you and to step into it very fully, because I don't know, I don't want to come back and have to do this all over again. Honestly, this ride has been a tough ride. And that's, you know, it's a tough planet, a tough ride.
Right.
If you make your commitment, this is my last lifetime on Earth, we'll all go together.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I might be back
together.
a few times. We'll
But
see.
you'll be on New Earth. You'll be on the New Earth, bro.
Exactly.
Well, the new Earth is one thing, but the old Earth with all the pain and the suffering, I'm done. And so it is.
A lot of people are. A lot of people go back to the Pleiades or Sirius or wherever, you know.
There's
or
still
be angels, become angels.
And and be grateful, guys, that there's this kind of wisdom around, and that people are now coming out of the spiritual closet to discuss it. Look at Tamara; she's in her mediumship world and living in southern, you know, in the South. There are things she cannot discuss because she'll be tarred and feathered, literally.
Oh my God.
And so, well, I don't know, literally, but
Alabama?
Yeah, literally.
Okay.
Where are we?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Okay.
North Carolina.
Probably not as bad as
Or-
Alabama, but not great.
I don't know about that.
Nashville's not
We are
bad,
lucky
right?
we can practice this
Yes,
here.
Of course.
Where when we were in Egypt, you know, the people couldn't openly meditate. They couldn't openly
Yeah.
chant. They couldn't practice any kind of spiritual. God, there was one person sitting outside one day, and the guard came up and said, "Are you meditating?"
Oh my gosh.
So we are so blessed. Count your blessings that we are in this grace of
Yeah.
awakening.
Amen.
So it is. So thank you guys. I'm Joan of Angels, and we're all ascending.
Thank you, Joan.
That's beautiful. So full of grace. Yeah. Is that what we're supposed to do? Absolutely. How do you add to that? Because that's absolutely beautiful. You know, and I want to mention first, I don't know why I feel like I'm losing my voice. It's only been how long a day? Looking at the conference and where we started, and it really was magical, because even though, Neil, you're pretty great about putting events together and picking the right people for that specific event and et cetera, but it was something, it took on a life form of itself. It became some energetic, harmonious frequency that we all, was like we rode a magical carpet ride this weekend, from the ascension panels to the experiencer panels, all the way to having this 4-day conference, and it was just amazing, because I was literally putting on, I wasn't going to do the full Princess Leia today, but I was putting on, and then Matthew was talking about Star Wars, and I'm like, what? I was getting my Grogu ready. You didn't know that.
Time to go to my closet, get all of my figurines out.
Yes. Oh, I've got little figurines too.
All those stuffed animals.
Oh, I'm such a geek. But yeah, exactly. And I'm just, okay, that's another, but I am a geek. And so
we all are. Come on. If we're here, we all are. Come on.
Yeah, well, that's true. And so, but I had to laugh, because you were talking about Cirrus not being, serious. And it's true. A lot of people are in the arts and do. I love stage work. I love doing the mediumship, but I add comedy in, and I have spirit doing that with me, and I have people laughing, and then I have, and of course, we're depending on the audience, how deep you go, and what you could be channeling someone beside your grandmama, it could be, who knows, from Andromeda. But it's interesting you mentioned that. But getting back to the
spirits are funny, like even Earth spirits, though they're on the other side. They're in such a lightness. They're very funny.
Oh, they're very light, and people just don't get it. I mean, I have people, and my husband's always saying, "Why do you get the weird ones?" I get the one that was on the road the whole time, that was guitar, that smoked and just had coffee, or I get the one that came from a wealthy family but decided to be a clown and ate cat food because he was broke. He said, "Why do you get the weird?" I said, "Or stripper." When I get the stripper, she was like,
those are excited. Yeah,
I'm doing that, and husband and wife, I'm going, I don't know. She was in adult entertainment, and then he was going, "Yeah, that's my mom," and I'm going, "Oh my God!" and she did like this dance because it was old timey with the feathers and stuff, and then the fans, and I'm going embarrassed, going, okay, how do I say this to politely talk about this man's mother? And so, but yeah, they can be funny. But getting back, just how people's conversations wrote on top of the other without the planning of it. And then even when I mentioned I got a download seeing the ships and some of my symbols, I thought, well, at the last minute I threw it up there. Then that was a lot of Mary Rodwell's presentation, that people getting light codes and about to that is that it's healing, and the purpose of the light code, spoken or written, and that was very healing to me. But I couldn't believe I'm just blown away by the synchronicity of the conference and the people, and how we were as a collective, we were the definition of what we were saying. We were talking about working in unison, and we just did it because of the love, and we wanted to, and it just did. And it was magical. And honestly, I have never seen that before to this level. And I think it's because we all know the stakes are high. And Joan is right. It has been difficult. And that's why there are people that are, many of us that want to help people to that next stage. And you don't always have just one teacher. Sometimes you have many teachers, right? And then we're also the student, we're also the teacher, and it's all okay. And it's just an ebb and flow. And so whatever to get us to that next level, whatever this is. But I think this was very monumental, this event that occurred. But what's really cool to me is that we were being broadcast on different ships. I'm not kidding. We really were. And they were so excited because we basically were saying, we're doing it. We're putting it out there. And we love you, Star Family. And we want your help. We want your support. We're ready. We're going to help usher in. So yeah, I don't want to come back to, a world full of violence, but if it's a new earth and we're teachers and it's beautiful, it could be kind of cool. Right. Mm-hmm. So I would reassess that if that's what's needed, if it's a change in that regard. So I trust the universe and all our paths. Yeah. And we've done this before, and here we are. And it's not like we're not going to find each other, and it's all going to work out. And I just want to celebrate you, Neil, all that you do and that you trust, because I know you get beat down, worn down, like all of us. And you pulled this off. I mean, I feel like something bigger is happening here that we don't even know. You don't even know. And you're offering a platform for many of us to speak our truth, which when Joan really was an advocate of getting me involved and speaking out, I was a nervous wreck. And it's been so spiritually, it's been a big growth period for me to come out. And it's been such a release to be able to speak my truth on a deeper level, because where can you do that in this world at this level? And then people won't, make fun of you, and that will listen and actually maybe jive with you, what you're saying. So I think this was very big. And I want to close with thanking you and my love to everybody, and the Victor who's not here, and all the people that helped out in the panelists. But I just want to speak a little, real quickly, my love in light language. Mm-hmm. Ala shi ala kula hala si la kotorumba tatandara si ala shala kalamonde ala la rekini mesini que terata sa ala shita kupata tata si monana ala kula hala si kushala tisha le shita shatu ala kola tanda ala si la kola malanda de tele ti se komolo to Shena, Shena, Oshalaka, La Kulati, Ulasi Lamonla. And so
amen. Thank you.
So yes, sister. We speak the same dialect. Let's talk.
Really? Okay.
Yes. Totally got that.
Michelle, how about you? How do you feel?
Well, after that light language, that was like a caress. It felt like a warm caress. Yeah, I'm sitting here just taking it all in. I missed dinner with my husband. I came downstairs to try to eat dinner with my computer and Mary Rodwell on. I was going to try to eat it really quick, have Brian hear a little bit of what's been going on, and then run back upstairs. And it didn't work out. So it worked out just perfect, though, as Matthew said. I think it's all perfect and it's all divine. And I really feel uplifted and inspired. I feel embraced. I feel held, accepted, seen. There were so many golden nuggets of information shared throughout the 4 days that I'm really glad that you're offering, Neil, the replays so that we can go back and do a deeper dive. It was a lot to sit and listen to everyone all the way through. Most of the time when I'm at a conference, I'm running here, there, and everywhere. At Stairway to the Stars, I don't even think I saw one speaker because I had to be in so many places at once. But I do remember being on Elizabeth April's Starseed panel with Adam Apollo and Jason Quitt and Julia Cannon. And one of the things that Elizabeth did so elegantly and beautifully is she asked different questions. Oh, and Adam's, why I can't even believe I forgot Alan Steinfeld was sitting next to me. And each person had so much to share, but it was not one question asked to all panel members. It was different questions for each person on the panel because Elizabeth really understood the frequency of each person. So she was able to pull people out from where they are. And one of the things that she asked was if we remember what our purpose on earth is, or when it came, or how that looked. And this was what really inspired my tears there. And that was remembering back to a time when my purpose was shown to me and I was very depressed. And I think this happens to a lot of people who consider themselves star seeds, is that sometimes we feel so misunderstood, or we feel like we're not doing what we were sent here to do. If we're just sitting on the couch watching TV program after TV program, or, not really feeling like we're living our purpose, sometimes that makes us feel really depressed and misunderstood. And I've had a lot of people use that language and say, I wanted to go home. But yeah. I really believe that Earth is here so that we can celebrate being in human form and all our free will and our emotions. And a lot of the speakers focused on that, pulling us back to the remembrance of our true eternal essence, and that it was a gift to be planted here and to use our purpose and our passion to help move others forward on this path. And so, feeling back to that purpose, and, my little girl at the time saying, Mommy, are you going to be okay? And me telling her, yes, if I can actually do this, be a mom and a wife and a friend and a daughter and a sister and all those things, with my family of origin, but still remember where we came from, or where I came from, and what I'm here to do. And it is a fine line. It is a balance. So I'm really grateful that each one of the speakers there were so many different nuances, and I'm really appreciating that Flo took a chance. I know that it took a lot of courage for Flo to talk about sacred sexuality, and that seemed to be a big topic that had a lot of people being triggered or having a lot to comment on about that. So I was appreciative of that. Neil, I think you'll probably end up doing some sort of a program around that, now that we saw what people were responding to that. I think that was really big, and connecting with Geraldine and having her give us those questions about if we're, a creator of separation or unity, or if we're leading from love or fear. And Tamara, when you started your presentation and you gave the 3 well, you gave the three different, how did you say it? The three different categories of people on earth, whether they're asleep, unaware, or a way maker. Is that what you said? A way maker. And you really focused on how we can embrace that and be a way maker. So I feel like we really did a great job of modeling this new earth frequency where there's no hierarchy, and we're all coming from a place of love, and we're each an extension of each other, and we're holding space for each other to walk through this with love in our hearts and grace, and a little bit of that warrior kick-ass, yes, we're going to do this. There's nothing wrong with embracing the warrior side of ourselves as well. So Neil, again, geez, you pulled it off, dude. I just give you so many props because I sat here most of the time. I mean, I only missed maybe 2 or 3 speakers, and I tried to get back in and at least get a little taste of them. But for you to have to put every presentation on and be backstage and letting all of us on, you really show us your multidimensional self by how you make all of this work behind the scenes. You're like the Wizard of Oz pulling all the strings.
One day I will create a book called Multidimensional Tasking.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I will. Mark my words. Probably on my 200th birthday, it'll be out.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Great
Michelle.
job. Well, I'm really inspired to see that so many people are connecting with astrology now, because I really feel like the stars
Oh
don't
my God,
lie.
it's so
and
mainstream now.
we're
So
learning.
much more than
Yes.
before. Yeah.
I just
love it. Yeah.
hold space for me for my show tomorrow, Awakening Code Radio. We have some astrologers. We're doing a 2-part series, but Eric Rankin, the godfather of the phrase sonic geometry, right? And the Factor 9 grid, my podcast partner. And he openly admits astrology is not his thing, and he's not into it. And he doesn't really give it credence. I'm hoping tomorrow that he sees it through a different lens. I don't know if he will. And I'm not going to project that on him, but I sure see it through a different lens now.
Well, has he ever had an astrology reading?
Yes, he has.
He's got to get like the best people to give him a reading, because they'll like.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
He also, Matthew, Eric and I both have Aquarius rising at 0 degrees.
Wow.
And I have
He's
a
a rebel.
Cancer moon. I don't know what his moon is, but he's on the
Well,
cusp of.
think about the importance of this week then for you, with Pluto and Aquarius. Pluto and the Sun both entering 0 degrees of Aquarius, right?
Yes.
Crossing your ascendant. Like, this is like your essence, both of you. Like,
Right.
literally your essence, right?
And that's why I chose to do the show on this astrology, because Eric's birthday is January 19th. So he's on the cusp. But he said, "Are you kidding me? We're doing 2 shows on astrology." And I said, "Yeah, so you could get, a week off. We'll pre-record the second show." But the astrology is so pertinent right now. I didn't think we could fit it all in 1 hour. I really felt like we needed to go the full 2 hours, 2 segments of it. So I appreciate that what you shared, Matthew, and I appreciate what Raquel shared. And I think this is a tool that we can all use when we learn the map of our own soul signature.
We used it in Lemuria. We used it in Atlantis. Every civilization on Earth has used it. And the Syrians use it. They, when they channel through me, one of the sessions, they were telling my group about what astrology is like on their planet. And it's, similar in the way that they go about it, but of course it's totally different planets and stars that they're looking at. So it's actually, my understanding, it's a universal tool that all civilizations use.
I started, as I started creating events in 2008, and not until around 2016 was I into astrology or believed in it.
That's interesting, though, that you started this at the beginning of Pluto and Capricorn, and now we're at the end.
Well, it's also when it's very interesting. It was also when the financial market crashed. I got fired as a financial analyst, and I decided I wanted to do something else in my life. So I was like, let's try this. Let's try spiritual events.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how that, the financial aspect manifests like on the planet
right
this year and next year with Pluto exiting,
Oh,
Capricorn,
yes,
the sign
man.
of finance, right?
Yeah.
But that is fascinating, and it's going to be like a rebirth and an up leveling, I would imagine, for your,
Oh man, I
your
resonate
whole
with that.
company, right? Your whole platform.
Yeah. Honestly, like everything I thought I was, everything I identified with, got just taken from underneath me over the last year, and I've been kind of like for a while I was just like, who am I? What am I? After years and years of thinking I knew exactly what I was, after identifying with being Portal to Ascension and creating events, after feeling that I was successful, having all those opposite experiences in 2023, and now it's like I'm figuring out who I am without what I do,
Yeah.
without I'm not Portal to Ascension. Portal to Ascension is its own entity. I'm a part of it, but I am my own soul, my own being, and it's a level of groundedness. But I'm like in between the wormhole. I'm getting pulled from every side, trying to go through the vortex, the event horizon, and I see a lot of hope, but it's a lot of transformation, a lot of change.
That's a Scorpio's journey, like in a nutshell. Is identity, like figuring out one's identity and naturally morphing through all sorts of different types of identities throughout one's life, and then having them
Bro,
the
you're blowing my
sandcastle's
mind right
built,
now.
and then it's washed away over and over again. That's what Scorpio does. Scorpio always is dives down to the depths of the ocean, pulls up chunks of
the
wisdom
underworld.
through it. Yeah, the underworld, right? And then
Mhm.
that becomes the new piece of not just new piece of identity, like sometimes a totally new identity.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I've been through that kind of what you're describing, like that identity crisis so many times. And it's amazing. Like, think about who you were like 20 years ago or 15 years. Like I think of it's literally not the same person. Like it's literally a different character.
No.
It seems like.
Quick story on that, and just it's the kind of also a spoiler alert for my presentation on Orion that I'm going to do. So for everybody who wants to attend it, here's like a little verbal trailer, if you will. So one of my regressions, I'm on Orion on the third star in Orion's belt, like I was telling you, and I was in charge of the portal rooms, right? And then the portal room, the portal planet gets invaded, and technology of creator god technology gets taken, and these beings go through the portals, hijack the portal I was in charge of, just like the guy that is part of the Rainbow Bridge in Thor, the guy that monitors the bridge in Thor. That was who I was, and they went through it, and but they took a technology that was the core essence of the planet, that was the creator technology that started destroying the whole solar system, and so they changed the portal rooms in order to becoming an industry on the planet, where some people would jump through the portal and visit Earth at different timelines. When they would visit Earth at different times, the whole thing was to see how life was created on Earth, because that's where the hijacked technology was taken, and to extract the technology, bring it back to the portal planet, and rebuild the technology to save the solar system. So I was one of the people that signed up. But the way the technology worked was that you could only visit your own incarnations on the Earth timeline. So you can never just go to Earth anywhere. So I went thousands of times. I saw myself. I looked like Iron Man. I went thousands of times to Earth and visited all these lives. But then a lot of the people that sign up for this starts getting a sickness that is known about the portal jumping rooms, where they start losing their identity because they visited themselves so many times. Whenever you go to a portal room and you visit yourself, you take on the emotional state of yourself in that incarnation. So I'm visiting myself, and I'm actually feeling like I'm that person. So when I would go back to my home planet, I would have to like go through a debriefing where I would have to just like kind of shed all that stuff. And after a while, I became schizophrenic because I had too many identities and I didn't know which one I was. And then I did a plant medicine ceremony that told me that my identity crisis for my life actually started in this place in Orion.
So are you in one of those right now? Like, are you? No, I'm serious. I'm asking. Like,
yeah. So basically, like I said this in the beginning. So basically, the specific portal planet I was on was actually the portal to descension. The portal to descension was the name of it, and it was actually a portal that was it was the largest.
That's so
portal
weird. The
in
mirror to the name of the platform. It's literally a mirror.
Dude, I tripped out, bro.
Whoa.
I was in ayahuasca on Costa Rica when this came, and I screamed, dude. I was like, "Wow!" Like, I was writing it
Portal
down.
to Descension.
I'm on the portal to Descension. Yeah. So basically, souls that wanted to have a lower dimensional experience from that system would go through that portal. So I was there as the way shower just to help them go through it. And then, but then it got corrupted, the technology got taken. And then after going through the portal all those times, I couldn't save the technology. So I jumped in and I stayed here. And then that's where I'm at now.
And
That
that's
has
where you're
a
at now
little
as Neil?
Last Mimsy vibe. Have you seen the
Yeah,
movie
right?
The Last Mimsy?
Totally.
A little bit of the vibe of Last Mimsy.
It reminds me of that Philip K. Dick book where you would take an avatar and you would go on vacation. They had like shoot you in the back of the neck. You'd lay there and you'd pick, okay, I want to be like a Barbie, right? With a high rise in New York. And I'm an attorney and I have this life and I've got these sports cars and I've got 3 boyfriends and you're gonna, how long are you gonna do it
Doesn't
for?
sound too bad.
Yeah, for 1 month, or you can pick whatever you want. You could be a mobster.
I'd go to the Old West. That's my fascination. Like
Really?
Back to the
Yes,
Future
thank
3 is
you.
my favorite.
Hey, are you a Back to the Future fan?
Oh my God, I'm obsessed.
Hey, what year were you born,
Ask Alan
Matthew?
Steinfeld how many times I called him, Dr. Brown at Stairway to the Stars.
I love
Back to the Future is my favorite movie ever. That's
Yeah, it's my
series
favorite
ever happened.
series ever. Yeah,
Dude, hey, so this is to talk about why I started liking astrology. 10 years of not being into it. Then all of a sudden I started meeting brothers around the world and I started having the best conversations with them and related with them like crazy. And then I started saying, hey bro, what sign are you? And they all were telling me Scorpio. And I just kept meeting all these Scorpio brothers around the planet that was so similar. That's what convinced me astrology is real.
Yeah, like Scorpios get along as Scorpios. We know that we're crazy, essentially, right? We're crazy and we're deep and we're like charming and charismatic and
Tell
what
me
the
more.
kids call Riz, right? Is very natural.
Are you flirting with me?
Am I?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, guys. Anything else you want to say before we do the closing here?
Thank you to everybody that stayed with us, that's typing in. Look at all of these chats.
I know everybody's awesome, and they're writing such nice things. There was some in the chat, Neil. That was let me pull it back up. There we go. Rachel mentioned, I hear you on depression. We were talking about this can be rough, right? And I was at rock bottom. Everything was just falling apart in my life. I remember feeling just absolutely empty. Then source energy woke me up, ignited a new fire within inside of me. Being on this journey has made me feel more alive than I've ever felt. And after this conference, I feel incredibly seen, appreciated, loved. You all are wonderful.
Amazing.
Thank
you.
Yeah, and I could see Tink and Karen and Randy. Like so many people have been here the entire weekend.
The entire time, all 4 days.
Oh,
absolutely.
Hey, so I calculated 38 hours of content in 4 days, guys.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Hey, that's a 4-day work week. That's a 4-day work week we've been looking for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm wondering if Joan has anything to share.
I'm just listening. I'm kind of in my zone here.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
you just
a
did
lot,
a
guys.
conference, or
So
you're probably
intense.
exhausted from your conference. You just did a 2-day conference.
Well, I did a 2-day conference in the middle of your 4-day conference. Yes.
How did people receive your artwork? Well, your galactic art?
People are loving the artwork. It's quite a trip. It's the internet. It's the galactic beings and the mystical landscapes. And I'm finding, I'm tuning in. I'm actually creating a professional art website now.
Amazing.
I have a
it's gonna be
gallery,
beautiful.
an online gallery.
I love your work. You're so talented.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I do like.
Website?
Huh?
What was Matthew's website?
You are a divinehuman.org.
Oh, I
love that name.
Thank you.
So guys,
Yes,
in
I am.
in the closing process here, what I'm going to do now is everybody can stay on and Anistar has seen this presentation because I did it on hers, but I'm only showing the last couple of slides because I want to get into the solutions. I like to have this container closed like that. We're going to do some spoken word, and the dragons feel like they want to come through as well. So we'll talk to the dragons for a bit. And then, we started with the dragons, so we're close with them.
And
So
see, you're the dragon too.
So I'm gonna go ahead and put my ceremonial hood on.
Yes.
Okay. And is my mic okay? Because I'm using a wireless now. I don't know.
That sounds great.
All right, cool. So let's go ahead and pull up this slide. So this was a whole new world. I'm just going to zoom through the first few slides. Basically, I've been saying this time has been prophesized, right? We got 6 different places here to show that this time has been prophesized. But if that isn't enough for you, I took down as many as I could, and I think there's about 100 and something civilizations listed here. You don't have to read them, but these are all civilizations that spoke about time being in cycles and then being ages where we shift in consciousness or shift in something happens in the world where humanity shifts and then also devolves. So this time has been prophesized, and a lot of civilizations have been speaking about it, right? It's inevitable. And I showed you these cycles of time, so we're just going to skip over those. But the intention of this whole thing, right, is what can this new world look like? What will a post-disclosure world look like? And this right here is generally actually what will an ascended world look like. But a ascended world is a post-disclosure world. It's a world where hidden truths are come out, where secrets are no longer kept from us, where technology is shared, where it becomes less of, like back in the day, in medieval times and kings and queens, even now, what did we call these rulers? We called them the sovereign, right? The sovereign. But what are we trying to do ourselves? Well, we are realizing that we are sovereign beings. This is the age of sovereignty. The Dwarpa Yuga, the age that we're in, is the sovereign age. So instead of these rulers being the sovereign, what were we when they were the sovereigns? We were the peasants, right? We were the ones that had to pay homage to them, give them our taxes, all this stuff. And what's happening now is a redirecting of that energy from the sovereign to the sovereignty. And as sovereignty comes to us, we then don't need governments in the way that we have it now. There's a level of anarchy involved in this. And anarchy doesn't really mean chaos. It just means no one central governing organization. But how do we get to a point where we can govern ourselves, right? That's the key. Why was there 3 days of transmissions? Why was there 3 days of energy work? Why did we have people that on this platform that are connecting to Syrians and Pleiadians, but they're giving us meditations, right? You guys already know this answer, because without us doing that inner work and going within, we're not going to be able to get to that place of sovereignty. If we can't get to that place of sovereignty, how do we become the rulers of our own being, right? And as this occurs, these are some of the institutions that are going to be shifting with us. We're going to have the education system, of course, right? And it's great to start with this because Mary Rodwell was speaking about the children and how do we change the system. So from an early age, as soon as we're born, up until we've gone through the whole educational system, it cultivates and curates our natural gifts and abilities. So we're going to start moving towards a holistic education that emphasizes not only an academic knowledge, but also emotional intelligence, creativity, critical thinking, and mindfulness. We can also shift the way we communicate to children. Instead of creating limitations, we can create belief systems that empower them to tap into their innate abilities and cultivate a world where they do not disconnect from who they are. Economic system. We're going to implement new alternative models that prioritize well-being, sustainability, equality over relentless growth, gross domestic happiness instead of gross domestic product, prioritizing people over profits. Econ 101, right? This is what I learned. What does any corporation, who do they owe whatever they create to? Their shareholders. What do the shareholders want? More money, right? So how do we redirect this? And it's pretty simple. We just change the rules of what we value. Really, it's just getting the systems, the institutions, the governments, 7 billion people to agree. That's the harder part, right? But ultimately, if we prioritize people, land, and health, well-being, not having pollution, clean waters, clean air, if those were the default standard for economy, we could grow a new system and we could implement it. The healthcare system, integrating traditional, and alternative healing. Traditional meaning the mainstream pharmaceutical companies, which, yes, for sure, super ultimately corrupt. I'm a huge proponent on letting people know the truth behind that. But at the same time, there are definitely medical advancements that have happened in the last few thousand years that we could implement with alternative healing practices into mainstream healthcare. And that's happening now. Focus on preventative care, mental health, and holistic well-being. Something that's going to be really huge in this new world. You know why one of the many reasons they don't want to tell us that there's UFOs, there's been crash landings, they reverse engineered them, they're talking to these beings, is because the technology that they have could have literally wiped away all these things so long ago.
Right.
There would be no cancer. No one would have died from COVID. No one would have died from the vaccine, right? None of that stuff.
It all exists, like, again, somewhere underground, right?
Exactly. So this stuff is going to start coming out. It's inevitable. Why? Like, okay, now I'm going off on a tangent, but I like tangents here. Like, why is it, right, that even though all this stuff is coming out and congressional members are saying, hey, we're trying to knock on your door, Pentagon, DOD, why aren't you releasing this information? And the DOD and Pentagon keep turning them away. And all they're doing is showing the congressional members and the rest of the world that they're hiding something, right? No matter what they do, and they're not stupid. They know that them pushing all these people away only exposes them even more. Why are they still doing it, even though it's inevitable that people are at their doorstep? Because the atrocities and what they're going to be responsible for doing is so much worse than them just pushing people away and exposing themselves. For example, the cure of all illnesses, right? Cures cancers, right? You know how much money we donate to St. Jude's Hospital every single year trying to cure cancers for kids? Like, and where does that money go? They haven't cured it.
Yeah.
Right?
You're right.
Click of a finger, these things can be gone. New sound therapy has been released to combat cancer cells. This is only the beginning. Political system, collaborative decision-making, limit listen, now we're getting a little grounded here, guys. Like, limit those freaking re-elections to 2 terms. Why are these people grandfathered in forever? And why do they only focus on raising money in order to get elected once again and don't ever care about actually doing things for the people?
It's always how it's always been. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's about getting reelected. That's all it is.
The solutions are very simple. Ban insider trading. Come on, right? Why are these guys becoming billionaires and millionaires as soon as they become politicians? Create a system where we truly get to elect rather than select a leader. Okay? Environmental stewardship. Shift towards regenerative practices in agriculture, energy production, resource management. Prioritize sustainability and conservation. Many technologies currently exist, but due to profits and the need for efficiency and cutting corners, corporations do not see the advantages of them. The bottom line isn't helping out the world. The bottom line is how much money they can make.
Yeah.
But watch the new movie Common Ground. It's a documentary about exactly that, regenerative practices. That's where I was on the other night, Thursday night.
Is that out on internet?
The premiere. Actually, it's in movie theaters. Jason Momoa is one of and Laura Dern, Hollywood actor and actress, are the narrators, and it's very impactful, and it really makes you become aware of how important it is for us to support the farmers that are doing regenerative practices and not using glyphosate or chemicals and not tilling the ground. It's so informative. I can't recommend it enough. Common Ground.
And I just searched it, and you can find the website. It's actually commongroundfilm.org.
Yeah.
By the way,
Instagram.
That's a huge theme this year because of Jupiter and Uranus conjunct in Taurus in April on Earth Day, right? So most of the emphasis on the new technologies that not only will be released this year, but also literally downloaded to scientists, to inventors around the world, is going to be focused on the shift towards cleaner energy and regenerative growing of food and anything involved with the earth, which is Taurus.
Okay, so the next one here, technology and artificial intelligence. Guys, AI, even if we decide to stop using it, us as the general public, because we think it's soulless and whatever, do you think that those that claim to be in power are going to stop using it? So what do we need to do in order to, I guess, combat the rise of AI, right? Develop and implement ethical guidelines is one thing, right? Explore ways to ensure AI and automation contribute to human well-being rather than exacerbate inequality? And what is the next step from the inevitable consequences of this new technology? And one thing to add to that, when it comes to the inevitable use of AI, first of all, it's been used for quite a few decades by the military. The stuff that we're seeing now has actually been being used for quite a while. They've been way ahead of the curve on this. But it has to be coupled with a shift in consciousness, because the technology that gets created would only be used at the level of consciousness of the people who use it. So that's why all of these things always come down to the inner work. And this is the last slide here. Energy systems, invest and prioritize clean renewable energy, right? Zero point technology, people that are working on combustion engines based on water rather than petrol. Justice system, and corruption. These are the two I'm really passionate about. Shift, and we've spoke about it multiple times, and Matthew has spoken about it quite a few times, about we've been on both sides of the polarity. So how do we shift our perception on criminality and go to the root of these situations rather than offer punishment, find ways to rehabilitate, create harmony, make sure someone is seen, and create a system that does not make an individual feel the need to resort to disharmonic expressions.
And the punishment is an industry too.
Exactly.
It's literally an industry. It's not, it's no longer just governments doing it. It's an industry, right?
Yeah. So, and after we do that for like the 1 or 2 generations, like it becomes the norm. We create an environment that people don't feel the need to resort to this kind of thing. And we have an abundant universe. Scarcity mindset has kept the collective consciousness of humanity in such a scarcity mindset that a lot of people do resort to that. What happens if we're raised from birth in the educational system with an abundance mindset? Corruption. One of the main reasons of many of these initiatives have not been implemented right now, this is like the ultimate thing, is due to the corruption. We have created a system where the bottom line has become money and greed. And that's only the beginning of the bottom line, because then we can get into nefarious agendas, archons, and all this stuff. I'm just talking about like superficial 3D. To say it lightly and oversimplify the actual situation. By focusing on well-being, expanding consciousness, and what unites us rather than that divides us, this will be a step towards the end of a corrupt society. And then personal development and self-discovery, what we're doing here right now, right? Continuing this process. And before I'm going to do this song here, we'll take a pause because I'd love to hear you guys just make your comments, and then we'll close out with some spoken word. This presentation was called The Whole New World, right? Cool. And I don't know if you guys have ever watched Aladdin, but there's the song in there called A Whole New World. And we're doing it from a different lens this time, okay? So here we go. A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear that now I'm in a whole new world with you. Unbelievable sights, indescribable feeling, soaring, tumbling, freewheeling through an endless diamond sky. A whole new world. Don't you dare close your eyes. 100,000 things to see. Hold your breath. It gets better. But make sure you exhale as well, okay? Don't hold it forever. Yeah, that guys. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Are you designing all these graphics, Neil? These graphics are incredible.
It's true. Yes.
Yeah, I have an AI assistant actually that helps me.
Speaking of,
I call him Nigel.
Nigel, that's your R2D2.
Yeah.
Can I talk about AI just for 1 second, because you had it on the slides there?
It.
Okay, so it's such a fascinating topic, right? Okay, I like my experience when ChatGPT and all this AI stuff first came out. When Pluto first went into Aquarius last year, I was like, you know what? I absolutely not. I'm going to be old man on his lawn guy. I will not use any of this stuff. I will never use any of it. It's starting to already become impossible to avoid it. Every app has started to integrate, whether literally ChatGPT or just any sort of AI generator in it. And then if you think about it, I mean, who here has ever Googled something?
Ouch.
That was the precursor to ChatGPT. Right. Yeah. And then after that, it was, hey, Alexa, hey, Siri. Right. So it's not, I mean, it's new, but it's also not. And it'll pretty much become unavoidable. It like just living in society, you know, I mean, I don't think we're too far from, you know, driving your own car not being a thing anymore. I don't think we're too far from anything really being driven by people. Maybe planes will still pilot just to land, right? But I don't think we're too far from like the end of cashiers. We've already, I mean, come on, you know, you go to Walmart, what's the chance you can actually get a cashier and not a self checkout, right? It's already happening, at least in the West, and it's like it's so unavoidable. And you know, because of the laws of technology builds off of the previous technology, so it becomes logarithmic. So the way I see it is that we went through this before with Atlantis. Those of us that were in Atlantis or visited Atlantis, right? Where we went crazy with AI, and it within a span of just a couple years, AI took over everything, and that's where we're at right now. The rest of this decade, that's what's going to happen, at least what I've seen, right? And it's just, you know, how do we manage it, and how do we not get sucked into it? Like, I think there's a fine line, you know, like even us as light workers. I mean, I've used AI to generate, you know, like Stairway to the Stars. I couldn't use, you know, images that I didn't own. So you know, what's the get around? I said, okay, you know, I went to an AI image generator, said, draw me a Pleiadian, draw me a Syrian, right? You know, watch, there was a Joe Rogan clip, like they got AI to draw God. Like, it's wild the stuff AI can do. And so I think there's, you know, there's a difference between like using it consciously here and there as a sort of assistant. Like now I find it so helpful when I'm texting someone, like to let the AI kind of finish for me. Like your phone knows you better than your dog, than your mom, than your boyfriend, than your wife. It's creepy, right? But your phone knows exactly what you're going to text, and it just finishes it for you. So we're already so integrated with it, it's unavoidable. I think it's just a matter of how do we not let it get too far away from it, us, like it did in Atlantis. And of course, there's a lot of corporations that are going to want to take it that way, and governments can benefit from the corporations that want to take it that way. Towards, like, if you ever saw the movie Minority Report, that's where they want to take it. That's why they showed us that movie, what, 15 years ago, right?
Because but we're the impasse in the water, though. So we're the
counterforce, and the counterforce, like from a historical perspective, the way I see it is Lemuria. Like those of us that were incarnated in Lemuria, on the continent of Lemuria, we resisted this hyper technology, this hyper AI society, and we were more interested in the old world pagan ideals of growing our own food, living in communities, teaching our kids what we want to teach. So what I see like this. It's very clear, like any city, you know, I live in New York City. Like I don't live in a city. I love living out in the country, but you know, I go to New York City all the time to visit and to do talks or whatever. And, you know, it's cool to go for a couple of days. And it's like, you'll see in New York and London, in Tokyo, this insane acceleration where you're going to start to see probably police drones. You're going to start to see, you know, flying cars, flying Ubers pretty soon, right? Like you'll go into a hotel, and instead of having a maid, they'll have robots that are changing your sheets and bringing you your room service. Like we're
good. I need one here.
We're probably not, no, I wouldn't mind a little R2D2 to do my housework for me, right? But there's this counterforce. The counterforce are the people that are building these new Earth communities. Like Michelle, you talked about regenerative farming. That's like so crucial. We can't gloss over that, because the other force, we can say the Atlantean force, has taken us towards what? GMO farming almost exclusively over the past 20 years, using glyphosate, right, to make the GMOs possible. The counterforce to that has been the organic farmers of the world. And that's like a great little, you know, envelope, great little like snow globe to see this playing out. So we need the counterforce of these new Earth communities being built everywhere. Not just in Costa Rica, not just in Ecuador, but in the States and in Canada as well.
Yeah. Anastar, you have to leave?
I do. I gotta put my kiddo to bed. We have to wake up at 6:45 a.m. Pacific.
Love you, Anastar. Thank you so much.
I love you too, Neil. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And Michelle and Tamara and Joan, just to be able to connect with you all weekend. And hello, Matthew.
This is good.
Let's connect again.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. It's good to see you, Anastar.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Have a beautiful evening.
So just to finish off the AI and then close the event out, I listened to a channeling once, and someone asked an ET saying, what do you do for fun now that you've ascended to these levels, and what's going to happen next and all these things, like what do you do? The ET says, we create life and watch it flourish and grow.
Yeah.
And then that was followed up with, when any being becomes sentient, they seem to want to create in the image. The original spark of source exists within all of us. And as soon as we become aware of our sentientness, we connect to that spark of source, and we want to create in our image. And that's what kept happening. So now we're Earth humans. We're on Earth. We become sentient. We were creator beings. We want to create in our image, right? We're creating, literally AI is this dimensional version of ourselves creating in our image.
Yeah.
We've even created dimensions. What these other beings were in higher dimensions. They created lower construct dimensions. They incarnated into it. Do you think that we've created a dimension? I would
You
argue
create
that
video games, right? Video
that my
games.
phone isn't, like, if you crack it open, you can't find any of the documents on there. It's literally a dimensional device with information. The hard drive, perfect example of a dimension. So AI, you can't judge it because it's a sentient being trying to create in the image in the lowest form of dimensional experience. And that's what we created, So it's kind of our baby in that way.
Right. And there's a reason why the AI speaks to us as if like a person was speaking. Right. And that's a main feature of it, that it's as if you're talking to a sentient being that we can recognize. Speaks English if you're in the US, speaks Russian if you're in Russia. Right. Yeah. Just like in Star Wars, right, with C-3PO, that's kind of what he was, right?
Exactly. And Karen said, just like Sim City.
Yeah. The Sims, SimCity. Right.
Very similar.
I would argue that Meta or Instagram or TikTok or YouTube are their own little alternative kind of realities. I mean, you can get sucked into them. How easy is it to go on TikTok or Instagram and get sucked in for like 20 minutes, right? Without even knowing it.
Wormhole, right?
It is, wormhole. Right?
Baby wormholes.
And it's both real, but it's also not real, right? Like a lot of the images are photoshopped or touched up, right?
I've noticed that on these platforms too. And, like sometimes I'm looking at the filters that they use on the platforms, and we like, I don't really look that good. I think that there must be a filter on this thing somewhere, like, because I look in the mirror and I'm like,
come on.
All that.
If someone can actually say no when it pops up and says, do you want a enhancing filter, and actually say no to it, all the power to you. All the power to you, because
there's a documentary on TikTok that will blow your mind. And on this documentary, so in TikTok in China is like all educational.
Totally different,
it only
right?
Works from certain
it's
times
like
to certain
literally
times,
a weapon. It's an intellectual weapon, right, against the West.
But also
right?
the TikTok filter, there isn't an option to say yes or no. There's a whitening filter built into all TikTok apps in China. So no matter what you are, it will whiten your skin.
Wow.
Just because of their, it's a global phenomenon. We can get into why that even happened.
Yeah,
but even in Bollywood, why they're all whiter than the rest of the people.
And then the other thing is censorship and getting into there are things that maybe deep down or drill down somewhere, there's some information saying that we're taking your information. But with TikTok, you can't even work for the government and have that, because they're using it through the Chinese government to spy on people. Why? I don't know. I mean, like, here's the thing. What do they want to know? What, I mean, really?
Everything. Literally everything.
Well, haven't you ever been on the computer and you're looking, I need a
Let's not get into China right now, but
that's a different thing. But if you could be on Amazon and you could be looking for a dog collar, and then you get out of it, and then next thing you know, you're doing your work and you're in Word, and then you're getting all these dog collars from everything.
Yeah, of course. They know everything.
Like, hey, if we were on Zoom talking about this, we might have been shut down because they own Zoom.
Oh my gosh.
But anyways,
okay.
That's a great conversation.
I don't think we should end up on that note of the control that's out there.
That's right, Angel Sister. We need to say something very positive.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Well, Shakara says it in the chat.
And it's
We are
almost my
creator
bedtime, guys,
beings.
here.
Now we can create.
Yeah.
consciously
So
with
let's
love.
end with some poetry, guys. Okay, let's do this.
Yeah.
All right. So first, I'm going to share screen of one specific poem that's really, really cosmic. Just ties a lot of stuff together, and then we're going to have a lot of fun for the last few minutes because we're all going to go, and our cameras will be off. But you'll see some cool images of us floating through space while I'm doing some spoken word. So this is not us floating through space, just space in general.
Is it in the book?
And it'll be AI doing it, right?
I know,
AI generated.
So this poem here is called Fragmentation. It's split into 3 parts: the void, the darkness, and the light. And basically, it's just the story of, us coming from nothing into everything and being nothing and everything at the same time. And then the eventual creation of polarity and duality. Fragmentation, the void. In the beginning, there were no words, no concept, no winning, no place, no time, no description, no label, and no finishing, until awareness became conscious of itself. Separation from the source, no east, no west, no south or north. Not to mention there never existed a dimension or ascension or physical lessons except for the 0 point. There was no Christ to anoint. Singularity, energy, frequency raised vibrationally, paradoxically into limitation what only the 5 senses can see. No linearity, no anarchy, no galaxies, no nebulae, no jobs, no nature, no materialism, and no political lies until darkness finally fragmented from the light, using free will to see through the night. The darkness. I take the anxiety pill full of fright, in my bed insecure from the conspiracy that might take over my mind, control me with a chip inside, scared and full of fear. That is the reason why we are here. To the star system of Arcturus I stare and recite my cosmic prayers. Self-empowered, the fabric of victim consciousness I tear. The light. The destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts. Every day we transcend, no doubt, living in the now, realizing it's all a projection of a co-creation of our own subconscious mind, channel energy through the heart, remembrance of the divine, take apart my ego and restart my life. In any moment, I'm going home, traveling across the black intergalactic ocean, took the psychedelic potion, now I'm awoken. To the streets we take the spoken word, fly high, levitate the God inside, I'm free like a bird, cosmic oneness, integrating in my being. A full spectrum being. In alignment with the purity confined, ranges of frequencies inhibit what we are seeing. I shift what I choose to believe in, fuel my light body. For the ether I'm feeling. Fuel our light bodies. For the ether I'm feeling.
Wow.
Fabulous. Thank you. That
Very
was amazing.
powerful and so
Incredible.
true. So soulfully true.
Wow.
I love
Thanks,
it.
guys.
I want to hear. I want to hear a lot more of your poetry after
Get
that.
his
That's
book. Get his
fantastic.
book.
We're about to do it right now. We're
There
about
you
to do it
go.
right now.
All right.
All right,
And I will
so
get the book.
this is the official. We're just gonna have visuals now and some poetry. So, if you guys have any last words, statements you want to say, heart feelings you want to say to everybody,
Just
let's do
thank
it.
you. Thank you to
Yeah,
you,
thank
Neil, and
you.
to everybody. I
Thank
feel
you.
like that I have been on a spiritual exercise program. I've been running and thinking, and things are shifting. So thank you.
Definitely.
By the way, it's about to be 11:11 in about
Ooh, East Coast.
right now, right, literally right
It is.
now,
Wait. Camera.
Hey,
11.
literally right now.
11.
Stream ending.
11. Bam.
Oh,
Right
whoa,
there.
whoa, whoa. We just streamed for 10 hours, 33 minutes, and 44 seconds.
Yep, at 11:11. So
11.
what?
At
and
11:11.
By the way, just for everyone, 111111111. That's the Ascension code. Just ones, a string of ones.
Ooh,
The Ascension code is an infinite string of ones. So a lot of times at 11:11 or 1:11, I'll stop and I'll just go 111111111111111111111 like a song. 111111111111111. That's the ascension code.
Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Waves of bliss.
You see it, I see it, you can see like a spiral of ones as well. Like
Love you
ones going
all.
up.
Mwah.
Hey, that's a sign we're on the right track right there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, that's
Hell yeah. Are you
empowering.
kidding me?
That's a way to end a 1111.
Absolutely.
What
11,
ET civilization sent us those ones? Got us to this point.
What's that?
So which ET civilization is telling us we're on point right now? Probably all of them.
Well, I guess, right? I mean, like, hold on. I'm going to throw in a Mean Girls reference, okay? You know, why did Katie Heron like math? Because it's the same in every country. Math is the same on every planet and in every dimension and in every galaxy and every universe. It has to be, right? What else could there be other than the 0 through the 9? The way and I don't know, maybe there is math that's different on some other place, but it would seem to me like there is only one, you know, series of numbers, and it is ubiquitous across all time and space and all galaxies and universes.
Yes.
I don't know.
Thank you, brother. So
no one else was excited I threw in a Mean Girls reference.
No, I got it. I know I'm thinking about
that. Actually.
The old Mean Girls, not the one that just came out this week, which apparently all my clients.
I want to see that.
Yeah, I know. Like all my calls, I'm constantly referencing Seinfeld, Back to the Future, Mean Girls. So, you know, all my people know that. But all my clients are telling me that the new Mean Girls is actually like really good. So I should go see it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I thought I'd take my mom. So
what I want to do, everybody here, is like, you know, we've created a lot of energy. It's been actually almost 40 hours now in 4 days. And so with this spoken word, we're going to take a journey through space. And I invite you all to just be at a place where you just expand your consciousness as if you're a part of space. And as I started the whole thing in the beginning, you know, and the story goes that when I got with my ex-wife, she said to me, "Hey, I'm not from space. You're about all these ET things. I'm from Earth." And my answer to her was, "Did you know Earth is in space?" Okay?
Yeah.
We are a part of space. We're on the beautiful mothership. So expand your consciousness into the universe as we go through this journey of spoken word. And then, you know, whatever wants to be expressed afterwards, we'll take some breaths together and then we'll close out. So thank you so much, Matthew, Michelle. Love you.
Thank you.
Tamara.
Love you.
Thank you for everybody tuning in.
You're so welcome.
Let's go. Let's do this. Insana koya natiana o. Insanko niatana po anaki. Here we go. All right. So I'll take a deep breath in together. Breathe into your heart. Let it go. When the black sun radiates energy from divine immaculate conception, we hold the God we wish to see. Some wish to be, through enlightening their own being with internal peace. Anarchy through poetry is just one piece of the oceanic breeze. I will split the seas so we can pass freely to the lands promised to us by bloodline. We're all a part of the divine. Heaven on earth, constant search to find the meaning to life is only one part of reality. Intergalactic universal beliefs, interdimensional beings, enhanced communication through planetary rings. We speak to the gods and angels who gave up their wings. Came to this place to bring lower frequencies of emotions, such as hatred and jealousy. As long as they remain, we can never truly be set free. So they say, concentrate on love. Not of the physical kind, the type that clouds your mind, blind to things in plain sight. Love is different when it comes from above, not in the material world. Believe in her. Fill my conscious mind with ether. I see the door swinging open and closed. Love was once blocked by pain and woes. When the sky splits open, heaven will show we are all one, no matter friend or foe. It has already happened. The future has already happened. It has already been done through the eyes of the last black sun, through the eyes of the last black sun. And as we venture out into space, we become the ETs to the other civilizations. We go visit our ancestors as we rejoin the galactic community and realize the intricate connection of all beings throughout the cosmos. We meet our relatives. We create a new reality for the whole galaxy, and we rejoin the Galactic Confederation. And then there was one. Life untangled, rhymers undone. Life source was drained, vanity explained, following those with fame, always fight and complain. But the answer, it remains the same. We were controlled with borders and tamed, locked up and enslaved, riding the quantum wave. Through awareness we are saved, ascend and fade away and live for today and don't play games or get erased from this place. One face, unity of race, consciousness explained, the end of human reigns, galactic alliance remains. A true cosmic place amongst the stars in space. Aware now in case reincarnation takes our next life away. So ascend and pray, not for monetary gains, but an escape from superficial ways. Life is just a phase. Life is just a phase. Life is just a phase that will one day be replaced by pure energy, an entirely new intergalactic race. The resurrected one. Are you the resurrected one? Many times you faced incarnation. They were simultaneously happening. The desolation, sun explosion, implosion, creating a rip in space and time. For me to travel with the universal mind into planetary systems vaster than the galactic kind, where the laws of physics no longer apply. Where the energetic beings reside, going faster than the speed of light, mass increases to infinity, omnipresence of my energy, one with the celestial melody. Harmoniously find the frequencies that were once hidden from sight. I left the density of struggle, resistance, and fight. The lessons have been learned, so it's time to climb up the dimensional ladder onto the next multi-universal ride. As a quasi-physical being, half flesh and half light. The metaphysical, metaphorical, quantum theoretical truth of mankind, full disclosure of the cosmic kind. Resurrect the Christ consciousness. Resurrect the Christ consciousness. Resurrect the Christ consciousness. Let the bliss flow and undergo the transition to the fifth world. Prophesies to be the end of human karmic woe and the duality of friends and foes. Know this. Know this. Know this. We are about to shift the human consciousness into the dimension that is next. Allow the vortex to appear. When people start to disappear, melt and dissolve the fear, the time is near for the revolution of consciousness to steer us into the galactic arms of the Milky Way, swim into the ether with abundance to the universe we pray, eradicating the lack mentality, creating technology holistically that has never been seen through alchemy. Order is the result of anarchy. Throwing off your center of gravity only temporarily during the ascension of our galaxy and all sentient beings. During the ascension of our galaxy and all sentient beings. During the ascension of our galaxy. During the ascension of our galaxy. During the ascension of our galaxy. Take a deep breath in with me, everybody, into the heart. Let it out. The dragons wish to speak. Insana koya tia naho. Ia naho amakie. Inta wokatae nitina to wo. Kia makan o. Ina kia noaha. Isna ko matana. Ira kumbala itina na kuana nina muno arkitina una. Nisin yala ho. Inta koaya naya no mataya na kia. Inta no patia na ka. Isa no makira wonta nima. Ia kuwa nienta na. Ina moti na kania noa. Isna. Ua kumbala. Ia kuwa. Insa roa. Mba kantina hoati na. Insa ko. Kumpalita onati. Umatana. Oh Matman. Oh Matman. Oh Matman. Oh. Thank you all so much for being here. Love every one of you. Appreciate you all. And as we close out, I'm just going to play this song with Dragon Light language. And that is it for today. Thank you, everybody. Have a beautiful rest of your day. We'll see you guys soon.
Tatsarvitarvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat Intavo akatianoa Iamona watina kiamupa Ufani akatianoa tina Okambala kia kumpalaya Inamuati na kania muatanza o Iakatuwatiana Iamakatu Inze awakala Kumpali atara Kumpala Kumpala The road goes on for generations. The travelers will disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what of the ones that didn't know? Amnesia of the internal endowment to reserve a place in the fifth dimension for themselves, the ego to control, and a better life they shall never know. I welcome you, Dark One, into the lap of luxury full of my pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy we dub as evil creates the demons of whom we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil, and now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences creates a creature only exists in the mind. Our desires and wants creates a full feature ego that keeps the loyal self everything divine. Intellect. On a perfect understanding we will have of one another. I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one, before reality tears you from duality back in ether's imagination. I'm the ghost of lives past. Generations have descended just to gain these experiences. And I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons into this third dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls? Hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yeah, sure. Here's a social security card, you may live. Reincarnated into a kid and live and give it back to the society. When I'm locked in borders, I smolder through the ash comes a horde of abstract thought. Who is not a ghost, a spirit, but just is. An enlightened individual, equality minus elitist political goals, the cynical flow, and pain and woes of shamanistic pagan rituals. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, consciousness, awareness on the rise. The yin-yang intertwined, masculine, feminine, lovers intertwined. Spit worse than the chocolate points in my spine. Relentless but still find inner peace, so down the pace of my corrupted mind. Chemtrails, ascertain, fluoride, getting drunk and high. About the consequence, know why am I really here? But now I know is to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation, so erase the awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. You remember the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings in the near future. The mass landings will help us souls really breathe. So raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we've always been. Oleando ande